Sugar and Spite by Samantha Price. Read by Sarah Morse. Chapter 1. Nancy stared at the blank computer screen for at least 10 minutes before she finally pressed the off button. Her mind was just as blank as the screen. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to write again. She'd been a well-known author at one point, but those days were long gone. Her old brain was foggy and the ideas weren't there like they had been. When the computer screen returned to its reflective surface, she jumped in fright at the sight of her own reflection. Smoothing down her shoulder-length gray-streaked hair, she wondered where the years had gone. Who was this old woman looking back at her? She didn't seem at all familiar. It wasn't fair. Aging wasn't fair. Not when she didn't feel old inside. Well, sometimes she did, like today. But still, what could she expect? She hadn't looked after herself or given two thoughts about herself for years. Not since Max had gotten ill. She'd given up her career abruptly when they'd received his diagnosis. He'd lasted 3 years longer than the doctors had predicted. She and Max had made the most of their time together, and Nancy had thought she'd prepared herself for his passing, for living without him. What she hadn't given thought to was living with herself each and every day. And even if she had, she would never have known how to prepare for the emptiness she was feeling now. It was the little things she missed about her husband, sharing snippets of information, having a laugh about something, sharing excitement when the first of their roses bloomed for the season or when their favorite series was back on TV. There was no one who truly cared about her anymore. Not like Max had. Friends had come and gone in her life, but Max had always been there, ever since she was 19. Now she woke up alone every day, the hours stretching before her into nothingness, endless nothingness, like a desert wasteland. Rita, her agent, was right. If she could write again, it would be ideal. What she needed was something to occupy her time and her mind. From the moment Max had gotten sick, Rita had urged her to keep going with writing and just put it on the back burner. But no, she couldn't write when Max needed her. Not even a little. Now, a project was what she needed to give her life meaning again. It had been easy to write when Max was alive, before the diagnosis had come. He used to do her research, make her cups of hot tea, and massage her shoulders and neck when they ached from the many hours of typing at her computer. And, more important than these practical aspects, Max had been her sounding board for ideas. After she took off her reading glasses, she planted both hands on the edge of the desk and, on her ergonomically designed office chair, propelled herself away. The wheels jammed to a halt when they got stuck on something. Nancy looked down to see she'd left an old manuscript on the floor. Just as she picked it up, there was a knock at the door. "It's me." It was Rita, her agent and only friend. Nancy opened the door and they greeted each other with cheek kisses. "I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow." "No, it's today." "No, I don't think so. We always have dinner at my house on Wednesdays." "Nancy, it's Wednesday today." "Is it?" Nancy put her fingertips to her head. What had happened to Tuesday? That came around fast. Rita stepped into the house and then eyed Nancy suspiciously. "What have you been doing?" Now she was painfully aware she was still in her pajamas. She hoped her friend wouldn't notice. The pink teddy bear and heart motifs might give her away. "I've been trying to write." "What do you mean trying? There's either writing or not writing. There's no trying." The sigh came from the bottom of her lungs before she could stop it. "Maybe it wasn't a good idea." "It's a great idea. Don't you want the thrill of another bestseller, another book signing, seeing your poster larger than life in the bookstores?" It'll be just like the old days. I could sure use another bestseller from you. Look at me in these old clothes. I need a new wardrobe. Maybe what you need is to concentrate on one of your other authors. I have other authors, yes, just not any others like you. They get enough of my time and attention. You're the star, always have been. I just haven't got another book in me. I never had any problem writing before Max died. What if I can't write anymore? I don't feel I can hold my concentration for that long. That's why I've come up with an idea. Instead of crime mysteries and thrillers, why don't you try your hand at romances? Nancy recoiled at the idea. Romances? With the recent death of her husband, she couldn't even think of anything to do with romance. It was so ludicrous that Nancy burst out laughing, and when Rita didn't laugh with her, she gulped. Oh, you're serious? Rita nodded. You won't know what you can do until you try. I can't go from crime to romances. It's too much of a leap. It's not like back in the day when we both started out. Romances are respectable nowadays. Maybe I've been out of the game too long, but I don't think it would work. My readers only know me for my crimes. Rita laughed. Know you for your crimes? That's funny. She looked across at Rita, not finding anything amusing. Rita stopped laughing and got more serious. Oh, come on, I'm not talking 50 Shades. No, nothing like that. Amish-themed romances. That's specifically what I'm thinking about. They're clean, they're sweet, and nothing bad ever happens. If it does, it's not that bad, and it's always fixed by the end of the book, which is always happy, by the way, not like in your thrillers. I couldn't do that. I was married for too many years to remember all that romance and nonsense. Besides the most basic problem, I know nothing about the Amish. Rita dove into her bag, pulled out a colorful brochure, and threw it down on the coffee table. Nancy squinted. What's that? I can't see without my glasses. An Amish tour. It's research, a tour of the Amish countryside, and I've booked you for tomorrow. And me, because I'm coming too. Nancy's mouth fell open. She didn't want to go anywhere. In fact, she hadn't really gone anywhere since Max died. It was comfortable staying home in familiar surroundings, spending most days lounging about in her comfortable pajamas. No, I can't. I've no interest in the Amish. Nancy pushed her hair behind her ears. I've never given the Amish any thought at all, really. Come on, you'd be doing me a favor. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for me. I haven't had a book on the bestseller list for years, and you've still got fans out there. The Amish are right on our doorstep. It'll be perfect. Yes, I've still got fans, judging by all the emails I get. Fans for crime, mind you. Not romance, and definitely not Amish romance. Nancy threw the brochure back onto the coffee table. It's not so much me. My readers won't go for it. Okay, tell me this. What do you have planned for tomorrow? Tomorrow is Thursday, just in case you were wondering. Nancy pressed her lips together. Nothing. She sighed. I see what you're saying. I've got nothing to lose, right? Exactly. I'll give it some thought then. Good. I'll take that as a yes. Now, what's for dinner? Nancy shrugged her shoulders. I haven't been out shopping. A ham sandwich? Rita looked at her blankly. No, wait. I ate all the ham for lunch. When she saw Rita's disapproval, Nancy added, Well, I didn't know you were coming since no one told me it was Wednesday already. Nancy tapped on her chin. I wonder where Tuesday went. She was sure yesterday had been Monday. Come on, I'm taking you out for dinner. Out? Nancy scratched her neck, feeling like she was breaking out in a nerve rash. The last thing she wanted was to be out in public amongst people. Yes, you're becoming a hermit. I'll do you a deal. I'll go out with you if you drop your silly idea about this Amish thing. Then I'll come out for dinner with you. Rita offered her hand. Done. They shook on it. The next day, Nancy found herself sitting in an Amish horse drawn wagon ready to start a tour of Amish country. Along with Rita, who sat beside her, there were 10 other people in the wagon. Even though Rita had promised to drop the subject of writing romance books, their dinner the night before had turned into a high pressure sales pitch from Rita, focused on Nancy writing a romance featuring the Amish. Eventually, Nancy was ground down and knew she wouldn't have any peace until she agreed that she'd at least find out a little about the Amish lifestyle. Romance, huh? Everything I knew about that subject has long since been forgotten, Nancy whispered to Rita. Maybe you should date again. Nancy laughed and trembled at the same time. Not this old girl. I'm happy as I am. Rita raised her eyebrows. Okay, I'll admit I need to do something with my time. I am warning you, I have tried to write again and it's not flowing like it used to. I'm burned out. How can you be burned out when you haven't written for years? That comment made Nancy feel like a failure. The more pressure she had on her to do something, the harder it became. Writing was no different. It's just how I feel. It'll come, you just need the right inspiration. Maybe it's all left me. No, once a writer, always a writer. Something will hook your interest and you'll start tapping away on those computer keys. Trust me. And you think this Amish tour will do the trick? It just might, Rita grinned. It certainly isn't going to hurt. At the very least, it'll get you out from those four walls you've been hiding behind. Nancy Dillard, is that you? Nancy looked up at the small dark haired woman who had just turned around from the seat in front. Nancy peered at her, wondering if she knew her. She squinted because she couldn't see that far without her glasses. Yes, I'm Nancy, and you? It's Nancy Dillard, the famous writer, the woman said. You don't know me, but I know you. I'm Noreen Banks. I've got every book you've ever written. Rita poked Nancy in the ribs and whispered, A fan. The fan continued. Tell me, are you going to put another book out? They told me at my bookstore that you've got no new books coming out. Yes, she has, Noreen, Rita said, causing Nancy to gape at her. The horse-drawn cart started, and the loudspeaker clicked into gear. Talk later. The woman gave Nancy a wink and faced to the front. It's a sign, Rita whispered to Nancy. It's a sign of what? She's a fan of crime, not a fan of romance. Maybe I should stick to crime. Okay, well, just write something. I don't care what, Rita hissed. Now Nancy was annoyed with herself. She hadn't wanted to go out for dinner last night, and neither had she wanted to come on this tour today. Why did she allow Rita to talk her into things? If only she wasn't so easily led. 2 hours into the day-long tour, and just before they were due to stop and have a meal, they pulled off the road in front of an Amish furniture shop. Then Nancy noticed the 3 other Amish stores alongside. The tour guide's voice was drowned out by the sirens of police cars. Rita went up to the driver, who also doubled as their tour guide. What's happening? I've got no idea. I'll go and find out. I don't think you should. We'll skip this one and get going on to the next group of shops. There are more a couple of streets away. They sell the same sort of things. An ambulance passed them and parked in front of them. The tour driver got out of the wagon and tried to get everyone's attention so he could move them back into the covered wagon. While that was happening, a plainclothes detective got out of his car and fixed his eyes on Nancy. Nancy knew right away he was a detective. The dark suit, the concerned, lined face, the air of seriousness surrounding him. A uniformed officer soon stood by his side. Nancy Dillard? The detective called out as he walked over to her. Are you Nancy Dillard? Yes. This was another reminder that she should have stayed at home. It seemed everyone she met today knew who she was. I'm Detective Kelly. I recognize you from your book jackets. Rita stepped forward. An Amish woman has been found dead. She appears to have been murdered. Oh, that's dreadful, Nancy said. You go on. I'll be there in a minute, Kelly said to the officer standing behind him. When the officer proceeded into the candy store, the detective pulled out a notepad and pen from inside his coat. Would you mind if I take down your phone number, Mrs. Dillard? Certainly you may, but I don't know anything about this. I was just on the tour and we've only just stopped. Kelly chortled. It's not because I want to have your testimony. I must tell you that as a young man, your books inspired me. It was because of you I joined the police force. Nancy said, I'm honored. I've read your books for years, since I was a young man. Nancy sighed inside. Now she felt old. She thought the detective looked around the same age as she, but he must have been much younger. She fixed a smile on her face. It was good to meet someone who found pleasure in her books. I'm flattered. Thank you. I can't wait until I tell the wife that I met you. She reads your books, too. He looked behind her at the tour group and the horse-drawn wagon. Do you live around these parts, or are you visiting? My husband and I moved here about 10 years ago. I never knew. We like to keep a low profile. I understand. Could I? He raised his pen and paper. Nancy gave a little laugh. I hardly think that. You got me started solving mysteries and studying people. Not everything is as it seems. People are often not what they seem, and it's the same in real life. Would you indulge me? I've always dreamed of being able to talk things over with you, getting your take on things. It would be a dream come true for me. Rita dug Nancy in the ribs and gave her a sharp nod, as if to say, do it. Nancy relented and gave Detective Kelly her cell phone number. Good day, ladies. I will be in touch with you, Nancy. Might I call you Nancy? Please do. When they turned around, the tour guide was outside of the wagon waiting for them. They walked back to him. Sorry about that, folks, he said. We'll continue to some other shops. It might be best. I'm curious to find out what happened, Nancy whispered to Rita. The poor woman, her poor family. You'll find out when the detective calls you, if he calls me. He was probably just being polite. He will, most definitely. You'll find out all about the murder and you can write about it. Maybe. Nancy immediately felt more comfortable. That was something she could see herself doing. She could use the elements of the real-life murder to write her next bestseller. But could she do it without her husband by her side? Chapter 2. Earlier that morning. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy's friend. Ettie stared at her sister and wondered if Elsa May was having a stroke. What? Was all Ettie could say. Neither of them had enemies. A dark gray shawl covered Elsa May's ample shoulders while she concentrated on knitting baby booties for the hospital charity. Then she paused once again and looked over at Ettie. It was something I heard somewhere. From her comfortable seat on the couch, Ettie frowned at Elsa May. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't? What you just said. How can they be a friend if they're an enemy? I don't know. Why say it then? Not wanting to listen to a garbled lot of nonsense, she changed the question before Elsa May responded. Where did you hear it? The only place you hear or see anything is the doctor's office, and we haven't been there for some time. Nay, the mint green knitting was brought sharply down onto Elsa May's lap. We haven't been there since you stole the good doctor's walking stick. Ettie's mouth dropped open. When would she hear the last of that? It had happened months ago. I gave it back. I didn't know I was stealing it at the time, and you know it. Elsa May continued to stare at Ettie. Incredible. He said I needed a walking stick. When I saw it at the door, I thought it was there for his customers to borrow and bring back when they were done. I wasn't going to need it forever. Shaking her head, Elsa May said, "They're patients, not customers, and you had to know it was his personal walking stick." Ettie pushed her lips together. Her sister was right about one thing. It was too embarrassing to go back there. "Why are you talking about enemies anyway?" "I was thinking about Brunhilde. She wasn't happy with me this meeting last for some reason." "Last meeting?" "Yeah, that's what I just said." "Did she say something to you?" "Nay, she didn't need to open her mouth. She just kept staring at me, not looking happy with me. It was like I'd done something dreadful to her." "She's always so nice." "Yeah, that's right. That's what was so weird, because she appears to be nice. On the outside she's nice, but on the inside—" "Do you think she's your enemy or something? She might have been feeling ill, and that's why she wasn't smiling." "Nay," Elsa May resumed her knitting. Elsa May didn't make sense. She seldom did these days. "Why don't we visit her and see if there's anything wrong?" Then Elsa May would know she'd made this all up in her mind, making a mountain out of a molehill. At least she wasn't having a stroke. "You thought she was funny, too?" Elsa May peeped over the top of her glasses. "Nay, I didn't notice Brunhilde at all, but there's no harm in us visiting her if you're so bothered by the whole incident." "Dinka, Ettie. Let's do it." Ettie glanced over at Snowy, who was asleep in his dog bed. "Now? Before you take Snowy for his walk?" "I'll walk him later." Ettie leaned over and patted Elsa May's dog. "Be a good boy, and we'll leave the dog door open for you. Just be sure that you use it, not like last time." "Oh, Ettie, you can't blame him for that. He didn't go outside then because it was raining that day." "You weren't the one who had to clean up the mess." "Only because my back was sore and I couldn't bend down." "I had a bad back, too. You know I did." "Not as bad as mine was on the day that Snowy messed on the floor," Elsa May said. "If I could have done it, I would have." Ettie gritted her teeth. "You're right, Elsa May. Yours was hurting you more on that very day. Snowy left a big mess on the floor." Elsa May eyed her suspiciously. "Let's just forget it. Are we going or not?" Ettie sighed. Going out was becoming more and more of an effort the colder it got. She didn't mind being out and about in the warmer months, but in the winter all she wanted to do was sit and warm herself by the toasty fire. "All right, let's do it now before it gets any colder." "I'll get changed." "You do that. I'm wearing what I've got on. No one will know it's an old dress with my coat over the top, and I'll not take it off." "Please yourself." Elsa May took off her glasses and looped them over the front of her dress. Then she pushed her latest knitting project into the bag by her feet. "So, we're going to visit Brunhilde all the way on the other side of town because she looked at you and pursed her lips?" "Exactly. Except we don't have to go that far because we'll go to her candy shop. That's where she'll be." It didn't make sense that Elsa May wanted to see Brunhilde, but a lot about Elsa May didn't make much sense these days. "Fine." Elsa May's face lit up. "You'll do it?" "Sure, I already said I would." "Should we stop and get a cake for our visit? Sweeten her up a bit?" Elsa May suggested. "I don't think she'll need sweetening up." We shouldn't show up empty-handed." Ettie sighed. "Why do you make things so difficult all the time?" "Okay, we'll just take some cookies that we've already got here. No need to stop to buy a cake. I'm sure she'll be fine with the plain sugar cookies you baked nearly a week ago." "You just want an excuse to go to the farmer's market again, don't you?" "That's right. You caught me out." Elsa May grinned. "All right, we'll get her a cake. It's a silly idea because she'll be working and we won't be staying long. It's a place of business and she'll be selling her cookies. Now we'll be getting in her way when she's trying to sell her cookies." "Candy," Elsa May corrected her. Ettie nodded. "Now I'm hungry for cookies or candy." Elsa May chortled. "Me too." Once they were walking down to the shanty where the phone was housed so they could call a taxi, Ettie thought more about what Elsa May had said earlier. "What you were trying to say before was, your enemy's enemy is your friend." That made sense, and Ettie was satisfied she finally figured it out. "I don't think so." It shocked Ettie. "It is. The other thing you said didn't make sense." "We'll have to disagree to agree." "What? That's not right either. It might be when I think about it, but it's normally said that people would agree to disagree." Elsa May pushed out her lips. "It's the same difference, Ettie." "It is not." "It's the same as saying Ettie and Snowy are sitting on the couch or Snowy and Ettie are sitting on the couch. It means the same, just in a different order." "Okay." "I'm right. Admit it, Ettie." "I won't admit you're right, but we can agree to disagree." "Either way, I'm glad that you agreed to visit Brunhilde with me," Elsa May chuckled. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Just don't say anything to upset her when we get there." "Ach, Ettie, you should be more worried that she'd say something to upset me." Ettie ignored what her sister said. When they reached the shanty, Ettie picked up the phone's receiver and dialed the number of the taxi company. Once in town, they got the taxi to wait while they bought a cake from the nearest bakery, and then they headed to Brunhilde's candy shop. The taxi pulled up right outside the brightly colored double-windowed store, and the two ladies got out. They walked up to the glass door in between the windows and saw the closed and open sign hadn't been turned to say open. Ettie held the cake with one hand and tried to turn the large brass door handle, but it was locked. Elsa May cupped her hands and looked inside. "What time is it, Ettie?" "Late enough for it to be open," Ettie said, noticing another sign in the window with the shop's opening hours. "I've heard she arrives at 5 in the morning and makes her candy before the store opens." "Ach, she might be in the back then." "Could be." Ettie passed the cake box to her sister and then took a turn at cupping her hands on the glass so she could look through the window. "I can see a door opened in the back through to the back alley. Come on, let's go take a look." Ettie walked back down the 2 front steps and headed into the back lane. Elsa May was close on her heels. "Here, Ettie, take the cake in case I fall." Ettie stopped and took the cake box from her sister, and then she started walking again. "Is this the correct back door?" "Looks like it." Ettie saw what she thought she'd seen from the front window. The door was partially open. "Brunhilde has to be here." Balancing the box, she knocked loudly on the door and waited. Nothing happened. Then Ettie pushed the door open with her foot and stepped through. Elsa May grabbed the back ties of her apron to hold her back. "Don't go in, Ettie. It's trespassing." Ettie turned around and looked at her sister. "She'll be inside." "You haven't been invited." "Well, you go first." "Then I'll be the trespasser," Elsa May said. Ettie kept walking inside before her sister could say one more thing. Wait for me. Elsa May grabbed hold of Ettie's arm and walked in slightly behind her. Brunhilde, Ettie called out. Are you here? Yoo-hoo, Elsa May said in a piercing sing-song voice. Anyone home? Not so loud. You just yelled in my ear. Sorry. Just keep it down a bit. I will. Brunhilde, Ettie called out. That was just as loud as me, Ettie. Ettie ignored her sister and moved from the dark back workroom into another area of the back room that had been walled off. Then Ettie froze, causing Elsa May to push into her. The cake box slipped from Ettie's hands. Elsa May! I didn't mean to bump into you. It was unavoidable because my body was in motion. You've ruined the cake and dirtied her floor. She'll be outraged, inconsolable. I'm not taking the blame for this. This was all you. Again. It's... Elsa May pushed past her sister and saw what Ettie was staring at. It was Brunhilde on the floor. And she was dead. Chapter 3. Brunhilde lay face down on the dark linoleum floor with a sword in her back. She's dead, Elsa May screeched. I'm afraid so. This is dreadful. I know. Ettie said a quick and silent prayer that Brunhilde hadn't suffered. It might have been too late for such a prayer, but Ettie hoped it wasn't. Crouching down, Ettie then did the best she could to scoop the cake back into the box. Nothing could be done for Brunhilde now. What was uppermost in her mind was that the police would have to be called, and then Detective Kelly would come. He wouldn't be happy they'd made a mess in what was now a crime scene. Leave the cake. Check her pulse, her heart or something, will you, Ettie? Ettie pushed the cake and the box to one side, licked the cream off one of her fingers, and stared at poor Brunhilde. There was no point checking anything. She knew the woman was well and truly dead. To make her sister happy, she reached over and felt Brunhilde's neck for a pulse. When she straightened up, she looked at Elsa May and shook her head, letting her sister know Brunhilde was gone. Oh dear, now she's dead, we'll never know what upset her. Elsa May made tisk sounds. Ettie stared at her sister in disbelief. She's dead, and all you care about is why she was annoyed with you? Of course not, but it's true what I said, isn't it? We'll never know, unless she might have confided to someone the reason, Elsa May added. We'll have to call the bishop and the police. Yeah, do that, Ettie. At that moment, they both jumped when they heard ringing. That's a phone, isn't it? Ettie looked where the noise was coming from. She picked up a chair that had fallen over. Underneath it was a small black cell phone. Don't touch it, Ettie. It could belong to the killer. Ettie saw on the screen it said no caller ID. Don't say that. What if the killer comes back for it? Ettie asked. Take it with us, put your hands under your apron, and pick it up so you don't put your fingerprints on it. Me pick it up? Why don't you pick it up? Oh, Ettie, you're the best at these things. Ettie gave up and carefully did what Elsa May suggested, keeping her hand draped with the bottom of her apron. Then she made a cradle out of the front of her apron to hold the phone. Elsa May said, Let's call from Peter and Dan's store next door. Hopefully they'll have a phone and we can call the police. Yeah, good idea. They will have a phone. It's a place of business. Peter and Dan were twins and members of their Amish community. The bishop often allowed phones if they were needed for business. They went up the alley to Peter and Dan's door and knocked on it. After they explained the circumstances to Peter, who'd opened the door, he ushered them in to use the phone. You call them, Ettie. Nay, you do it, Elsa May. Why must I always be the one to do everything? What's happened? Asked Dan, rushing over to them. I'll tell you while Elsa May calls 911. You're wasting time. Ettie glared at Elsa May, and rightly so. It was her turn to make these kinds of calls. Peter pointed at the phone on the wall, and dragging her feet, Elsa May walked over. While Elsa May made the call, Ettie told Dan what had happened, and then she had to talk them both out of going into Brunhilde's store. There's nothing that can be done for her now. Also, the police won't want anyone in there. Evidence, you know. Ah, said Peter. I can't believe it, Dan said. Me either. Did you see her this morning? We did. We saw her earlier. We don't normally see her in the mornings. Around mid-afternoon when she has a worker there, she'll pop in and bring us hot tea. Why? Ettie said when she saw they had tea-making facilities there along with a small fridge. It's just her being neighborly, and it does taste nicer when you don't have to make it for yourself. Dan put his hand on his twin's shoulder. She'll never be doing that again. Peter hung his head. Ettie looked over at Elsa May. She was still on the phone, and then Ettie recalled she'd have been told to stay on the line until the police arrived. Another reason she didn't like to make those calls herself. Did you hear anything unusual or see anything unusual today? Nay, both brothers said at once. Do you know if anyone was upset with her? The twins looked at each other, and then Dan said, There were a few people. Who? They didn't have a chance to answer because Ettie heard cars in the alley. She poked her head out and saw police cars. They're here, Elsa May. Elsa May promptly hung up the receiver and joined Ettie. Dinka for allowing us to make the call. Of course, Dan said. I'm sure the police will want to speak with you about this, Ettie said as she walked through the door. Dinka? Yeah, Peter said. Elsa May and Ettie walked out to meet the police. A large sergeant spotted them and headed to them while other officers filed through the back door of Brunhilde's shop. Where is Detective Kelly? Ettie asked when she saw only police cars. Kelly drove a normal white car. You know Detective Kelly? He asked. Yes, and we need to speak to him. He grinned. He's on his way. I'll see how far away he is. Are you the one who found the body? Yes, my sister and I did. Why do you need to speak with Detective Kelly? He asked. Because I have evidence. Evidence, you say? We found a phone right next to the body. Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs. Then Ettie held out her apron and showed him the cell phone. He grabbed it with his bare hands right out of her apron before they could stop him. Hey, that might have fingerprints on it, Ettie told him. Yeah, well, you shouldn't have touched it. You could have gotten it from anywhere. You broke the chain of custody for evidence. It's not of much use now. You should have left it where you found it. I'll put it in a bag and tag it for evidence nonetheless. He pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket and popped the phone inside. With his fingertips, he closed the zip slider. I'd like that to go to Detective Kelly, please, if it's any use now with your fingerprints all over it. He frowned at her. It'll go into evidence along with a note of how it was found. Then he pulled out a notepad from the back pocket of his pants and a pen from the pocket of his shirt. He clicked on the end of the pen. Names? Our names or the name of the victim? Start with your names. We'll get to the victim in a minute. Ettie had taken an instant dislike to the sergeant and wondered how long Kelly would be. She kept looking down toward the end of the alley, hoping he or his white car would appear. Elsa May gave him their names. And her name was Brunhilde Hoffman. She was a candy maker and owner of this fine establishment. Elsa May pointed at the back door of the candy store. What time did you arrive here? It was about half an hour ago, Ettie answered. Wouldn't you say so, Elsa May? That's right. He scribbled something in his notepad. Are we going to go over all this again at some point? Ettie asked impatiently. Most likely. Then they were saved from speaking to the awful sergeant when Detective Kelly walked out the back door of the candy shop and saw them. Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lutz. Why wasn't I surprised to hear you two were the first on the scene? Chapter 4. Ettie held her breath. Detective Kelly always seemed angry with them, but after their interactions with the dreadful sergeant, Kelly was a welcome sight. "That's a hard one to answer, Detective Kelly," Elsa May said. "We were just here to visit her. We never knew she'd be dead, otherwise we would have come yesterday." Ettie frowned at Elsa May, then looked back at Kelly. "Do you think Elsa May might be able to have a chair to sit down? It's hard for us to stand up for all this time." Kelly smiled and said to the sergeant, "I'll take over from here." "You've been inside, sir?" Kelly nodded. "Yes. Call me when the coroner gets here. He's just minutes away." "I will." "And get these ladies some chairs, would you?" "Right away, sir." Ettie noticed the man wasn't as arrogant now that Kelly was here. A minute later, the sergeant brought out 2 chairs from the furniture store. When they were both seated, Detective Kelly stood looming over them like a menacing cloud. "They tell me you called it in, Mrs. Smith. You were the first on the scene." "We were, but it was Elsa May who made the phone call to 911 from Peter and Dan's used furniture store. It's right next door to Brunhilde's candy shop." "That's odd. I got the name Ettie Smith as the one who called it in." "That's not right," Ettie said. Elsa May shrank back in her chair. "I might have said I was Ettie Smith." Kelly put his head down and rubbed his forehead, then looked straight at Elsa May. "Why?" "Yes, why?" Ettie added. "I certainly didn't hear that part of the conversation." "Ettie would have done it, only she was holding the cell phone in her apron." "Of course she was. That makes perfect sense." Kelly rubbed his forehead once more. "Mrs. Lutz, you can't give a false name when you call emergency services. When this goes to court, it wasn't a false name. It's Ettie's real name." Through gritted teeth, Kelly said, "She wasn't the one who called it in, though, was she?" Elsa May hung her head and looked down at the ground. "You're unbelievable," Ettie hissed at her sister. "I had no idea you'd done that. You didn't even ask me if you could impersonate me." Kelly clapped his hands loudly, causing them both to jump. "Let's start at the beginning. What happened here, and does the cake all over the place in there have anything to do with you two?" "We found Brunhilde dead on the floor. I got such a fright I dropped the cake. I did try to clean it up. We didn't touch her at all, and neither did we touch the telephone." "Telephone?" "Underneath the fallen chair," Elsa May told him. "It was a cell phone, a small black one." "I did say let's start at the beginning. Let's take 2. Start at the beginning, including the bit about the phone and any other details." "Okay," Ettie explained. "When we found her, the next thing we knew, we heard a ringing sound." Elsa May nodded. "That's right." "I carefully picked it up with the end of my apron just so the killer didn't come back and take it away. We took it next door with us when we used their phone to call the police. The officer—" "He's a sergeant, Ettie," Elsa May corrected her. "Yes, the sergeant took it from me and got his prints all over it." Kelly raised his eyebrows. "I'll sort that out later. He's got the phone now?" "Yes, he said it was going into evidence." "What about her family? They'll be so upset," Ettie said. "I know, but someone will have to tell them. You'll do that, won't you?" Elsa May asked the detective. "I will, and I'm assuming you know her next of kin, right?" Ettie sighed. "Her sister. She only had one." Kelly pulled out a notepad and a pen from his inner coat pocket and jotted down the name and address of Brunhilde's sister, Griselda Lapp. He inhaled deeply and slowly let it out. "What was the purpose of your visit here today?" "It's a long and complicated story," Ettie told him. "I wouldn't expect anything else. Sounds like something we should cover down at the station. There's no point in leaving you two sitting out here in the cold. I'll talk to the pair of you down at the station. I'll have someone drive you there now." "Before that," Elsa May said, "what is the name of the sergeant that was here? Finger?" Ettie shrugged and asked Elsa May, "Was that him?" "He's the only sergeant here today. He transferred here recently." "He's the one who took the phone then." "Good. We'll soon find out who it belonged to. That won't be hard unless it was a burner. Where did you find it again?" "Under a chair that was toppled over." "From where, exactly?" "Near the body, but I hardly moved the chair." He frowned. "It amazes me you were here on the very day she was murdered." Ettie spoke first. "It bothered my sister that Brunhilde was unhappy the last time we saw her. We were visiting to make sure she was okay." "You're talking about the deceased?" "Yes, I'm talking about Brunhilde Hoffman." "Do you know if she had any enemies?" Kelly asked. "She did like to spread rumors, so," Elsa May told him. Ettie couldn't believe her ears. "That's not nice. Who's spreading them now?" "She's dead, Ettie. She won't be offended or upset." "I know, but she can't deny what you're saying. Besides, they might not have been rumors. They might have been the truth." Ettie looked back at Kelly. "Brunhilde did like to talk a lot. We think that's why she opened up a store. She wasn't a woman to sit at home alone, and she was excellent at making her candies." "That's what I meant by saying rumors." "Talking a lot is not necessarily spreading rumors, Elsa May."
Ah, but it can include that.
"Ladies, please." Kelly raised up his hands. "Are you saying she didn't have enemies or that she did have enemies?"
None that we know of in particular," Ettie said, "although—"
"Although what?" An officer came out of the back of Brunhilde's store and told Kelly that the coroner had arrived. "Officer Mueller, find someone to take these ladies back to the station. Make sure they get something to eat, and I'll be there to interview them as soon as I'm done here." "Yes, sir." Kelly turned around to face Ettie and Elsa May, wagging a finger in front of their faces. "Until someone comes to drive you to the station, neither of you move from this spot."
"We won't move," said Ettie.
Chapter 5. At the police station, Ettie and Elsa May were shown into an interview room. Ettie looked around at the by now familiar gray surroundings. She tried to make herself comfortable on the hard metal chair, one of four that surrounded the square metal table. A few minutes later, an officer brought in 2 wrapped sandwiches and 2 mugs of coffee, and then they were left alone. Ettie unwrapped the plastic cling wrap on her sandwich and inspected it. "Some variety of processed meat, pickles, and a sad piece of lettuce that has seen better days, probably at its peak 3 days ago." Hoping for a trade, she looked over at Elsa Mays. "Ach, you've got the same." She was so hungry she took a bite and chewed on it while staring at the two-way mirror on one wall. It reflected 2 cameras perched in opposite corners. "How long will this take, I wonder?" "Ettie, a woman has died." Elsa May still hadn't touched her sandwich. She was poking at the bread with her finger, testing for freshness.
"I know that. I found her. I'm just wondering how long we'll be sitting in these hard seats. It's not as bad for you because you've got plenty of padding."
It upset Ettie to hear those last words proceed out of her own mouth. Now they were out there, she couldn't capture them and put them back. Neither could she turn back the clock. Fortunately, Elsa May didn't seem bothered. "You should eat more then."
I do.
"More than you do now."
Ettie kept quiet. Elsa May's response could have been worse. Once Ettie finished her sandwich, she drummed her fingers on the table. Then, after another few minutes of doing that, she got up and walked around the room in circles. We should have brought some knitting or needlework. I don't like wasting time doing nothing.
"Will you stop fidgeting and pacing? You're making me dizzy."
Before Ettie could respond, Kelly opened the door. Ettie rushed to sit back down, and then Kelly sat in front of them.
"Did you find the murderer?"
Elsa May asked.
"Not yet, but we will. I've just come back from informing the family."
Ettie bit her lip. That would have been hard.
Her sister was understandably distressed. I'll talk to her again this afternoon or first thing in the morning. By then she might have calmed down enough so she can answer questions.
Were there clues in the candy shop? Elsa May asked.
We won't know too much until the evidence collection team has done their job. They're still there. Also, would you mind if I have a glass of water? You usually offer us proper takeout coffee."
What's that? He pointed at their untouched mugs of instant coffee that had grown cold.
"It's not proper coffee," Elsa May told him.
Undrinkable, Ettie added.
"I'm sorry that our coffee's not up to scratch, but we're not running a coffee house. This is a police station." After offering a stern look to both of them, his face relaxed into a smile. "I agree. It's undrinkable. I never touch the stuff we have here. I'll have someone get us some takeout coffees."
I don't want to make a fuss, Ettie said. On second thought, water is fine.
"Water will do for me, too," Elsa May added. "2 waters coming up." Kelly picked up the phone, pressed a button, and asked someone to bring in 2 glasses of water. Almost immediately, the door opened, and a young officer brought in the water. "How are both of you?" Kelly asked.
Good, thank you,
Ettie answered, since Elsa May was busy drinking her water. Kelly's gaze fell to the sandwich wrappers. "I see you've eaten. Would you like anything else? Another sandwich, perhaps?" "No," Elsa May said. "No, thank you."
We're fine.
"Now can we begin?" he asked. Elsa May placed her glass of water on the table. "Yes, please, go right ahead. That's why we're here." He picked up the wrappers and tossed them in the trash basket under the table. "We could have done that. I didn't see it there," said Elsa May. "Not a problem. Now," he drummed his fingers on the table. "Did either of you see anyone in the vicinity when you got to the candy shop?"
Ettie shook her head. No, there was no one about.
"Only us."
The coroner estimates that the woman was dead for a few hours before you got there.
She would have been killed at around 6 or 7 this morning.
Ettie nodded. That's what I suspected.
Elsa May tapped her chin. "It's a good thing I changed my dress before we left the house, Ettie. Those extra couple of minutes might have saved our lives."
A few hours, he said, Elsa May. You only took a few minutes to change your dress.
Ettie wrapped her coat further around herself. Had she known she was going somewhere other than the candy store, she too would have changed her dress. "Tell me about Brunhilde Hoffman. Who was she? I know she was Amish and in her mid-60s, but what else can you tell me?"
We don't really know much about her, Ettie said.
"We don't," Elsa May agreed. "We never had a lot to do with her. Not for years." Detective Kelly looked from one sister to the other, and then he pushed his back into the chair. I find that hard to believe. I'm not saying that either of you are lying because I know you wouldn't, but she was from your community. Why don't you know about her?" Ettie and Elsa May exchanged glances. "We do know about her. It was just that she wasn't in our circle of friends," said Ettie. "We could find out anything you want," Elsa May said. "We weren't close with her. She was 20 years younger, so much younger than us." "She's a different generation. We were friends with her mother, weren't we, Ettie?" "No, I don't think we were. She was older." Kelly tapped a pen on the table. "I can see we're not getting anywhere here. Let me change direction a little. See if we can fast track this before I'm due for retirement. If you're not a friend of hers, why were you at the shop?" Ettie let out a sigh, which came out louder than she expected and was more of a groan. Both Elsa May and Detective Kelly stared at her. "Do you want to tell him, or do you want me to tell him why we were there?" Ettie asked her sister. "It was my fault." Kelly interlaced his fingers together and leaned forward. "Continue. Keep going. This I'll be interested to hear." "You see, I thought she was upset with me at the Sunday meeting, so we were visiting her to ask her why she was scowling at me." He drew his eyebrows together. "What reason would she have to be upset with you?" "None at all. That's why I was confused, you see?" Kelly, now frowning, said, "You didn't do anything to her." "We don't know for certain she was annoyed with Elsa May. I said she wasn't. She said she was." "By she, you mean your sister?" Kelly asked. Ettie nodded. "Yes." Kelly then looked at Elsa May. "Why did you suspect Brunhilde was upset with you?" "She looked at me in a funny way, and I could feel it. Have you ever had that knowing in the pit of your stomach, Detective Kelly?" "No." "Brunhilde was looking at me in a funny way, like no one else has. Ever." Kelly took a deep breath, looked at his notes, and scribbled something. Then he glanced up at Elsa May again. "Describe the way she looked at you." Ettie folded her arms, waiting to be entertained by Elsa May's words. Her sister was always getting upset for one reason or another. Ettie was convinced this was just another one of those things Elsa May had built up in her own mind. When Elsa May looked up at the ceiling searching for words, Ettie grew impatient. "You mentioned Brunhilde had pursed lips." Kelly frowned and held up his hand. "Don't help her, Mrs. Smith." "I'm not. She said it before, and I'm just reminding her of her own words." "That's right, Brunhilde did something with her lips and pulled them tight. It seemed to me as though someone had said I'd said something about her, which I hadn't. I wouldn't." "So no one told you she was upset about you or about anything at all?" "No, not at all. I never said so." Ettie added, "It was the way she looked at Elsa May. Nothing was said." "Yes, Mrs. Smith, I got that." His eyebrows knit together, and he stared back at Elsa May for a while before he spoke. "I've already asked you this, but I need to ask it again. Think hard. Did Brunhilde have any enemies?" "Not that we know of, but she did have a husband once." Ettie gave a little giggle, while Kelly frowned. "You said that as though it's one and the same thing, an enemy and a husband. You knew the husband?" "We did. He's Douglas Campbell. When he left her, she reverted to her maiden name. He wasn't Amish before he met her. He joined, and it seemed they were only married for 5 minutes, and then he left." "Good work for remembering his name, Elsa May." Ettie patted her shoulder.
Brunhilde had one enemy, and that's for sure. Kelly's head swiveled toward Ettie.
Who?
The person who killed her. Detective Kelly held his head.
Thanks for stating the obvious, Mrs. Smith. I don't suppose you know who did it?
No,
Was Brunhilde a valid and up-to-date member of your community, meaning she went to all your events and meetings? That's right, said Elsa May. She did. I need you to find out as much as you can about her. I'm surprised you know so little about the woman. Specifically, find out what was going on in her life in the last few weeks and months. Did she have anyone who was upset with her, and if so, find out why.
do you know anything about how she died yet? I saw the long knife, but do you know any more?
I had a brief moment to talk with the coroner while he was doing his initial summing up. The time of death was, well, I told you that already. I won't know anything else until I get the full report back, hopefully later today or tomorrow. So if you ladies will excuse me, I have a few calls to make. We're free to go? Elsa May asked. Yes, I've informed her next of kin already, as I said. Unless you have anything else I need to know, you can be on your way. He looked back and forth between them until each woman shook her head. I'll walk you both out. Can I have someone drive you home?
No, thank you. We have some things to do in town while we're here.
Very well, you will, I assume, ask around and do your usual poking. Poking? Elsa May asked. Probing. Talking to your Amish folk and asking questions and then telling me what you know. Elsa May shook her head. I don't think so. We just want a quiet life. Although I wouldn't mind finding out.
We'll do it,
Said Ettie. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. I knew I could rely on you. He smiled at Elsa May. Both of you. Before Elsa May could object, Detective Kelly had left the room. As Ettie and Elsa May walked down the stairs of the police station, Ettie hung onto the railing. All that talk of candy has made me hungry. Who will open the candy shop tomorrow? We should have called one of the weekend workers.
Don't be silly, Elsa May. It's a crime scene, and it'll be up to her sister now, I dare say. I would be surprised if anybody went back to the candy store after word gets around about the murder. Any of the customers, that is. I wouldn't. I'd buy my candy elsewhere.
That's a shame. I didn't want to be involved in this thing, Ettie. You as good as volunteered me, and I don't appreciate it.
You don't have to be involved.
Too late for that.
I'm sorry.
Elsa May sighed. Too late for that, too. Did she have any enemies, Ettie? Ones that you didn't want to tell Kelly about?
None at all that I know of. We'll have to find that out.
Yeah, we will. And to do that, we need to think. And to think, we need to eat. Elsa May's foot moved from the last step to the pavement.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Ettie asked.
I am, if you're thinking that we need cake and coffee, Elsa May chuckled.
That's why I refused the takeout coffee just now. I was hoping you'd agree to go to our favorite place.
Me too. Arm in arm, they walked up the road to their favorite cake shop that just happened to be close to the police station. Chapter 6. Ettie pushed the door of the cake shop open with Elsa May at her heels. They walked inside and admired the array in the glass display cabinet. Each item was a work of art in its own right.
I could look at them all day.
Ettie admired the thick, creamy frosting atop the apricot and brandy-flavored cake. Elsa May stood right beside her. Would you look at that lemon meringue pie? Have you ever seen meringue as high as that? Nay, I haven't. What do you feel like trying today? Nothing too rich. I feel like we've only just had breakfast. We did have that dreadful sandwich. I was trying my best to forget about that. Elsa May shuddered at the memory. After they placed their orders, they headed to the table. They'd ordered a pot of hot tea between them, rather than coffee, and Elsa May had ordered a piece of that lemon meringue pie, while Ettie had opted for an orange poppy seed cake with thick frosting. Once they were seated, Ettie yawned, stretching her arms over her head. My brain is spinning. Where in the world will we start with all this? I say we start at Brunhilde's house. Nay, I'm sure the place will be crawling with police and the evidence team collecting evidence. You're probably right, but it would be good to look there. You tell me where we start then. Elsa May shrugged her shoulders. I would like to look through her house when we can do it safely, in a few days. We know she never had any kinner, right? Nay, Douglas left her. You know that. Only months after they were wed. Everyone was shocked at the time. I remember that well. He joined the community, married her, and then he was gone. If my memory serves me correctly, Griselda was Brunhilde's younger Schwester. That's correct, she was younger, but I'm not sure they were that friendly with one another. Why do you say that? I never saw them talking with each other, not even before or after the meetings, now that I come to think of it. Why do you think that would be? And wouldn't you think they might have even sat together? With neither one having daughters or granddaughters to sit with? I don't know, but we can always find out. Here you are, ladies. The waitress brought over their sweets and placed the teapot down between them. Thank you, this looks delicious. The waitress smiled at them and then left them alone. It seems to me she was stabbed by a man. And what a weird weapon. It was more of a sword. As soon as I saw it, I thought it was a sword. That's what I said to myself. Wouldn't you say she was stabbed by a sword? Or what? I don't know the word for it, but yeah, it was more like a sword. You're right. So rather than stabbing, one might say she was pierced. Elsa May cut off a bite of her pie and looked up at Ettie. Stabbing is such a dreadful business. I think women are more likely to poison their victim or push them over a cliff. That way they won't get their hands dirty. It must have been a man. Good point. That narrows it down, I'm sure. Ettie paused and looked up at her sister, just about to say something further, when Elsa May spoke again. I can't wait to talk to Griselda. Perhaps we shouldn't do that today, on the very day of her sister's death. You're right, but I do think we should make a slight detour on the way home. What are you suggesting? Ettie asked. We just drive by and see what's going on at her house. We can see who's there. I can tell you now the whole community would be there consoling her. Nay, the whole community wouldn't have found out yet. Everyone will find out at the next meeting, I suppose, Ettie said. I feel so sorry for Brunhilde. Did she see her attacker coming? She was stabbed in the back, Elsa May. That's true, but everything behind the counter was topsy-turvy. There might have been a struggle. Yeah, you're right about that. Maybe it was the scuffle before she was killed. That does seem likely. Ettie popped a piece of her orange poppy seed cake into her mouth. This is delicious, as always. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to see what the detective has found out before we do anything. What do you say, Ettie? Yeah, but would he tell us anything important? It's always the same thing with him. If he wants us to find out things from the people we know, he does have to give us some information, even just a little bit. I agree, but we can't worry about that. Who would know more about her? What about her candy shop workers? Young Ruthie Miller works every Saturday. I know that because I was talking with her mother, Salome, about her. Eddie's eyebrows shot up. How do you know that? Elsa May put her dessert fork down and pulled on her earlobes. I keep these open, unlike you. I just told you how I found out. Salome told me. She pointed to her mouth. Less of this and more of this. Once again, she pulled on her ears. Ettie stared at her sister's ears. No wonder they were so large if she kept pulling on them like that. I do listen to what people say. Not lately. While they talk, you're just thinking about what you'll say next. Hmm, maybe you're right. I'll try to do better. So, what is our plan? We drive past Griselda's place and continue on to Salome's? Ruthie still lives with her mother. Ettie sighed. I just don't understand it. Brunhilde was just a woman who minded her own business. That's where you're wrong, Ettie. She didn't mind her own business. She seemed like that, but she wasn't, not really. Everyone, including you, thought she was sweet as cinnamon pie, but I've always found her to be a troublemaker. Sweet on the outside, and in the middle she was as sour as a lemon. I've never said this before because I didn't want it to get spread around. I've got things I can tell you. Ettie closed her eyes for a moment, thinking about cinnamon pie. She hadn't had one for a while. Isn't it spicy? The things I have to tell you aren't spicy, but they are interesting. I'm talking about the pie, Elsa May. Cinnamon pie is spicy, not sweet. Get your mind off food, Ettie. You think about it all the time. It wonders me you're not twice the size. Ettie chuckled. It's only because I don't like to sit still. I need to do that a little more. Now get your thinking cap back on the job. It was you who talked me into doing this, so concentrate. I will if you'll stop talking about pies. Now tell me all you know. What have you been keeping from me? Well, Brunhilde said something horrible to me once about someone, and then asked me if I agreed. I said, I must have said yes or nodded my head like this. Elsa May showed Ettie how she could have moved her head in agreement. And? Ettie asked. Then she went around telling everybody that I was the one who said it. And I didn't. She did. She was the one to raise the subject, and I just simply didn't want to upset her by disagreeing. She took a sip of tea. What did she tell you? Elsa May waved her hand in the air. I don't remember exactly. I just remember how unfair the whole thing was. Everybody thought I was mean and gossiping when all I was doing was agreeing with Brunhilde. Do you see how that would upset me? How long ago was this? I'm not sure. It was many years ago. Anyway, I don't really want to talk about it. It's too upsetting. Ettie knew Elsa May was more than a little distraught by what had happened. She'd never known her sister to speak mean words about anyone behind their back. Ettie also knew Elsa May remembered more than she was saying. Now was not the right time to try to get the whole truth. Chapter 7. After their day spent learning about the Amish and all the excitement at the candy shop, Rita drove Nancy home. Do you want to come in? Nancy asked when she stepped out of the car. No, I'll go home. It's been a long and tiring day. You must go down to the police station tomorrow. Find out about this murder. The detective said he'd call. Rita shook her head. You can't wait for that. He'll get busy and consumed with the case. You need to be involved from the get-go. Do you think so? I know it. Nancy thought for a while. She didn't want to upset Rita. Okay, I will. Yes, I do think I should see if there's a novel in there somewhere. Finally, you're sounding like the old Nancy. No, I'm the new Nancy. The old Nancy has left the building. Even better. Nancy giggled. I hope so. Bye, Rita. Bye. Call me tomorrow and tell me what's happening. It was so fortunate that the detective is a rabid fan of yours. He'll be happy to talk with you. You promised me you won't change your mind. You will go there? I will. Bye, Rita. Nancy closed the car door and headed to her house. It was a relief Rita wasn't coming inside. All Nancy wanted to do was have a long hot bath, get into her pajamas, and relax after such an exhausting day. The next morning, Nancy was nervous when she walked up the steps to the police station. Maybe Detective Kelly hadn't been serious about wanting to talk things over with her. The whole night had gone by without her having a single wink of sleep when she heard on the news that the Amish woman had been killed with a sword. Her mind had been on what had happened to the poor lady. The whole case was intriguing: the sword, the candy shop, and the innocent Amish woman. When she walked through the doors of the police station, she was face to face with the officer at the reception desk. To the left of her was a couple filling out forms. Her nerves hiked up, and when a wave of nausea welled up, she felt like she was going to collapse. She was about to turn and leave when the officer behind the desk smiled at her. "How can I help you, ma'am?" She stepped forward and hung on to the edge of the desk for balance. "I'm looking for Detective Kelly." Detective Kelly, he muttered before he tapped on his computer keyboard while looking at the screen. "Yes, he's in. You wanted to speak with him?" "That's right." "Who may I say is asking for him?" "It's Nancy Dillard." He stopped for a moment and looked at her more closely. Then, without saying anything further, he put a call through to Kelly. Had he recognized her or her name? Or had she imagined the whole thing? When he replaced the receiver, he looked up at her and smiled once again. "Please take a seat and he'll be out in a moment, just over there in the waiting area." He pointed over to the side, still giving her a big smile. "Thank you." She moved to the right and sat down on one of the hard wooden seats. After sitting for a couple of minutes, she started having doubts about being there. But Kelly had said he would see her, so that was a good thing. If only Rita hadn't started on about the Amish. Then she wouldn't have gone on that tour, and she wouldn't have been at that murder scene. All her fears left when she saw Detective Kelly heading her way with a huge smile plastered all over his face. "Nancy Dillard, I don't believe it." She stood up. "It's me. Come this way, where we can talk in private." He showed her into his office and then closed the door behind them. "Can I get you anything? Tea, coffee, a sandwich maybe? Cake?" She giggled. "I'm fine, thanks. I've just eaten." "What can I do for you?" This was the hard part. She shifted in the chair. Why didn't he know why she was there after their conversation the previous day? "When I saw you yesterday, you mentioned this crime with the Amish woman who was murdered, and I just got to thinking about it." "Are you interested?" "Because I don't want to overstep my boundaries. I didn't want to intrude on you in any way. That's why I haven't called you yet. Maybe I would have called you, and maybe I wouldn't. I'm so pleased you came here today." He interlaced his fingers on the desk in front of him. "So you are interested in this case. That's great." "Yes, and since my husband died a few months ago, I haven't been interested in very much of anything." "I'm sorry to hear about that. I really had no idea." "Thank you. He's in a better place." "Most definitely." "I heard last night that the victim was killed with a sword. Isn't that unusual? I mean, how many people are killed with swords?" "It most certainly is odd. I've never heard of that happening around these parts." She was waiting for him to tell her more, and when he didn't, she said, "Is it breaking protocol if you share some things about the case with me?" "Yes, I'll have to swear you in as a deputy. Raise your right hand." She raised her right hand, and then laughter rang out from the detective. "I'm so sorry," he said. "That's my sense of humor. I don't think we have to go that far. I think I can trust you." She forced a smile, more than slightly worried that the detective was a weird character. "Can I ask who found the body?" "Ah!" Kelly rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "Two doddering elderly Amish ladies. Ettie Smith and her sister, Elsa Mae Lutz. Wherever they are, they find trouble. Then, of course, I end up slap bang right in the middle of their trouble." "Do you think they were involved in any way other than finding the body?" He shook his head. "Definitely not. They have stumbled over bodies before, that's something I can tell you, and every time I have to give them little jobs to do to keep them out of my hair." He touched his balding head. "As you see, it's thinning, and I blame them. I'm sure they're the direct cause. Soon I won't have to worry about them being in my hair." He laughed again. This time she managed a smile just to be polite. "What jobs do you get them to do for you?" "I get them to ask around their Amish community. It works out well. I can't question most of their Amish folk. Half of them won't even answer the door when I knock on it, and the other half smile and they're polite, but they won't tell me anything. Their communities are very closed off and secretive." "I don't know very much about the Amish, but I'm learning." "They don't do well with outsiders. Although I do think that over the last few years they are integrating a tiny bit more. It's the way of the world. They're being forced off their farms because the land has become too expensive. There are many more variables too, but I won't go into all that." "I'd love to talk with them. Do you think—" "I'll ask them and see if they'd be willing." "Thank you." She tried to steady her breathing when the nerves started to take over. Everything was daunting to her since Max died. It had taken all the courage she could muster to have this talk with Detective Kelly. "I know it's only the day after, but do you have any suspects so far?" Kelly looked down at the desk in front of him and brushed away a few crumbs, presumably from his lunch. "You're right, it's in the very early stages." "I know, but I wanted to get in early to see if I could be of any help. You did mention something of the kind yesterday." Kelly leaned forward. "Nancy, I would love for you to be involved. I highly respect your work, and I think I could learn a lot from you. In fact, I'm sure I already have." He made her feel good inside, like she hadn't felt in a long time. "Thank you." "I told my wife I met you, and she slapped my arm when she found out I didn't get your autograph." He opened one of his drawers and pulled out one of her books. Then he took a pen out of his pocket. "Would you mind?" He clicked the end of his pen and then pushed both the book and his pen toward her. She stared at the book with mixed feelings. Dare she say no? Then Kelly said, "After you sign it, I have some interesting things about the case that I'm dying to share with you." Nancy wasn't sure she liked his choice of words. Chapter 8. "I'd be happy to sign the book." Nancy took hold of the pen and then pulled the book toward herself. It was just like the old days at one of her book signings. "What's your wife's name?" "She'll love this. It's Cynthia." She wrote a few words on the page and signed it, and then pushed the book back across the desk to him. "Thank you." He stared at what she'd written. "Marvelous." Then he put it back in his drawer. "I know why you're interested in the case. It's an unusual one since the victim was harmless. An old Amish lady by herself in her shop. It had to have been premeditated. I'm sure the victim didn't have a sword lying around in her candy store, and neither does someone carry a sword around in their back pocket. I've gotten in touch with a profiler, and he'll be doing a full report for me." Profiling work had always fascinated her. I'd be interested to hear his thoughts. "As will I. I think the whole crime has a theatrical nuance about it. Someone was trying to send some type of message." "It certainly seems like it." As far as the normal procedure is concerned, I still haven't got the coroner's report back yet. Well, you'll need that, won't you, before you know how to proceed? He chuckled. I certainly will. I'm sorry that was a silly thing to say. I have studied cases before, but I've never been up close like this. I've interviewed detectives and profilers about cold cases, but never have I been involved in a case that is ongoing. Never apologize to me, it's not necessary. If you're interested, how about you stop by tomorrow afternoon for an update? I should know a lot more by then. The profiler will be here tonight, and I'm going over everything with him. I would love that. I shouldn't take up any more of your time. It's an honor, he said as he stood up. She reached out her hand to shake, and he shook it. Goodbye, Detective Kelly. Goodbye, until tomorrow. She gave a little laugh, turned, and walked out the door. I'll walk you out, he called after her. No, it's fine. I know how busy you are. I know my way out. Thank you for signing my wife's book. You're most welcome. Once she was out of the police station, she felt more like her old self. It was empowering to face and overcome her fears, and she had been fearful about approaching the detective today. It had turned out far better than she'd expected. That night, Nancy sat with a toasted cheese sandwich and a cup of coffee beside her computer, opened a new document, and wrote everything she knew about the case so far. All her favorite TV programs involved profilers, and now she was going to hear what a real-life one said about a real-life case. She was involved with a murder investigation. Nancy was still undecided as to whether it would be a true crime novel or a fiction-based one that was structured on the general outline of the case. That decision didn't have to be made right now. She took a big bite out of her toasted sandwich. Even food was back to tasting how it should instead of tasting like cardboard. When she heard a knock on the door, she knew it had to be Rita. She got up and opened the door, excited to tell her about the day's events. Is it Wednesday again? Nancy joked. Don't be silly, you know it's not. Am I only allowed to come over on a Wednesday? Nancy gave a little chuckle. You can come whenever you like. Look at you. Are those clothes new? Rita looked down at her silky mid-blue blouse and matching skirt that ended just above the knee. No, just something I haven't worn before. I found it in the back of my closet when I was cleaning it out this morning. It still had the original tags on it. To tell you the truth, I forgot I'd bought it. I'll have to go shopping for clothes soon. That's something I haven't done in years. Everything I have is so old. Old is good. It's called vintage, Rita said. Eek, I don't think my clothes are that old. No matter. I'll go shopping with you any time you like. Nancy smiled at her friend, knowing herself better than that. She'd probably order something online rather than shop at a physical store. I'd like that. Good, and then we can have lunch afterward. Rita walked further into the room and saw the computer had been on. You writing? Let's just say I've been compiling information. Writing is too much of a stretch. I'm not making any promises about anything, but I am intrigued by the case. The detective seems happy to have me involved, so I thought, why not see where it takes me? Good, you went there today, like I said? I did, and I'm so pleased. He's getting a profiler involved, and he's telling me what he's learned when I go back tomorrow. A profiler? Well, that's excellent. So you've got the detective in your back pocket. Good work. I don't know about that, but he was pleased when I autographed a book for his wife. I'm hoping something comes of this. It could be good. Me too. Did you come here to check up on me? Rita laughed. No, but I've been worried about you sitting at home moping. Besides, when you're writing, it gives both of us an income. Keep the detective happy and he'll keep you included. He's going to call me tomorrow when he gets the coroner's report. And he's seeing the profiler tonight. He said I should come back in and we can talk about both. Good. I'm so proud of you for going to see him. I know it can't have been easy.
I was a little scared, but I forced myself to do it. Good for you. Unfortunately, all I know so far is that two elderly Amish women found the body. Also, the victim was killed with a sword. So, nothing that you didn't already learn from the papers? That's right. That's all so far. But hopefully more tomorrow. Nancy smiled. Rita clapped her hands. You even look better. I feel it. This will give me something to think about. So I'm happy in one way, but I'm upset that a woman has died. Yes, but it wasn't your fault. I know, I can't help thinking about the irony. This is getting me back on my feet in regards to potentially writing again, but it's come at someone else's expense. You can't look at it like that. Maybe you will help the detective bring the killer to justice. I don't know if I'll be of any help. The detective said he thought you would be. I heard him say so, and when the killer's caught, it might save somebody else from being killed. Slowly, Nancy nodded. You think this person is a serial killer? I didn't think of that. Who knows? This could be the first of many. You do have a way of talking me into things, Rita, and making me see things in a different light. You're so persuasive. You should have been a lawyer. Rita smiled. That's what my father always used to say, bless his soul. It's interesting what Kelly said, and I've been thinking about it since I left. What did he say? About the two elderly ladies who found the body? Yes, you said that. Oh, did I? Nancy bit her lip while what the detective said replayed in her mind. He told me this isn't the first time it's happened to them. They've found bodies before. That is odd. I know, I can't stop thinking about them. Maybe you should talk to them, see what you can find out. That's what I was hoping to do. I'll mention it to the detective tomorrow. Hopefully, he can set up a meeting. Good. That's what I like to hear. Now, how about a cup of coffee? Chapter 9. The next day, Ettie and Elsa May were in a taxi driving to Griselda's house. Just as the taxi was slowing to turn up the driveway, they saw Kelly's white car parked in front of the house. Immediately, Elsa May elbowed Ettie in the ribs. Ettie leaned forward from the back seat and said to the driver, "Just keep going." He hit the brakes and turned around to Ettie. "We're not going here now?" "No, and don't turn into the drive either," Elsa May added. Ettie said, "We'll go back in the direction of the town. Why don't we go talk to Salome Miller and see if Ruthie is home?" "You've got to give him proper directions, Ettie," Elsa May grunted. "Keep going now and do a U-turn up further." "You're the bosses," the driver said. "Back into town we go." "We're crisscrossing the countryside," Elsa May said, mimicking the driver's jovial tone. "I don't mind," he said. "Makes no difference to me." "That's because you're making money out of us." He chuckled. "You need to be organized. You send me out here and then you don't want to be out here." "Some things in life can't be controlled," said Ettie. "Yeah, like the woman who was killed in her own store. She was Amish. Did you know her?" the driver asked. "No," Elsa May said at the same time that Ettie said, "Yes." "Well, not very well," Elsa May added. "The world's changing and not for the better if someone can't go to work without fear of being killed. They just killed her." "That's what we heard, too." "They were probably on drugs." "Could be," said Ettie, looking out the window. She much preferred the drivers who didn't talk so much. "The news report said she was killed with a sword." "Is that right?" asked Elsa May. "Yes, the other day I drove someone somewhere and he had a long thing covered in cardboard. Could have been a sword." "Where did you drive him to?" Ettie asked, suddenly becoming more interested. "To a boarding house across town. The Frog and Whistle, I think it was." "Was that the name of it?" Elsa May asked.
Yeah, funny name, but I hear the food's good.
Can you remember exactly what day that was? Ettie asked, trying to memorize the taxi driver's name and car number displayed on the badge near the meter.
Can't remember, might have been the day before yesterday.
What did he look like?
Average.
When they got out at the Miller's home, Ettie paid the driver. When he drove away, Ettie said to Elsa May, "We have to find out how close that place is to the candy store."
Oh, Eddie, it's a far stretch that the man he picked up might have been the killer. It could have been anyone with anything under the cardboard.
Like what?
A musical instrument, a piece of art, a sculpture going into an exhibition, a golf club, or anything. I could name 101 things.
You're right. It could have been anything. I am still going to see about it, though.
Elsa May sighed. Somehow I knew that. They walked toward Salome Miller's house, and before they got to the porch, she opened the door. "Have you heard about Brunhilde?" Salome asked. They both nodded. "Ruthie is upstairs in her bedroom. She's so upset she's beside herself. Come on in." After they walked into the house, she led them through to the kitchen. When they were seated, Elsa May wasted no time in asking questions. "How did you hear about what happened to Brunhilde?" "I heard it from Vera, who was at Griselda's place when the police came to tell her. Vera came straight here. I had to console Vera as well as Ruthie. They were both shattered. It's hard for Griselda now because she's the last one left in her family apart from her son, Tommy. He was there too when the police came."
Tommy? I thought, didn't he leave us?
"He's just come back, and what good timing it was for Griselda, yeah?"
Ettie nodded. Very good timing. What has he been doing for the last few years?
"I didn't ask. Ruthie hasn't left her room since Vera gave us the bad news. She was close with Brunhilde. Ruthie worked with Brunhilde most afternoons and opened the store by herself every Saturday."
Ettie tapped her chin. I wonder what will happen with the store now.
"I guess it'll have to close down. Unless Griselda wants to take it over, but she's never shown any interest in it. Do you know when the funeral will be?"
Ettie shook her head. Haven't heard a word about it.
"Me either," said Elsa May.
Would you like some cafe?
"Nay, Dinka," said Elsa May. "We just stopped by to see how you were both handling the sad news."
It was such a shock. I still can't believe that it's real. Who would kill her? Who would do such a thing?
"We don't know," said Elsa May.
Ettie had really wanted to talk with Ruthie, but from the way Salome was talking, she knew it wasn't going to happen today. Was there anyone that might be upset with Brunhilde? We heard a rumor that she'd stepped on a few toes here and there.
"No one I know of except—"
Ettie listened carefully. Yeah?
"That dreadful man that she made the mistake of marrying came to the store regularly. Ruthie saw him. He and Brunhilde would go into the back room and talk. Ruthie said she'd hear raised voices. Then he'd leave out the back door. Ruthie said his visits would always leave Brunhilde so upset that she'd be trembling." "Interesting. I wonder what his visits were about. Maybe he wanted to come back to the community and start over?"
"Nay, Elsa May." Salome leaned forward. "Ruthie thinks it was something to do with money. The pile of cash in the back cupboard was changed when he visited. Sometimes it was much lower and other times it was higher. It was Ruthie's job to put the daily takings in the cupboard so she'd know." Pile of cash in the back cupboard? Ettie made a mental note of that, and so had Elsa May. Ettie could tell by the piercing look in her blue eyes. Dan had told them that, and it seemed he was right. Douglas was taking money from her? Ettie asked.
We can't say that for certain. There could be other reasons. Maybe she borrowed money from him and she was repaying her debt.
Could she possibly have borrowed money from him to open the store?
Anything's possible, I suppose. She never told me anything about where she got the money, and I never asked, Salome said. I never ask people personal things like that, even her. I always think if they want to talk about it, that's fine, but I'll never start the conversation. Quite right, Elsa May agreed. Ettie wondered briefly if Salome remembered about the falling out Brunhilde and Elsa May had had some time ago. After that, Ettie went back to thinking about the bigger question. Where had Brunhilde gotten the money from to open her store?
We should go. I do hope Ruthie will feel better soon. Give her our love.
I will. It might take some time to heal. Do you have to leave already? I'm afraid so, said Elsa May, pushing herself to her feet. We have so much to do. The taxi let them out at the back of the police station. Ettie had decided the detective needed to know about Douglas. Can't we let him figure it out, Ettie?
Let who figure what out?
As they walked around the side of the building, Elsa May said, Let Detective Kelly find out for himself about Brunhilde's husband. Then they came face to face with Douglas Campbell himself, nearly bumping into him. This was the very man they'd been talking about. Ettie hoped he hadn't heard them. She thought he most likely had because Elsa May's voice was so loud. Douglas Campbell, Elsa May said. Yes, I recognize both of you, but I'm sorry I don't remember your names. Elsa May Lutz and Ettie Smith. Ah, yes, of course.
We were very sorry to hear about your wife.
And I understand that it was you two who found her.
That's right.
It was. We stopped there early in the morning, and then the shop wasn't open, so we went around the back and found her. We feel for you. It must be very upsetting for you. No, I'm free of her and free of being labeled a bigamist. Ettie and Elsa May looked at one another in puzzlement. That's right. She wouldn't sign divorce papers, and I had no other option. Tiffany wouldn't wait forever. Seems I wasn't the only one upset with Brunhilde. Someone killed her, and it wasn't me.
Do you have any idea who that might have been?
I'll tell you the same thing I told the police. No. She deserved to die, but I didn't kill her. And neither do I know who did it. I think the cops think it was me.
Why did the police think you did it, might I ask?
I don't know, but luckily I had an alibi for the time of death. I was at home with my wife and children. I would have thought they would have checked that before they hauled me in to question me, but they didn't. It was nice to see you again, Mrs. Lutz and Mrs. Smith. Now I have to get home to my wife. I'll probably escape any charges of bigamy now that she's dead. I don't know how these things work. Let's see what they say about that in court. He gave a chuckle. Good day. Goodbye, Douglas, Elsa May said as he walked past them.
Goodbye,
Echoed Ettie.
have a nice day.
As they continued walking, Elsa May said, Why did you tell him to have a nice day?
No particular reason.
How is he going to have a nice day when he's facing court?
I don't know, but I don't think he should let it ruin his day, do you?
Elsa May gave a little chuckle. Anyway, looks like we can rule him out.
Not exactly. He could have always hired someone to do the deed.
I didn't think of that.
It's true.
Oh, Ettie, you're always suspicious of everybody. The police have let him go, and you still think he could have done it.
I'm not exactly suspicious of everybody.
I wonder what his wife's like.
Yeah, I wonder if she's anything like Brunhilde.
She's probably the opposite of Brunhilde, because if he was happy with Brunhilde, he would have just stayed with her.
Then the woman would have to be the exact opposite of her. That's what I thought.
Oh, we should have asked more questions. From what he said, it sounded like he's been arrested or charged for bigamy. Ettie walked quickly after him. Douglas, wait! Douglas stopped, turned around, and waited for Ettie to catch up with him. It's been said that Brunhilde constantly paid you money.
Me?
That's what I heard.
For what?
I'm not sure. There are witnesses.
That's ludicrous.
Ettie didn't know what to say. He continued.
I wanted to help her. I didn't hate her. I wasn't happy with her decision, but we hadn't cut ties.
Did she borrow money from you to start the business?
It's a complicated question, and I'm sorry, but I don't have the time. Goodbye.
They watched him walk up the street a little further and get into a shiny black late model car. A woman with lots of red hair was in the driver's seat, and she greeted him with a kiss. Then they drove away with him in the passenger seat. What a strange man, Ettie said. That must be Tiffany, his wife, driving. Elsa May squinted.
I can't see who's driving.
No matter.
Chapter 10.
When Ettie and Elsa May got back inside the police station, they were shown into Detective Kelly's office, where they found him studying a report. He was already back from Griselda's place, so what had he found out? Sit down, he said. He didn't get up, and Ettie saw from his face that he was worried. What's that you've got there?
The coroner's report. I've just started going through it.
Elsa May sat down.
We intend visiting Griselda Lapp today.
After this, Ettie sat beside her sister. You told us yesterday you spoke with her. He looked up from the papers he was studying.
Yes, well, I went back there again today. I'm pretty certain I informed you I was going back to ask her some questions. She wasn't forthcoming with any information, neither today nor yesterday. See what you can find out about Griselda and Brunhilde's relationship. I get a hunch they weren't close.
You found out nothing at all? Ettie asked, convinced he might be holding something back.
Nothing. He looked down at the notes in front of him. Nothing from Griselda. But according to this, a double-edged sword was the murder weapon. Not an ordinary sword. It was a copy of an old Scottish sword commonly known as the claymore.
Did you say it was a double-edged sword? Elsa May asked Kelly.
That's correct. According to the expert I talked with this morning from the museum, it's more correctly called clade hemor. I probably haven't pronounced it correctly. It's a mouthful. The expert I spoke to was quite excited until I sent images, and then I was told it was a copy. Still, it's an unusual murder weapon. The first time I've come across someone being killed by a replica claymore sword.
Ettie looked at Elsa May, who had her eyes bulged open.
Did you hear that, Ettie?
I heard him.
For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart.
A two-edged sword, not a double-edged, said Ettie.
It means the same. What point are you trying to make, Mrs. Lutz? I'm not meaning to sound rude, but is there one? Yes, there is. I keep saying she wasn't as sweet as she made out, and the double-edged sword discerns the thoughts and intents of the heart.
Ettie pulled her mouth to one side. The scripture says the word of God does that. It's his word that is the sword.
Let me get this straight, Mrs. Lutz. You think God killed her?
Elsa May huffed. Just forget it. Detective Kelly crossed one leg over the other.
I'm not dismissing what you say. I'm just trying to understand it. Okay,
Elsa May leaned over the desk. Maybe someone close to her had grown tired of her being two-faced, and since they were killing her, they wanted to do it while also sending a message. Who was the message to? Ettie asked. To other two-faced people all over the countryside? Slowly, Kelly nodded. I think I see what you're getting at, Mrs. Lutz. Like leaving a signature. Many killers do that. I've already got my men working on cross-referencing this murder to see if there have been others using a similar modus operandi. Good. Ettie smiled, not entirely sure what he had just said, but thinking she'd caught the gist of it. I've got someone else working on finding out where one would get a sword such as the murder weapon. If you come up with nothing in her personal life, start delving into the Amish side of her business life. We know nothing about business, Elsa May said. We don't want to get too deep into all this. It's okay, we can do it, Ettie told her. How about this? Just see what you can dig up in her personal life and get back to me, okay? Elsa May looked at Ettie, who nodded. Okay, then, Elsa May begrudgingly agreed. Anything else interesting in the report? He put the paperwork down on his desk. I've got some information back from the evidence collection team. There was a lot of cake around the place, and the odd strawberry. Ettie opened her mouth, remembering the chocolate mud cake that she'd dropped. It had been decorated with strawberries and cream rosettes. Such a pretty cake to land upside down on the floor. I'm sorry I dropped it in fright when I saw poor Brunhilde on the floor. She couldn't help it, Elsa May told him. Between all the cake, you two stomping about, and the cell phone you stole, you totally contaminated the crime scene. Before they could say anything, the phone rang. Ettie sat there feeling awful. He knew very well that they didn't steal any phone, and she had no desire to correct him. What if they never found the killer because of her and that stupid cake? It was all Elsa May's fault. She was the one who suggested that they shouldn't arrive empty-handed. It was your fault about the cake, Ettie whispered out of the side of her mouth. How was I to know you'd drop it all over the floor? I said to give it to me, but oh no, you had to be the one to carry it and make Brunhilde think it was your idea to bring it. Ettie opened her mouth wide in shock. I never gave such a thing a single thought. Elsa May held her head high with her nose in the air and said nothing further, which made Ettie even more upset. Kelly ended his call and looked from one to the other. I'm sorry, ladies, we'll continue this another time. Oh, one more thing. I have a lady interested in talking to you. Your wife, Cynthia? Elsa May asked. Yes, we still haven't met her. No, Ryder. Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. I can't stop now. Ettie and Elsa May were left to make their way out of the building. As they walked down the front steps, Ettie tried to see things from Brunhilde's point of view. After all, Elsa May had a side of her that wasn't very nice sometimes, as she'd just witnessed. No one was perfect. Perhaps both women were having a bad day when they clashed opinions about something or other. It seems a little bit mean to say Brunhilde was two-faced. I mean, you didn't even know her that well. Elsa May's blue eyes grew wide. People told me things that she said about me. I've been quiet about it up until now. But the woman's dead. Does that excuse what she's done? Elsa May stepped off the last step onto the sidewalk, followed by Ettie. A little, I think, yeah. God will be her judge now. Besides, all you've got is what people have told you. How do you know they haven't exaggerated the whole thing? You need to get information straight from the source. I know by the way she was looking at me. I'm not a fool, Ettie. I felt real hatred towards me. What if more people die? Kelly seemed to think the sword might be some sort of signature, a personal stamp. What if.
Nay, you've got it all wrong, Elsa May. He didn't mean it like that.
Are you sure? What if the murderer starts killing everyone in our community with double edged swords? He might be an Amish people serial killer. We'll have to start locking our doors. Will Snowy be okay? We'll have to hurry home and see if he's all right. The murderer.
Ettie noticed Elsa May's chest going up and down as her breathing quickened. It was a worrying sight. Calm down. We decided to go to Griselda's house, so that's what we'll do. Dogs don't get murdered like people do. He'll be fine. You've just got to relax and not get yourself worked up. Remember your blood pressure.
Yeah, Ettie, I'm sure he'll be okay. If someone entered the house to kill us, Snowy would probably sleep through the whole thing.
That's right.
He only wakes up for visitors if it's Detective Kelly.
Let's call for a taxi, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Hmm. I better not make a habit of that.
Elsa May blinked rapidly. What's that?
Being right.
Oh, Ettie, you're so childish sometimes. Let's go visit Griselda. Half an hour later, a taxi took them to Griselda's house. Sure that they'd be there for at least half an hour, Ettie let the taxi go rather than have the driver wait for them. When the taxi was at the end of the driveway, Ettie had second thoughts. There were no signs of life anywhere, and not one visitor was there to pay their respects. She hurried over to Elsa May, who was at the front door already. Elsa May put a hand on the doorknob of Griselda's house and made to turn it. "Stop!" Ettie yelled. Chapter 11. Elsa May twisted her body to stare at Ettie with her hands still on Griselda's front doorknob. "What is it, Ettie? You frightened the life out of me nearly."
You can't just go into somebody's place without knocking.
"Oh, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking."
We don't know her that well," Ettie hissed. Ettie couldn't believe her sister. It was one thing after another. She moved in front of Elsa May and knocked loudly on the door, and then they waited.
No answer. Good, she's not home. Wait, how are we going to call a taxi back? We should have had the driver wait for us. Oh, Ettie, why did you allow him to go?
My mistake. I thought of it when it was too late. We just have to walk down the road to the public phone near that little store.
Elsa May made a face. That's a long distance.
Do you think she has a phone in her barn?
We could check. Elsa May walked over to the window, leaned down, and stared into the narrow living room window. What if she's asleep?
Not at this time of day she wouldn't be.
While Ettie stared in some windows, a small black and white cat came around the corner and started walking back and forth, rubbing its sides against Elsa May's legs. Elsa May leaned down and stroked the cat, and in her best kitty voice said, "Where is Griselda, cutie?"
She must have set off early somewhere, Ettie said.
"I'm talking to the cat," Elsa May hissed. Ettie looked over at both the cat and Elsa May.
"Oh, sorry to interrupt."
Elsa May sat down on the top step of the porch and continued to pat the cat. "I'd like to have a cat again some day."
"Nay, it'd be too much for us. We already have Snowy, and he's a lot of work sometimes."
"How would you know I do everything for him?" Ettie held her tongue. It seemed Elsa May had a short and selective memory. Leaning against the porch railing, Ettie stared at her sister patting the cat as it rubbed itself up and down against her. He likes you. Or is it she?
I think it's a she. I know she likes me. I think we need one.
I think we don't. They're too much trouble, as I already said. They could get run over, run away, get sick, or any number of things.
Not if we look after it properly.
I mean, look at this one out here without anyone watching over it. Anyone could steal her. You could take her home with you right now.
I'd like to, but I wouldn't.
I know, but I was just using you as an example.
Besides, I don't think the kitty would stay still in my arms since it looks like we'll be walking home. Ettie sighed and hoped Elsa May wasn't serious. They didn't even know if Snowy would get along with a cat. A change of subject was needed. "Shall we leave Griselda a note to let her know we were here?" asked Elsa May.
Yeah, good idea. I'll just pull the pen and paper I have tucked up my sleeve and we'll write her a note.
"Very good. Then when you're done, we can go home." Elsa May looked around and saw Ettie staring at her. "What's wrong?"
Do you really think I have a pen and paper up my sleeve, Elsa May?
"You don't?
Of course I don't, silly.
Then why did you say it?" Elsa May asked.
Ettie folded her arms. Just forget it.
"Goodbye, little kitty." Elsa May pulled herself to her feet by hanging onto the railing. "I'll go around the house looking in the other windows, and if she's not here anywhere, we'll look for a phone in the barn."
Good idea. I'll come with you.
"What, you don't want to be left alone? Are you scared?"
A little. There's a murderer on the loose. Anyone could be next.
"Stick close to me. I'll protect you."
I doubt that. Ettie giggled.
They stepped off the porch and went around the back of the house. A look in the first two bedroom windows revealed nothing but carefully made beds. The third bedroom was so messy it earned Elsa May's disapproval. "Well, she's not a very tidy woman. She should make her bed every day."
Maybe she wasn't feeling very well today. That could be a reason for it. Or it might be her son's room. Yeah, that's more like it.
Tardiness and laziness are not good. As Elsa May walked further, she said, "I went by the field of the slothful, and by the vineyard of the man void of understanding. And lo, it was all grown over with thorns, and nettles had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall thereof was broken down. Then I saw, and considered it well. I looked upon it, and received instruction. Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep." When Elsa May paused, Ettie finished off the scripture verses for her.
So shall thy poverty come as one that travelleth, and thy want as an armed man. Are you satisfied now that she's not home?
"You're supposed to ponder the scripture, not immediately talk about something like whether Griselda is home or not."
Who said so?
After a disapproving glare, Elsa May said, "It's just a known thing. Let's just call for a taxi, shall we?"
Yeah, there's no point waiting for her to return. She could be ages.
Ettie headed off to the barn with Elsa May close on her heels. Although her sister was angry with her now, at least she'd forgotten the idea about bringing another pet into the house. Despite what Elsa May said, Ettie did just as much work in looking after Snowy as she did. They were both getting older, so why give themselves more work?
If Elsa May wants a cat, she can visit Griselda's cat.
Ettie smiled secretly, knowing she wasn't brave enough to say such a thing. Ettie reached the barn first and flung the barn door open. A golden shaft of light made its way into the barn from the window in the hayloft in the roof above them.
What a pretty sight! Just look at the early morning sunshine giving us these special rays of light. It's like God is sending us a message of hope. Just find the phone, Ettie, if there is one. You're wasting time nattering. God talks to us through His Word, not through what happens in barns or with sunbeams or lights. Wasn't Jesus born in a manger? Is that a barn? I've always wondered. Anyway, I'm finding happiness and beauty wherever I go. God's beauty. Ettie raised her hands. Stop and look at the golden beams. Behold the light. You are strange today. Look up, Ettie insisted. Elsa May finally looked up at the beam of light. It is nice. Now let's look for a phone. It shouldn't be hidden. Then we'll just have to make the most of the remainder of our day. Please let there be a phone. I don't want to walk too far in this weather. We'll go home, and while you're taking Snowy for a walk, I can get on with some sewing. Ettie joined her sister in looking for a phone. Perhaps you could clean out the kitchen cupboards, Ettie. That hasn't been done for a while. Perhaps you could help me. Ettie walked ahead, and then a piercing scream emanated from behind her. All right, I'll do the cupboards myself. It was only a suggestion. When Elsa May didn't respond, Ettie turned around to see her sister standing open-mouthed with a hand on each cheek, looking into a stall. It was then she knew Elsa May wasn't screaming about cupboards. She rushed over to see what Elsa May was looking at. Griselda was lying amid the hay in the stall. They're killing the whole family, Elsa May wailed. I told you, they'll slay all of us one by one. Chapter 12. Ettie and Elsa May wrapped their arms around each other in terror. Another body lay before them. Then, as they stared at the body, something happened. It moved. Is that you, my friend, Elsa May? When Elsa May heard Griselda's voice and saw her rise from the floor, she let go of Ettie and moved back. She's arisen from the dead. Hallelujah! Ouch, my foot! Ettie clutched at her leg. Elsa May had stomped on her foot with the heel of her heavy boot. Griselda busily dusted hay off her long dress. There was no mistake about it. Brunhilde's sister was very much alive. What's wrong with your foot, Ettie? Griselda asked. It's okay, I'll live. Elsa May slowly walked forward, reached out and touched Griselda. You were dead. Nay, I wasn't, she laughed. I was lying here in the sunlight to soak up some warmth, and I must have fallen asleep. The fireplace in the living room isn't working. I'll have it fixed soon. It's blocked, and it's been that way for days. The only warmth I get in the morning is in the spare stall. The hay holds a lot of heat, and of course, the walls keep out the freezing cold wind that bites into my cheeks when I'm outdoors. That's no good. Do you want Elsa May to look at the fireplace for you? She's quite good with chimney problems. Yeah, I am. Nay, I've got Tommy having a look at it soon. He shouldn't be long. He's doing that today? He's been going to do it for the past week. Griselda laughed. I'm sure he'll do it eventually. I'm sorry for giving you such a fright, Elsa May. Elsa May smiled. You didn't. Not really. Ettie was worried. Ettie was surprised at her sister's answer. Elsa May had definitely thought Griselda was dead. She wasn't fooling anyone. Come into the house. The stove still works, and I'll make us a hot drink to warm us up. Ettie and her sister followed Griselda into the house. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I could have had a gun, and I might have thought you were a grizzly. We don't have them around here, Ettie said. You'd be safe anyway. I don't keep a gun. I know that's unusual, but I can't abide guns for some reason. I think I was raised around too many of them. No need to have a gun on this small property. Where is Tommy today? Ettie asked, taking a seat at the kitchen table. He's around somewhere, not here, but around somewhere looking for a job. I allowed him to take the horse and buggy. We're down to one of each. I do hope he'll get his own horse and buggy once he finds work. We can't put too much work on the one horse. Things will be tighter around here without Brunhilde helping us out. After Griselda put on the tea kettle, she sat down with them. Will you be taking over her store? Asked Elsa May. I don't know what will happen. She wasn't talking to me in the last week, and she never did like me coming to her candy shop. I don't know why. Perhaps she thought it unprofessional to have family visit her at a place of business? Ettie asked. Who knows? Griselda shook her head. I don't even know if she left me anything in her will. And besides, I don't even know if she had one. You are the only family she had, aren't you? You and Tommy? That's right. There's only us left, if you don't count Douglas. There was only Brunhilde and me, and she never had kinner, and I only had one. I'm sure it was hard on Tommy growing up an only child when everyone else had so many siblings. He never felt he fit in. I think that's why he left here for a while, after his father died. Ettie was saddened, knowing what it was like to have children who'd left the fold. Good that he's returned to us. I thank God every day for it. Tommy and I only have each other. Elsa May cleared her throat. Do you know of anyone who was upset with your Schwester? Nay, not really. Not personally. The detective has asked us to help him. That was one of the questions he needed answered. Are you sure you don't know anything? I'd hate to see this happen to someone else. Griselda wrinkled her nose. Wait right here. She got up and left the room. While she was gone, the kettle boiled. Elsa May turned off the gas and proceeded to make a pot of hot tea. Griselda returned with a cardboard shoebox that looked like it would have held a large pair of men's work boots. When she took the lid off, they saw that the box was packed tightly with letters, many of them yellowed with age. That enough for you? What are all these envelopes? Elsa May asked. These are her letters, Brunhilde's. They're of no use to me and of no use to her. Perhaps the answer to the question you asked me, Elsa May, might lie within one of these. Denke, we can go through them? Ettie asked, pulling the box closer to herself. She was sure that the letters must hold one or more clues in there somewhere. Yeah, you can have them. She left them all with me, but I no longer need to hold on to them. Mostly they are letters of complaint. Really? Elsa May asked. Letters of complaint about Brunhilde? That's nearly right, about her candy and her store. How can so many people be upset with her? Ettie asked. The main one that sticks out in my mind came from a man by the name of Colin Bleck. He claimed that Brunhilde was using an ingredient in her candies that his wife was allergic to. Of course, Brunhilde wasn't, because she has all her ingredients stated on the outside of the packaging. Ruthie wrote out the labels. And I'd know because I was the one who did the ordering. That ingredient was never ordered. But you can't reason with some people. Did this man's wife get sick? A couple of times she did, and then she died and was said to have died from her allergy. At least the husband said that's what she died from. What was the ingredient? Ettie asked. A yellow food coloring. It had a long technical name which I wouldn't even be able to say. She never used that type of food coloring, Griselda repeated. How can you know for sure? For all the reasons I just told you, Ettie. Elsa May pulled on the ends of her earlobes, reminding Ettie to do a better job of listening. Then there was Tracy Dyer, who wrote a few nasty letters. What happened there? Asked Elsa May. She's an Englisher who used to work the weekends at the shop, both Saturday and Sunday. She was continually late, and she was let go because she wasn't reliable. One thing Brunhilde couldn't abide was tardiness. Can't blame her for that, Elsa May said. I totally agree. Tracy got upset and wouldn't let up with the nastiness, even though she was the one in the wrong, and she'd been given a number of chances. I have to ask this. Whatever became of Brunhilde's husband, Douglas? Ettie didn't want to reveal they'd just bumped into him. First, she wanted to hear what Griselda thought of him. He was with us, and then he wasn't. Nothing was said, and everyone was left wondering. He upset a lot of people, that's all I know. She's got a couple of letters from people who were looking for him, too. They'd traced him back to her. Remember that, Ettie. She just said that. In there you'll find various letters about him, too. Elsa May tapped the box. Ettie put the lid on the box and pushed it away to the other side of the table. Thank us so much, Elsa May. But I do remember the important things. Griselda shook her head. She made a big mistake by marrying him. It ruined her life. It sounded like Griselda knew nothing of the bigamy that Douglas had so freely admitted to. How did it come about that you became the keeper of the letters? Elsa May asked. One thing you probably don't know, and Brunhilde would be so embarrassed if I told you. Very few people knew this about her. Ettie and Elsa May leaned forward. What is it? Ettie asked. Brunhilde could not read or write. Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. How can that be? How could she buy her ingredients, follow recipes, give people the right change, and so forth? Oh, she was quite good at counting out money, and the cash register she used worked out the change. You're right about the ordering. I helped her with that, and I also kept her books in order, along with the payroll figures. She'd bring all the information to me at the end of every month, along with any letters she'd received, so I could read them to her. Sounds like she relied on you heavily. I know, she did. She could never have gotten where she got to without me. And you know what I got in exchange for all my hard work? She stared at Ettie until Ettie shook her head. Then she looked at Elsa May, who shrugged her shoulders. Candy? Suggested Ettie. Nay, nothing. Ettie saw the gleam in Griselda's eyes. She felt she hadn't been appreciated. Was that a good enough motive for her to kill her sister? Had one sister pushed the other too far? Did you say anything? She helped me by giving me money every now and again, but she wouldn't have had to give me handouts if only she'd paid me a decent wage for the hours I worked. She made me feel like a beggar instead. Ettie tried to understand the situation more fully. You had to ask her for money? Nay, I didn't need to with the handouts. I had to be grateful for crumbs, though, rather than get a fair worker's wage. I know what you mean, said Elsa May. Sometimes sisters don't think you're a real person with feelings. They take you for granted in so many ways. Ettie frowned at Elsa May. If she had something to say, why not come out and say it? She'd get to the bottom of her sister's comment later. Chapter 13. Nancy went back to Detective Kelly for an update just as he'd suggested. She'd been ushered into his office, and now she sat opposite him with his large desk between them. It's nice to see you again, she said. And you. He leaned back in his chair. I don't think the victim saw it coming. There were no defensive wounds on her hands or anywhere. There was a chair knocked over and a few things scattered hither and thither, not to mention the cake crumbs and remnants of a cake everywhere. Cake?
It was dropped in fright by the person who found her.
One of the Amish ladies?
Correct. When I informed the next of kin, the victim's sister and the victim's nephew, neither of them appeared too concerned. They just went very quiet. I don't know if that's because of their beliefs and their religion, or whether they just didn't care for the deceased.
It's hard to say, isn't it?
It is, that's true. Everyone reacts differently to news like that. There is no textbook response.
Absolutely. They could have been in shock. It would be hard to take in when it's something so unexpected. Detective Kelly rubbed his chin.
Still, I filed their reaction away in my brain.
He tapped the side of his head.
I found it odd, and they weren't forthcoming when I asked them questions. I went back the next day and found them a little better, but not by much. They were the only kinfolk Brunhilde Hoffman had.
What's next in your process after looking at the closest kin?
After that, we probe into her personal life, and in this case, that's where Ettie Smith comes in. You see, the Amish community is very closed off. They don't like outsiders. Sure, they do business with them when need be, but they don't take to a guy like me knocking on their doors and asking tough questions.
Yes, I have heard that they're a secretive lot.
We need to understand about the victim, and we need to understand about the circumstances. It's a bit like one of your novels, really.
Is there even any suggestion of a suspect at this stage?
We do know now that someone had been there early that morning and paid her back a substantial loan, all in cash. That sum of money is nowhere on the premises now. She was known to keep money on the premises, and it wouldn't be hard for someone to work out her hours of business. They'd only need to watch her comings and goings for a few days.
People knew her routine. Was that it?
Exactly. Her routine was that she went to the shop early in the mornings to make her candies before she opened the doors.
After realizing she should have brought pen and paper, Nancy made a mental note. What forensic procedures are you undertaking?
We did a sweep for fingerprints, as we always do, and the testing of the murder weapon to see if we can find out more about it. From the entry wound, we can assess that the killer was average height. That is, if Brunhilde was standing up at the time of impact. We also did a sweep of the outside area. We questioned shop owners, people who lived in the nearby apartments, and appealed to the community to report anything that looked odd that day.
Anyone come forward?
We have a report of a black car, and we have the make and model. A cyclist saw it on his morning ride on the day of the murder. He hasn't seen it in town since. He's also a car buff, so he was able to give us the make and model.
That could be a good lead.
We're following it through. One of my men found a scarf at the end of the alley. It smelled of perfume. We sent that off for forensic analysis. It might show us nothing, but it could have been lost or discarded by the killer on his way out. Or it might simply be something that slipped off an innocent woman's neck when she was out shopping.
So, from what you said, it was known Brunhilde had money. She loaned money out to people, and she had a large amount of cash on the premises that day?
Correct. And we're following those leads. We've opened things right up, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
You have a large team?
Thankfully, I do.
How do you know she had money that morning?
The Amish twins who own the shop next door. They told me they borrowed money from her and gave it to her the night before. She wouldn't have had time to bank it. He cleared his throat. By the way, the wife was delighted with the book.
I'm so pleased.
When she found out that you were consulting with me on the case, she asked me to ask you something.
What is it? His cheeks flushed with color and his lips curved upward into a sheepish grin.
She asked me to invite you for dinner. It's okay if you can't for some reason. We both know you're busy and we don't want to intrude on your personal life. It might help your decision if I tell you my wife is an excellent cook.
I'd be delighted to come.
You would?
Yes, I'll look forward to it.
How about tomorrow night?
Today was Saturday. She knew her regular TV shows weren't scheduled for Sunday. In fact, Sunday night viewing was dreadful. That made her decision so much easier. Will that be enough notice for your wife? I'm sure it will. Yes, she'll be so excited. As am I. It was out of Nancy's comfort zone to accept his invitation, but she needed a social life and friends besides Rita. In the back of her mind, she wondered if Detective Kelly's wife might be someone with whom she could become friends. It was a step forward in her rehabilitating herself out of her hermit like tendencies. One thing I'd like to ask you. Yes? Did you have any luck in setting up a meeting with the old Amish ladies? Not yet. I'm still trying. You mentioned a profiler. Did you meet with him? I certainly did. I was getting to that. As I said, it had to have been premeditated. He said it's the sort of weapon used by people who aren't in their right minds. I guessed that. I know. I suppose anyone who murders someone is said to be not in their right mind. He told me of other cases. One where a man murdered his girlfriend with a sword and then claimed voices of darkness told him to do it. Another where a man killed 3 people with a sword after watching an epic time travel movie. He mentioned several deluded people who used various kinds of swords. How did he sum it up? In his opinion, our killer is a male in his early 20s to early 40s and who still lives at home with his folks. He could be a paranoid schizophrenic and might be likely to kill one of his parents. Oh, that's awful. Yes, and he went on to tell me that these types of people are more likely to kill their mothers. Statistics show us that men, more than women, are likely to be stabbed by their offspring. It seems a contradictory statement unless the mothers aren't stabbed, but the fathers are. In either case, I'm glad I didn't reproduce. Kelly chuckled. As am I. Oh, I mean, I'm glad I didn't, not that I'm glad you didn't. I know what you meant. So someone who's fairly youngish who lives at home with his parents? That's right. It doesn't narrow it down much, but it might help in the future. I can see that it might. Everything about this case intrigues me. He nodded. You picked a good one to stumble upon. I think I did. This might feature in your next novel, do you think? Who knows? It very well could. And of course, you would have to have some characters. Perhaps your lead role might be a detective. Detective Kelly? He raised his eyebrows. She laughed and he laughed with her. Then she was tempted to tell him she didn't write horror stories, but knew he might not get her twisted sense of humor. Not many people did. Nancy held her tongue. Chapter 14. Throughout the night, Ettie had tossed and turned, unable to stop thinking about Brunhilde and the cell phone she'd found at the crime scene. Why had nothing been said about that? She couldn't sleep. It didn't help that she'd had a slight case of heartburn from Elsa May's overly spicy sausages she'd made for the evening meal. Early that morning, instead of fighting against insomnia, she got out of bed early and brewed herself a cup of strong coffee. Once it was poured into her small cup, she took it over to the window and sat down with the cup and saucer balanced on her knees. Taking small sips, she looked out over the countryside. Although they lived on a suburban street close to other houses, no one lived on the other side of the street. Ettie loved to look outside, watching the birds in the trees and seeing all the comings and goings of the neighbors. She was loving the peace and quiet that came with Elsa May being asleep. Sadly, her peace was to be short-lived. She soon discovered when she heard sounds coming from her sister's bedroom. The bedroom door was opened. Snowy scampered out, and Elsa May let him out the back door. "There you are, Ettie. I thought you'd be in the kitchen making our breakfast." "I'm enjoying the beautiful Saturday morning." Ettie pulled the curtains aside. "See? Isn't it so fresh outside?" "If by fresh you mean bitterly cold, then I agree." Elsa May peered out the window, rubbing her shoulders vigorously. I'll start the fire. It's gone out during the night. I'll do it. We have to go back to see Detective Kelly today. Why is that? We have all those letters to read. Don't you think that's important? I do, but we forgot to ask what happened with the cell phone. That's right, the phone. He seemed pretty confident that he could trace the owner of the phone. It must be easy to do. Yeah, and then it would be case solved, problem over. I wonder why he didn't mention the phone to us. He did, and then he got that phone call and he had to go. There was something wrong with that sergeant. I know, he was very clumsy, touching the phone like he did. Nothing at all like Detective Kelly or the people who work for him. Write that down on your list of things to do. We have to find out more about him. Do we have to? Why wouldn't we? There's just so much we have to do already. Put him at the bottom of the list, then, if it makes you feel better. We still have to talk to Kelly about him. Okay. What was his name again? Sergeant Finger. That's right, Sergeant Finger. Elsa May tapped the side of her head. It's in my brain. Elsa May turned and sat down on the nearest piece of furniture, which was Ettie's couch. I never gave much thought to reading and writing. There are just so many letters to go through. I know, it's a daunting task. There must be some clue, though, something amongst these letters to help us figure out why she was killed. Unless she was killed at random by someone crazed. I don't think so. As I was saying, imagine what it would be like not to be able to read anything. How would she know how much to charge? Her sister said she could read numbers, but not words. Surely she would have learned a few words over the years, people's names and street names and such. Maybe. Oh, Ettie, would you stop for a moment? Ettie looked over at Elsa May. Stop what? Thinking about everything and anything. I just want you to imagine for a moment what it would be like to see words and not be able to read them. I know what you mean. We do take many things for advantage. You mean we take many things for granted? That too. It wonders me how she got along in life, especially having a shop. Perhaps her husband helped her? Nay, he was out of her life once he decided he didn't want to be in the community anymore. That's not what I heard. Really? What did you hear? He helped her set the shop up. Ettie couldn't believe it. Why didn't you mention that to Detective Kelly? He didn't ask. I'm sure he talked about the husband when we told him she was only married briefly. I'm sorry. That's okay, Ettie sighed. It's not to be helped. Before we go, can we just read a couple of letters? Ettie agreed. After a breakfast of maple syrup and waffles, they sat quietly for several minutes, sifting through the letters. Then Ettie picked up a bundle of them that were secured with a rubber band. She read the first one. Oh, Elsa May, I just read the letter where that man accused Brunhilde of poisoning his wife. That's the one we were told about, the one with the food coloring. That's right. The customer is insisting there was a yellow food coloring agent used in some of the candies and it wasn't marked on the label. From the way he's writing, she has denied it was used, saying all her ingredients are clearly marked on the label. When you say poisoned, did it say specifically in the letter that she died? If it's the same people Griselda told us about, she did, yeah. But in this letter, so far, the wife is still very much alive. She handed Elsa May half the bundle that had been wrapped in the band. Read these and see what you can find. I'll read some too. Elsa May grabbed the letters. It's a man named Colin Black. His wife's name is Lucille. Was Lucille. It's confusing. I'm going to have to put all these letters in order by date. She's alive in this letter. Eddie held it up. We've got plenty more reading to do to find out about him accusing her. A few minutes later, Eddie read the sad news. She died. Oh, that's sad. Elsa May sighed. Why didn't she just stop eating the candies then if they thought they were suspect? I don't know. A few minutes later, Elsa May said, Here's why. It seems Brunhilde delivered a batch of soft candies to Colin and his wife, insisting there was none of the food coloring in them that Lucille was allergic to. It was her way of apologizing. Then Lucille died the next day. This letter is telling Brunhilde that the batch of candies she hand-delivered were the ones that killed Lucille. Ettie let go of the letter she had in her hands, and it dropped into her lap. We need to tell Detective Kelly about this. Why? She's already dead. We don't want people to think Brunhilde is a murderer. Elsa May, that's not what I'm talking about. What are you talking about, then? This man, Colin, is a suspect, don't you think? Perhaps he killed Brunhilde for revenge. In his mind, Brunhilde killed his wife. He might have wanted Brunhilde dead. There are many angry letters that say Brunhilde's candy was the culprit in his wife's death. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you wanted Kelly to find out if Brunhilde really killed Lucille from the food coloring. Or perhaps she wanted to silence a disgruntled customer. Nay, give me back those letters from Colin and I'll put them back in the rubber band. Elsa May handed them over. Chapter 15. It wasn't long before Ettie and Elsa May sat in Detective Kelly's office with 22 letters wrapped in a rubber band sitting on his desk. He'd shown them into his office and they were left there alone when someone needed to speak with him urgently. "What's that peculiar odor?" he asked, sniffing the air. Ettie knew what it was immediately. Elsa May had been too heavy-handed with the garlic in her sausages. "I don't know, I can't smell anything," Elsa May said. He looked at the bundle of letters and his head tilted to one side. "What do you have for me?" "Firstly, have there been any arrests?" Elsa May asked. "Any developments we should know about?" "We do have a prime suspect, Brunhilde's husband. He is known to us. He's never been arrested because we've never been able to pin anything on him." "What things do you suspect him of?" asked Elsa May. "Fraud, embezzlement. He's always carrying out one or more schemes. We're thinking perhaps he tried to involve her in one of his scams and she refused him. He got angry and the scuffle broke out." "That's dreadful." "Well, we don't know if that's what happened. One of his latest business ventures was helping small business owners franchise their stores. I wouldn't be surprised if that was what he was trying to have Brunhilde do. It's unlikely. The men from the store next door have identified a photo of him. They know him as someone who was a regular visitor to the candy shop." "Perhaps Douglas had a sweet tooth?" suggested Ettie. "You can buy candy anywhere. Also, the same men in the furniture store told me that he also pitched his business to them. They couldn't see how it would work, seeing their furniture second-hand. But Douglas told them it would. I should tell you that we did hear a whisper that Douglas helped Brunhilde with funds to open the shop. We don't know if that's true or not, but I remember a whisper from a long time ago." "I'm not interested in Chinese whispers. Rumors don't help me at all. I have to deal in the facts." "Is it a legitimate business, this one that Douglas has?" Ettie asked. "It seems it is legitimate and a highly successful business.
Knowing him as we do, my colleagues and I suspect it wouldn't be too long before he fleeced all his clients in one way or another. That was his past behavior, and they say that past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior.
Has he ever been violent?
Funny you should ask. You're a mind reader, Mrs. Smith. Detective Kelly opened the file that sat atop his desk. Many years ago, we were called out to Brunhilde's house by a neighbor of hers. Brunhilde's husband was drunk and wielding a gun. We removed him, put him in the lockup for the night where he sobered up. We asked her if she wanted to press charges, and she didn't. It's frustrating sometimes. Then we were called back the next night and found a bruised and battered Brunhilde. He lifted up the file. It was before my time, but it's all here in the file.
Oh, that's dreadful. What happened after that?
Elsa May asked. There's nothing more. I'm guessing she didn't want to press charges. Again. That was probably when he left her, Ettie, all those years ago.
We never heard a thing about it.
People are ashamed of domestic violence. It's rarely talked about. Detective Kelly closed the file.
I wonder if her sister knows.
Ettie looked over at Elsa May, who shrugged her shoulders. Then he came back into her life at some point. We just don't know when. After today, we hope to fill in the missing pieces. And we're hoping for a confession. A few lengthy hours of questioning generally weakens them. Kelly rubbed his stubbly chin. I only hope he doesn't think to bring his lawyer with him this time.
We should go, Ettie. The last thing I want to do is see him. I'd have to give him a piece of my mind for what he put Brunhilde through. No wonder the poor woman was so bitter.
Kelly stood. No need to keep up with your questioning. I think we've got our man.
We have found a suspect that we think you should consider.
Kelly sat down again, and his gaze fell on the letters. Is that why you brought those letters in?
It is. We have some here, and we have more at home. These are all from one man in particular, a man who thought Brunhilde had killed his wife.
Ettie, there's also that woman who used to work for Brunhilde, the one that Brunhilde fired.
Yes, we should have brought her letters in, too.
What are these letters? He asked, pointing to them.
The man, Colin, thought Brunhilde killed his wife by the yellow food coloring that she was allergic to. Brunhilde said there was nothing in the candies like that, and he said there was.
Does he have scientific proof or any evidence for his accusations?
No, I don't think so.
I did hear about this from the twins in the next-door shop. They told me Brunhilde insisted she never used that coloring, and to prove it, she made a batch and took it to their house.
Ettie gasped. The Black household?
Yes. Unfortunately, the wife died from eating the candy.
So he says, Elsa May added.
Interesting. Can I hold on to these? Kelly asked.
Please do. Ettie pushed the bundle of letters over to him. He took hold of them and put them in his top desk drawer.
Sounds like I should have a talk with this man.
There's something else we must ask you, too, said Ettie.
What's that?
Did you find the owner of the cell phone we found near Brunhilde?
No. Kelly looked down at the desk and muttered. The cell phone seems to be misplaced.
Elsa May and Ettie stared at each other.
I knew it. I never trusted that man in the first place.
Chapter 16.
What man?
Kelly asked, staring at the two elderly Amish sisters. How can that happen? How can a valuable piece of evidence go missing?
I looked into it. It'll show up.
Apparently, you'd taken it away from the crime scene, and we only have your say-so that it was ever there."
Ettie shrank down in her chair. "It was evidence," she muttered.
"I'm sure it'll turn up. If I get a confession out of the estranged husband today, we won't need any more evidence. It'll be case closed. Good day, ladies. Thanks for all you've done. Even though I'm sure we've got our man, I'll still read those letters."
Ettie had to ask, "What about the murder weapon? The sword? You've linked it to Douglas?"
"In a way."
"What way?" asked Elsa May.
"Douglas Campbell is a typical Scottish name. The sword is a replica of a Scottish sword."
"I don't understand," said Ettie.
"Douglas Campbell is a typical Scottish name," he repeated. "The two tie in together. And with his prior violence toward Brunhilde, I'm pretty sure we've got our man. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of work to do. You ladies go off and do what you do and let me know if you find out anything else. I'll take those letters home and give them a read-through. That way I won't be leaving any stone unturned. There is something else that I promised I'd mention to you.
"What's that?"
There is a famous author in town here. She's interested in the case and she wants to interview the both of you."
"Nay, we couldn't do that."
"Why not? What good would it do?" "She's a crime writer. She was there the day of the murder on a tourist carriage ride. I saw her and immediately recognized her. She has ideas, unique perspectives to look at things differently. She wants to meet you, and besides that, she could help you with your questioning of people."
"We'll give it some thought," Ettie said.
"You'll let me know in a day or two?"
Kelly asked.
"We will," said Elsa May.
"Anything else we should know?" Ettie studied Kelly's face. He blinked rapidly and then looked away before he shook his head. He was a dreadful liar.
"No."
His answer had been a long time coming. "We also heard that there was a disgruntled employee, a girl by the name of Tracy Dyer."
"Don't say girl, Ettie. A girl is someone who's about 12. Tracy has to be older than that if she was working in a store."
"I'm sorry, but Detective Kelly knows what I mean."
"I do. Don't worry yourself about her. Her name was given to me by the Amish twins in the next door shop, and we checked on her. She's married now with a young baby. I don't think she'd be spending too much time in the past worrying about an old job."
"Oh, well, she seemed upset in her letters."
"Any recent ones?"
Ettie shook her head.
"I think you get my point. That's one less person to worry about," Elsa May said. "Who did you say gave you her name?" "One of the twins. They've been a valuable source of information." "I'd watch your job if I were you, Mrs. Smith." Kelly laughed.
"I don't have a job."
Kelly frowned. "It was just a joke. I meant the way you sometimes find out things for me."
"Oh, I see."
"Well, I won't keep you ladies. I'm sure you have many things to do today." "We do," said Elsa May, pushing herself to her feet. As Ettie and Elsa May made their way out of his office, Ettie wondered what it was that Detective Kelly was keeping from them, and why. "Douglas finally killed her. Sounds like he tried it once with all that abuse and failed," Elsa May said.
"It seems too easy. And what about the cell phone? Why is it lost? It all doesn't add up."
"What are you thinking, Ettie?"
"I'm thinking something stinks."
"I knew it. That's what Kelly was complaining about. He noticed it also. I put too much garlic in the sausage last night."
"Nay, I mean something's not right with Douglas. I'm talking about what's going on with Brunhilde's murder."
"Oh,
Maybe the sergeant and Douglas were in it together."
who knows? Maybe, but why?"
"That's right. There must be a reason she was killed. It wasn't that someone got so mad that they killed her in a temper. Not with the sword. It had to have been planned."
Exactly. No one carries a sword around with them.
Let's get back to those other letters in that box. It'll be interesting to find out where the sword came from, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I hope Kelly will keep telling us what he finds out.
Me too.
What next? Elsa May asked, just when they found themselves in the police waiting area.
I think we need to know what happened to the. We need to find out about the sergeant.
How are we going to do that?
Ettie turned and looked at the officer behind the counter.
She charged off without saying a word to Elsa May.
Excuse me, is Sergeant Finger in today?
He is, but he's out right now. You missed him by about 3 minutes. Can I help you with anything?
It's something I wanted to discuss with him personally.
I'll take your number and I'll get him to call you.
That's fine. I don't have a number. I have his number, so I will call him. Do you know if he was transferred from Washington? Because I have heard there was a Sergeant Finger there.
No, ma'am. He was transferred from Illinois just a week ago.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Then they were interrupted by the phone on the desk. Ettie said,
Thank you. I won't keep you.
She turned around and joined Elsa May. As they walked down the stairs of the police station, Ettie pointed up the road with one hand, while the other hand gripped the handrail.
Let's go to the library and use one of their computers and see what we can do.
Do you remember how to use one of those computers? I don't have my glasses with me.
I think I do.
Chapter 17. A half hour later, sitting at one of the library's computers, Ettie and Elsa May learned that Sergeant John Finger and Douglas Campbell already knew each other. They both belonged to a vintage car club. Ettie had Googled the names, and both men came up in the same news article.
See, they're even in the same photograph here.
That is interesting. How can we find out more, Ettie?
Let's visit Griselda again and see what she knows. I've got a feeling she knows a lot more than she's saying.
Oh, no. Are you saying she's two-faced as well, along with Brunhilde? Ettie grimaced.
If she is, it could very well run in the family.
Do we need to do that today?
You're right, Elsa May. We should go home and read more of those letters so we know what we're dealing with.
And knit booties. Ettie wondered how they would fit everything in. There was so much to do in so little time.
Nay, I won't rest until I get to the bottom of the yellow food coloring.
Okay, that means you won't let me rest either. Let's pay Mr. Bleck a visit.
Yes, and we'll see what we can find out.
Kelly said they would speak with him. I don't think we should. Doesn't Kelly just want us to talk with people in our community?
I didn't hear that rule.
It's not a rule. It's more of an understanding. Ettie shook her head.
It seems I misunderstood then.
Elsa May groaned. Have you still got his address?
Nay, but it's up here.
Ettie tapped on the side of her head. You memorized his address?
I did.
You're amazing, Ettie.
In a good way, I hope.
You can hardly be amazing in a bad way.
I could be amazingly bad, but let's not talk about that. I'm happy to go with amazingly good. When should we go?
What about right now?
Suits me just fine.
The taxi pulled up outside Mr. Colin Bleck's house. His home was located in a quiet street with average-sized houses, and they discovered it was only a couple of streets away from Brunhilde's candy shop. As the taxi drove away, Ettie and Elsa May stood looking at one another. Let's go. You knock on the door, Ettie.
I knew you'd expect me to do it. Some things around here never change.
There was no use arguing either. Elsa May would have some crazy idea why Ettie should do it. She took a deep breath, still not sure what she was going to say.
then knocked on the door.
Can I help you?
Ettie answered the voice. Is that Mr. Black?
Yes,
Might you be able to open the door? I'd like to speak with you about a serious matter.
I could, but then I'd have to walk back into the house.
When Ettie was poked in the ribs by Elsa May, she turned around to look at her. Something caught her eye. A middle-aged man was staring at her from the corner of the house. The voice hadn't been coming from behind the door, and he'd been looking at her the whole time. She nearly laughed, but she saw from his face he wasn't in a good mood. "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were inside." He walked forward a couple of steps.
What's this about?
Ettie thought the straightforward approach the best. "We were friends of Brunhilde Hoffman."
That witch. What do you want from me? The only reason you'd be here is if you're here to give me compensation for her killing my wife. We weren't exactly friends with her, said Elsa May. More or less, we were acquaintances. She didn't care much for me, and I didn't care much for her. I can't blame you there.
He pushed his thick glasses higher up on his nose, and then he walked closer until he stood in front of them.
Why are you here to see me?
We know you wrote her some letters, and you weren't very happy with her.
I've got a dead wife because of her and her toxic food coloring. She refused to acknowledge that the dye was in her candy. It had to have been. It's the only way Lucille could have got it in her system. I knew those soft candies would be the death of my wife, and they were. I often told her that. She wouldn't stop eating them. I had to locate an outlet where they weren't using that particular color because she was allergic. I was duped.
What made you shop at Brunhilde's little store?
It's close to the house, and it was a small shop, not a big corporation or a chain store. It was a small, independent store, is what I'm trying to say.
We understand, said Ettie.
That woman got what was coming to her. She must have upset someone more than me. I wonder what other deaths she's caused. I think it was only the one, Elsa May said, earning a glare from Ettie.
So you don't know anybody else who might want her dead? Ettie asked.
What you said is right. I wanted her dead, but I didn't kill her. I haven't got many years left, and what I do have left I don't fancy spending looking at the four walls in a prison cell.
And rightly so. Ettie guessed from the way the man was talking that the police hadn't been to see him as yet. It made her wonder if they were taking the letter seriously or not.
We were very sorry to hear about your wife, Elsa May said. Thank you.
He hung his head and looked down at the ground. We won't keep you any longer.
Thank you. I mean, you can come inside if you wish, and I can put on a pot of tea. I don't get much company these days now that my wife has gone. We never had children.
Ettie and Elsa May looked at one another. Feeling sorry for the man, Ettie said, That would be delightful.
Yes, a cup of hot tea would be very nice, added Elsa May. It's so cold today that tea would warm us. The man's face lit up. Follow me, ladies. The first thing they saw when they walked through the front doorway of the house was a suit of armor.
What's this?
Ettie knew what it was. It's a suit of armor. My father used to collect antiques. I had a whole shed full of them. That's the only thing I kept after he died. They aren't my thing. I sold them to pay off some debts that he left.
Ettie happened to notice there was no sword along with the suit of armor, and she wondered if such a thing normally came with a sword. It had the helmet and even a shield. That's very interesting. So your father collected things like armor?
That's right. Kitchen's this way.
As soon as Ettie sat down at the kitchen table, she tried to think of a way to bring the conversation around to asking him if he had ever owned a sword. Did you hear how Brunhilde was killed?
Stabbed through the back with a sword, is what I read in the papers.
That's right. It was an old Scottish sword known as a claymore.
Is that right? That's something I didn't read in the paper. They don't give you too much detail these days. It doesn't happen every day that shopkeepers are killed.
especially not Amish shopkeepers because most of them, well, they don't offend people. But this one offended me. She offended me when she lied about the food coloring, ending in my wife's death. He turned around from the stove. How do you have your tea, ladies? They watched him as he opened his fridge, opened the milk, and sniffed it. Then he pulled a face. Black, please, they chorused. That's easy enough. As they sat drinking the tea, Elsa May said, You must have been so upset when your wife died from something that would have been easily avoided. I was. And to tell you the truth, I had considered taking revenge on that woman. Even read up on what prison life was like. Then I thought she'd be ending the rest of my life, too. I wouldn't give her that satisfaction. Are either of you hungry? I can make us some sandwiches. I got a nice loaf of fresh bread this morning. Looking at his dirty fingernails and guessing he wouldn't wash his hands, Ettie said, How about I make them? Even better, he said with a laugh. I've got butter in the fridge and different fillings in the pantry. Ettie set about making the sandwiches. When she spread the 6 slices of bread with butter, she opened the cupboard to see what she could find. To the buzz in the background with Elsa May talking to Colin, Ettie spied something strange. A bottle was labeled curry powder, but it was a liquid, a yellow liquid. Remembering his claim of his wife being allergic to something yellow, she pushed the small bottle down the front of her dress. Then she found peanut butter. Peanut butter all right with everyone? That'll do fine, Colin said. And for me, Elsa May added. After that, Ettie sat quietly eating her sandwich along with Colin and Elsa May. All the while, she couldn't wait to get out of there. As soon as she finished eating, she requested to use his phone to call a taxi. What was wrong with you, Ettie? You left me to make all the conversation while you just sat stuffing your face. We've got to go back to the police station. Why? Ettie tapped her chest. What is it? A bottle of yellow liquid. I found it in his food cupboard. I just thought, what if he killed his own wife? Ach, you're daft, Ettie. Can't you see how upset he is? I can see how upset he's pretending to be. It could be a smokescreen to make the police not look at him so closely. I'll bet they didn't even search his house. Okay, let's see. You think Kelly will have it tested? I'm hoping so. Half an hour later, they were facing Kelly in his office, watching as he shook his head. He hadn't even asked them to sit down. The offending bottle now sat on his desk while the 3 of them stared at it. I can see where you're going with this, Mrs. Smith, but you're investigating the wrong death. You're supposed to be finding out about Brunhilde, not trying to clear her name. I know, but if you'll just test it. You see, it says on the label curry powder, but it's obviously not a powder. It's a liquid. There's no law about someone mislabeling things in their own home, Mrs. Smith. Besides, even if it is poison in that bottle, we won't be able to use those findings in a court of law. You've taken it out of his house unlawfully. Ettie was upset with herself. No one told me that. Perhaps she should have left the bottle where it was. But if she told Kelly of her suspicions, he might not have done anything about it. These things have a process, Elsa May said. But if you test it and it is that food coloring that Lucille was allergic to, won't that be strange? Why would he have something like that in his house? He nodded. I see where you're coming from. He took hold of the bottle. I'll send it off for analysis. It will take some time, though. We've got all the time in the world, Ettie said. I'm thinking he could have killed his wife, blamed Brunhilde, then killed her knowing the truth would die with her. The truth that Brunhilde didn't poison her inadvertently with the yellow food coloring? Yes. Just
get back on track with thinking about your friend Brunhilde Hoffman, would you? That's what we're doing, Elsa May said. Ettie grabbed Elsa May's arm and started walking away. We will, Ettie said. And thanks. Goodbye, he called after them. Why did you pull me away? Elsa May asked Ettie when they were outside the police station. Because he agreed to test it, he very nearly didn't. He had to. He's just as curious as we are. Ettie bit her lip. Maybe, but he'll have plenty to say if we're wrong about what's in that bottle. Nay, Ettie, if you're wrong, Elsa May chuckled. I had nothing to do with the stealing of the liquid curry powder. Chapter 18. Today was Sunday, a day free of meetings. It was the second Sunday of the month, and no meeting was scheduled that day. All that was required of them was simply to have a day of rest, something that Elsa May always looked forward to, but Ettie, not so much. Don't you just love Sundays? It's a blessed day, a day of rest. Ettie pursed her lips and looked over at her sister, who was slumped in her favorite chair. What will we do today? I just want to sit here and put everything out of my mind. By everything, you mean the murder? Ettie asked. Of course I mean the murder. Why would I think about the murder when I'm trying to rest and have a lovely day? I never wanted to be involved in the first place. Well, I'm sorry. Ettie folded her arms tightly over her chest. Don't be grumpy. It's not your fault that I agreed. It seems everything is my fault when it comes down to it. Yes, you're probably right. Elsa May gave a little giggle. Shall I make the breakfast? I'll make it. Ettie bounded to her feet. I'll do it, and then perhaps we should go visiting later today. Ugh, Ettie, why can't we just have one single day at home? I was just looking forward to sitting here and doing nothing for once. There will be time for sitting around doing nothing when you're dead. But right now you're alive, so you should get those feet moving and we should do things. You're not right, you know. When I'm dead, I'll be lying down. Your body will be laying down, but you won't need your body anymore. Elsa May laughed. I know it's true. I was just testing you. Cereal or toast? Just cereal will be fine for me today, Denka. They never had a cooked breakfast on Sunday, as it was always something simple. That suited Ettie as she sprinkled the cereal into 2 bowls and added some milk. She set the bowls down on the table and then walked to the kitchen door. At least, can you walk to the kitchen? Or is that too far for you? Elsa May pushed herself to her feet. I'm coming. That's about as far as I want to walk today. To the kitchen and back. Ettie didn't want to hear that. She could have gone somewhere by herself, but it was always so much nicer to go places with Elsa May. She sat down at the kitchen table wondering how to motivate her sister to get out and about. When they were halfway through the cereal, Ettie said, You know, I think you're right about this staying at home thing. I think we should just rest today and not do a thing. Really? Yes, we've been so busy lately, it'd be nice just to switch off our minds and our bodies and just sit and do nothing. That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. Okay, I agree with you. We won't even wash these dishes. We'll just put them in the sink and then we'll sit down. I like the sound of that. Ettie played along with it, hoping she was doing the right thing. Otherwise, she was in for a very boring day indeed. The only time she liked sitting around doing nothing was when she was ill. And when they both sat down, Ettie on her couch and Elsa May on her favorite chair, Ettie closed her eyes and tried to sort through every aspect of the case. She remembered looking in the window at the candy store and seeing the back door slightly ajar. Then they'd walked around to the back alley, cake in hand, and then she recalled seeing Brunhilde on the floor with the dreadful sword sticking out of her back, And then she thought about Brunhilde's last few minutes alive. Had the sword killed her instantly? Then she thought about the position of Brunhilde's body. One of her arms had been outstretched. Was it possible she was pointing at something, trying to give people a clue as the killer fled the scene? Ettie's eyes opened. She was trying to tell us something. Who was? Brunhilde. I've got no idea what you're talking about, Ettie. Do you remember how her body was positioned when we found her? Yeah, she was on the floor. I'll never forget it. I see it every time I close my eyes. Thanks for asking. Her hand was reaching out like she was trying to get to something, or perhaps she was pointing at something to give the person who found her a clue. That person was me, and I missed it. Now I feel bad. Pointing at something, you say? Yes, and I think we should go back to her store and see what she was pointing at. Elsa May let out a huge sigh. Are you making this all up so you can get out of the house today? Nay, I'd never do that. And you want to go to her candy store today? Elsa May asked. I could go by myself. Elsa May shook her head. I was wondering how long it was going to last. What? How long before you talked me into going somewhere with you? Does that mean you'll go? I'll have to now. I'm curious to see what she was pointing at. Ettie raised her eyebrows. Me too. Let's not waste any time. On the way to the candy store, riding in the back seat of the taxi, Ettie whispered to Elsa May, How are we going to get into her store? It will be locked, won't it? I was just thinking the same thing, and I was hoping you had it figured out. Obviously not. What will we do? We'll just have to see about that when we get there. When the taxi let them out in front of Brunhilde's shop, Ettie saw that the store had a sign on it that read, Closed. That is sad. This was all her hard work, and it is no more. She'll hardly care about that because she's dead. I know, I just think it's sad, that's all. Ettie took a step back and noticed that the Amish second-hand furniture shop next door was open, and then she had an idea. Brunhilde was friends with Dan and Peter. I wonder if she left them with a spare key. Let's go find out. 5 minutes later, they'd gotten the key from one of the twins. Ettie wasn't sure whether it had been Dan or Peter. Make sure no one sees us, said Elsa May as she stuck the key in the keyhole. With a quick turn to the right, the door opened. Ettie closed the door behind them once they were inside. Ettie stopped when she came to the place where she had seen Brunhilde's body and stood still, casting her mind back. Elsa May stood beside her. I don't remember she had her hand outstretched, but if you say she did, I'm willing to believe you. She did. I wouldn't forget anything like that. The image of it is burned into my memory. She was pointing this way. Ettie took a few steps forward, and it led her to a cupboard. When she opened it, she saw old notebooks of all sizes. What are all these? Asked Elsa May. Ettie pulled one off the shelf and looked inside. They appear to be ledgers of some kind. Ledgers of the business. And why would they be important? They may not be. Whatever might have been important might be gone by now. I wonder if Detective Kelly took anything out of the cupboard here. I know he was keeping something from us. I asked him straight out, and I don't think he was telling us the truth. Then they both heard the back door creak open. They turned to see who it was, but they couldn't because there was a partition in the way. When they heard heavy footsteps, they huddled together. Had the killer returned? Did he have another sword? Ettie's heart pounded in her ears, and she felt she would pass out. Who would he kill first? Slowly, Ettie moved behind Elsa May. Chapter 19. Ettie and Elsa May huddled together, wondering if these were their last moments on Earth. Brunhilde had been killed in this very spot, and were they about to be next? Ettie? Elsa May, are you here? They were relieved when they recognized the voice as coming from one of the twins. We're over here, Elsa May called out. He stepped around the corner and saw them. Why don't you have any lights on? These back rooms are dark even in the mornings. Ettie answered, We didn't want to draw attention to ourselves. Why are you here? Asked Elsa May. Is it Dan or Peter? It's Dan. Peter told me he gave you both the key. Do you have permission to be here? They looked at each other. Well, we don't, really. We're just back here trying to help find out who murdered Brunhilde. What was in this cupboard? Elsa May asked Dan. That's where she kept her money. I was right, Ettie blurted out. Then she remembered someone saying she'd kept cash in the cupboard. Right about what? He asked. You see, when I found her, she was pointing to this cupboard, almost as if she was trying to get there. Or it might be a clue as to who murdered her. You think she was murdered for her money? He asked. It's very possible. We don't know. Dan rubbed his chin and thought. While he was thinking, Ettie was trying to work out exactly what differences there were to distinguish each twin. She never could tell them apart. When they were together side by side, they didn't look exactly the same, but when they were apart, it was hard to tell. Dan said, There were people coming and going here, and not just for candy. That's what my brother and I always thought. We didn't know what it was all about. Do you think she was involved in something shady? I don't know. I can't say. But if you could say, what would you say? Elsa May asked. I've got no idea. She loaned me and my brother money once when we were going through a hard time. We paid it back to her the night before she died. We tried to pay her interest, but she wouldn't hear of it. She said she never charged anyone in the community interest. Ah, so that means she also loaned money to people who weren't in the community. He rubbed his chin again. I never thought about it much, but yeah, it would seem so. Ettie took a step toward Dan. It's sad that the shop will just close down now. Surely someone would want to take it over. It's true. It was a good business. Made her a lot of money, it did. I guess someone will take it over and run it as she did. Then Ettie had a thought. What are you and Peter doing here on a Sunday? We're not working. We have someone do the Sundays. We just stopped by today because our weekend worker couldn't find his key to open up. We're leaving any minute. That was convenient for us, wasn't it, Ettie? Yeah, it was. That's why I came, to see if you're finished with Brunhilde's key so we can go home. We're here 6 days a week, so we don't want to waste the 7th, our day of rest. We're finished, aren't we, Ettie? We are. Ettie handed the key back to the twin. Denke, I'll lock up. They said goodbye to Dan, and then they walked up the road. Where was she getting all this money from, Elsa May? I've got no idea. Surely there's not that much money in candy. It might have given her a reasonable wage, but was it likely to be anything more than that? Maybe she got money from somewhere else? But from where? From her husband. Perhaps she was running a money loaning business on his behalf because he forced her to do it. I guess it's possible he loaned her money and then she had to do something in return for that. Are you thinking about Douglas again? You think he loaned her money to start her business? It's a possibility, that's all I know. Is it called a loan if they were husband and wife? I've got a feeling we're not being told many things, don't you? I guess so. Like what? Elsa May asked. That's something I don't know. Things have been kept from us, but I don't know what things. It's something to do with Douglas. Things just aren't adding up. He was supposed to be out of her life, but was he out of her life? I don't know. It seems like he wasn't. Maybe. And if he was still in her life, that changes things. What does it change? Oh, Elsa May, it changes everything. I suppose you're right. They do look at the nearest family in a murder investigation, don't they? Always, and it seems they were still legally married, so that puts him at the very top of the list as a suspect. But what? Nothing. Elsa May rubbed her head. I'm just confused by the whole thing. There's nothing to be confused about. The woman was murdered, and someone did it. We just have to figure out who did it. We know Douglas left the community, but it seems he didn't turn his back on Brunhilde. Whether their relationship was amicable or not is something we have to find out. That's where you're wrong, Ettie. We don't have to do anything. That's up to the detective. Ettie sighed. It was hard having to do it all by herself. Chapter 20. Nancy arrived at Detective Kelly's house. It was a large home in a nice suburb. The garden was neat, the grass newly mowed, and a white picket fence fronted the property. Her heart started to beat fast. What if she didn't get along with Cynthia? What if Cynthia didn't want her there at all? Perhaps it was Kelly who was a fan of her work and not his wife at all. Pushing her fears down, she stepped out of the car, and placing one foot after the other, she walked through the gate and down the path that led to the front door. She rang the doorbell and waited, while she second-guessed herself about what she'd chosen to wear. Now she was upset with herself for not wearing the dark blue dress. The white one she'd chosen was sure to get grubby, especially if Cynthia served soup. Kelly opened the door with a flourish, and when Nancy saw his big smile, she felt much better. "You came!" Nancy laughed. "I said I would." She noticed his wife behind him, and then he pulled her forward. "Meet my wife." "Hello, Nancy, I'm Cynthia. I've heard so much about you." The two women shook hands. "Keith's talked about nothing much else." Nancy giggled. "I'm so sorry. You must be bored out of your mind." "Not at all. I'm a big fan. We both are. That's about the only thing we have in common. Go and see how the dinner's getting along, would you, Keith? I'll take Nancy into the sitting room." As they walked, Nancy said, "Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor, truly. I'm just so glad you said you'd come. I never thought I'd ever meet you. One good thing has come out of Keith's job." Nancy soon saw that the large open kitchen was the center of the home and open to a dining room, the sitting room, and a more casual area. "It must be hard for you with him working crazy hours." "It is sometimes." She motioned for Nancy to sit on a pink velvet two-seater couch, and when Nancy was seated, she sat beside her. "I'm sorry about the house. This is the best we can do on a detective's wage. You must live in a nice home." "It's fine. It's more than fine. It's a beautiful home." "That's because I subsidized it with money of my own. Isn't that right, Keith?" The detective opened his mouth to answer, but Cynthia kept on talking. "He wanted to provide for me himself, but I wasn't willing to compromise on a certain standard of living." Nancy was shocked at how brutal she was being to Keith. He didn't seem to notice, unless he was just putting up with her. As Kelly was doing something in the kitchen, he told Nancy, "It's rough for Cynthia because we can be having dinner and then I'll get a call that I'm needed and I have to go. We scarcely have time together and we certainly can't plan anything." Cynthia laughed. "I get to have some peace and quiet. I really don't mind. It does make it hard to plan anything, and that's why I don't plan anything exciting with Keith. Last month, I went on a cruise with one of my girlfriends. I didn't miss him at all. Now tell me all about this case you're interested in, the murder with the Amish candy shop woman." Nancy didn't know what to say. Her funeral is on Tuesday, I heard. Would you go to the funeral? Oh, no, I avoid them where I can. Keith said, I normally go to the funerals of the victims. It's amazing what you can find out. Oh, Keith, no more depressing talk about funerals and death, or you're detecting nonsense. I'm sorry I raised the subject. It was my fault. We have Nancy here, and I want to hear all about her exciting and glamorous life. Tell us something, Nancy, so I can pretend live life through your eyes for just a little while. Nancy laughed. I wish I could. My life hasn't been glamorous or exciting for a while. My husband Max and I used to travel a lot, and that was often where I got some of my ideas for my novels. Do tell us more. Nancy laughed again. I'm sure Keith's life is much more exciting. Believe me, it's not. He's stuck in this town with no room for advancement. Kelly chuckled. That's how Cynthia views things. But I like it here. I've made some good friends, and I'm appreciated. I don't want advancement. With that comes more pressure and less time to spend with you, my dear. Time together is overrated. It doesn't pay the bills. Nancy noticed that Kelly looked a little hurt by that comment. Surely he made a good salary. How much money did Cynthia need? I think the dinner is ready now, dear, Detective Kelly said. Good, I'll have everything placed in the center and we can help ourselves. Sound good to you, Nancy? Sounds perfect, and it smells delicious. I hope you're hungry, Keith said. Always. They sat down to a meal of chicken stuffed with herb mascarpone, seafood and saffron pasta, and steak and aubergine salad. This is the best food I've tasted in years. You're such a good cook, Cynthia. Nancy helped herself to an extra serving of steak salad. I'd never think of having steak like this. She giggled. Keith's always telling me I'm a good cook, says I should open a restaurant. Then we'd never see each other, Keith told her. That's the problem, Cynthia said. I do like to cook for Keith. He misses dinner so often, and I like to have a decent meal so he can heat it up when he gets home. That is, if he hasn't filled himself up with rubbish before he gets here. I do get hungry on the job, and sometimes I have to grab whatever I can. I did tell you she's a good cook. It's true. Nancy was glad Cynthia was showing a softer side. She was a little worried about what she had said about the house. It wasn't necessary, but still, Keith didn't seem to mind. Wait until you see dessert, Keith said. Oh, I'll have to leave some room. Cynthia smiled. It's nice to have someone appreciate my cooking. You can come back here anytime, Nancy. Thank you, I will. Will you write a book about one of Keith's cases? I'm not sure, I might. Oh, we'd love it if you did, wouldn't we, Keith? I'd love anything that you write, but it would be exciting to see what you did with this case. Nancy swallowed her mouthful. I am intrigued about these two Amish ladies you keep telling me about. Oh, them, Cynthia said with a shake of her head. Keith complains about them all the time. Keith gave an embarrassed laugh. I don't know if complain is the right word. They do annoy me sometimes. They fascinate me, Nancy said. I'll see what I can do about having them agree to talk with you. Nancy had hoped he would have done that by now. That would be good. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 21. On Monday, after Ettie and Elsa May read more of Brunhilde's letters, they thought it time to make another visit to Griselda. When they arrived at her house, she set them down in the living room and served them hot tea. How's the chimney? Ettie noticed it was now working. A crackling fire was ablaze, warming the small house. There's nothing wrong with it now. It wasn't working for the last couple of weeks. I've been so cold. It wonders me that Tommy didn't feel it. He never feels the cold or the heat. Tommy cleared the chimney for me in time for the funeral. Mom! Tommy called out from his bedroom. Griselda jumped to her feet and answered, "Coming!" Then she said to Ettie and Elsa May, "He probably wants something to eat or a cup of coffee. I better go see." Elsa May leaned over to Ettie. "I'd completely forgotten about the funeral." Ettie felt bad that she had to agree. "Me too." "Don't forget to ask where Brunhilde got all her money from." "Okay, I do think we've already asked, but no harm in asking again." "I'm really disliking going to funerals lately." "We can't not go, Elsa May." "I know that. I'm just telling you how I feel." "I know what you mean. I feel the same, but we have no choice. How old is Tommy? And why is he ordering his mutter about?" "Must be spoiled." Griselda came back and sat down. "He just wanted to know who was here. Poor thing, he doesn't feel well." "Perhaps we should go?" Ettie asked. "Nay, it's fine. I'll heat him up some soup later." "That'll fix him," Elsa May said before taking another sip of hot tea. "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know. Head cold, I think. It might be all the dust from when he cleaned out the chimney." Ettie looked around the room. "It's clean in here." "He did it all when I was out earlier today visiting Salome and Ruthie. He did such a good job." "Are you organized for the funeral?" Elsa May asked. "I will be soon. I never thought I'd be doing this. Not so soon. She was in such good health. Never had a sick day from the store or anything. She was strong as a horse." Griselda shook her head. "We're sorry." "Denka, if only I could make some sense out of it. Who could do this?" "We don't know. The answer must lie in those letters." "We read them." "Most of them," Ettie corrected Elsa May. "Yeah, that's what I meant. We read most of them. And you're right, there are some people who might have wanted her out of the way." "I know, sadly," Griselda sighed. "There's no one else you can think of who might want her gone?" Elsa May asked. She shook her head. "It would make me feel better if I knew why, and if I knew who." Elsa May patted her arm. "We'll find out for you." "Would you both do that for me?" "We will." Ettie was horrified at her sister's answer. They couldn't make that promise. Now it was too late. Griselda looked so happy that Ettie couldn't take back what her sister had said. "Dinka, you two are very special ladies. Let me know whatever you need to find out. I'll do whatever you tell me, and I'll answer whatever questions you ask. Is there anything I can do?" "Not at the moment, but we will let you know." Ettie was so bothered by Elsa May's comment that all the questions she'd wanted to ask had left her mind completely. Chapter 22. "I wonder if Detective Kelly will be there." "Most likely he will. He often goes to the funerals of his victims, he told us." "It's so sad that she's become a victim. A woman who was so nice and did not upset anybody." Elsa May nearly choked. "What about how she was with me?" "Not this again. Will you let the whole thing go, Elsa May? The woman is dead." "You should listen to me, Ettie. If she hadn't been making that face at me at the Sunday meeting, we wouldn't have gone to visit her and we wouldn't have found her dead. Her bad mood is connected with her death. Mark my words." Ettie giggled. "You sound so dramatic when you talk like that." "I'm not meaning to be anything of the kind. But you never think I've got anything valid to say, and I do." "I don't think like that. You're the one who dismisses what I say all the time." "Let's not argue about it, Ettie." "Let's agree to disagree." Ettie smirked. She loved that line, but only when she could use it as her way of getting the last word. "I wonder if Douglas will be there." It must have helped his bigamy thing when Brunhilde changed her name back to her maiden name. Elsa May shook her head. That means nothing. As far as I'm aware, you can be called by whatever name you wish to be called.
Yes, but her official papers would still be in her husband's name since she was still married.
I see what you mean. Officially, she'd be Brunhilde Campbell. Maybe that's something we'll find out at the funeral, Elsa May suggested.
Ah, good thinking. Ettie looked over at Elsa May's dog. Snowy, I'm sorry, but we have to leave you alone again today.
Snowy didn't appear to care. He was lying on his dog bed with his nose between his paws, sleeping, and had barely opened his eyes when he heard his name. He spent most of the day sleeping.
Who did you ask to drive us to the funeral today? Ettie asked.
Jeremiah and Ava.
Ah, good. It feels like they haven't been here in so long.
They keep to themselves now that they have the 2 children. Eva doesn't get out like she used to.
A few minutes later, Ettie called out from the kitchen doorway. They're nearly here.
Elsa May came hurrying out, tying her white prayer cop strings. Did you say they're here?
I said they're nearly here, Ettie told her.
Oh, Ettie, I thought you said they were here.
I didn't. I guess I should have said it's time for them to be here. Can I do anything to help you get ready?
Nay, I just need my overbonnet and my coat. Ettie and Elsa May walked to the door, and Elsa May helped her sister put on her coat. Ettie returned the favor before they opened the door and looked out for any sign of Elsa May's grandson's buggy. Elsa May stood on her tiptoes and looked down the road as far as she could see. I do hope they're not going to be late. They were never late before the children came along.
I dare say they're taking the Kenner to Ava's mom to look after, and that's why they're late.
Ettie ducked her head inside the door to look at the clock on the mantel. It was 2 minutes after the time they were supposed to arrive. All of a sudden, Ettie was pulled back outside by her sleeve. Here they are now, Elsa May said.
Hey, you didn't give me a chance to say goodbye to Snowy.
He won't care, Ettie. He's a dog.
I know, but I still always say goodbye to him.
They went to the end of the garden path where the property met the road and waited there. Jeremiah reined in the horses and got out to help them into the buggy's back seat.
Would one of you want to go in the front?
Ava offered. Nay, it's okay. There's plenty of room in the back.
Are the Kenner at your mother's, Ava?
Asked Ettie as soon as Jeremiah moved the horse forward.
They are. I thought it best. Mom wasn't going today and she offered, so I wasn't going to refuse her.
It was a dreadful thing what happened to Brunhilde, Jeremiah said.
It was certainly a shock, a big shock to everybody.
And how did it come about that you 2 found her? Jeremiah asked, glancing behind at them.
We just happened to be there.
Ettie didn't want to go into the whole long explanation of how Brunhilde wasn't happy with Elsa May over some imaginary problem.
To buy some candy?
Asked Ava. Something like that, answered Elsa May. Sounds mysterious, Jeremiah said. Not really, it's quite straightforward.
I heard she was killed with a Scottish sword. I wonder where it came from. It's certainly not an everyday thing. Did you do any research?
What research? Elsa May asked.
There must be someone who makes the replicas. They were just for show, but they obviously work because they were able to kill with it.
Do we have to talk about this on the way to the funeral? Jeremiah asked. Ettie knew that her grandnephew disliked talking about anything to do with their investigations. And more than that, he didn't like his wife involved. Best they talk about it when he was out of earshot.
You're right, Jeremiah. Let's stop talking about it for the moment.
Denke, he said. The viewing was taking place at Griselda's house. They parked the buggy in the long row and walked into the house. Brunhilde's open coffin was at one end of the small living room. Everyone was filing past the coffin, paying their respects. Let's go take a look, said Elsa May to Ettie.
Nay, I'll just hang back for a while.
Suit yourself. Once Elsa May and Jeremiah moved away, Ettie took the opportunity to pull Ava to one side. She told her everything she hadn't gotten to tell her while they were traveling with Jeremiah. What are your thoughts? Ettie asked. My thoughts are that unless the detective is keeping something from you, they've got pretty flimsy evidence against anybody. I agree with you about that sergeant. It sounds so odd. Ettie sighed. That means if Douglas didn't do it, the murderer is on the loose, and they have no idea who he is. Who profited from her death, or who hated her that much? I don't know anybody who hated her, and from what the detective said, her husband profited because he was left everything in the will. And he probably hated her, who knows? Ava said. They were separated. Estranged, I mean. What we need to do is find out more about the swords, because if we can find the swords, perhaps we can find who bought one or made one or such. We? Does that mean you'll help us? Ettie asked. My mother has got the kinner until tomorrow night. I do have to go into town to get a few things. I could slip into the library and do some research. Would you? We could meet you there. Elsa May sneaked up behind them, having heard the last part of what they said. Thank you, Ava, Ettie whispered. We need to find the killer before he kills again. The detective thinks he might be a serial killer. That means he might kill again. Why does he think that? Ava asked. Elsa May grunted. He thought that at the beginning, Ettie. He hasn't said that since. Yeah, you're right. When Ettie saw Jeremiah walking toward them, Ettie said to Ava, We'll wait for you at our house tomorrow. I'll be there. Vera, the local gossip, reached them before Jeremiah did. Everyone's wondering if her husband is going to be here, but don't they know he's locked up? He is? Ava asked. Ettie shook her head. If he was, he's not anymore. He's just arrived. Vera frowned. I got the wrong information. I wonder what happened. I'll ask him. Griselda walked over to Douglas and spoke to him before Vera got to him. They exchanged some words before he walked over to the open casket. He put his hand up to his face and quickly put it down by his side. Ettie whispered to Elsa May, Is he wiping away a tear? Probably tears of joy because he's rid of her. When Jeremiah was busy talking with other people, Elsa May told Ava how Douglas had been abusive to Brunhilde. Ava gasped. I didn't know that. It's true. The police have it on record. That's terrible. Poor Brunhilde. It is terrible. That's why she didn't want to have anything more to do with him, added Ettie. Then why did she? Asked Ava. That's something we're going to have to find out. It wasn't long before 6 men walked forward, put the lid onto the coffin, and lifted it onto their shoulders. They walked it outside and placed it on the back of the specially made wagon. With all the buggies following behind it, the funeral wagon made its way to the graveyard that was shared by the Amish and the Mennonites. No sooner did they arrive than the rain came down. Why must it always rain at funerals? Asked Ettie as she stepped out of Jeremiah's buggy. It doesn't always rain, Jeremiah said. More often than not. It does seem that way. It was rare that Elsa May agreed with her sister. The rain had stopped enough for them to walk over to the freshly dug grave. When everybody was out of the buggies and gathered around, the bishop said a few words about life and death, and that Brunhilde was now with her relatives and the people who had gone before her. Chapter 23. Well aware that the funeral of Brunhilde was taking place today, Nancy sat at a computer researching claymore swords and making notes. She wore a black dress, her silent and private way of showing respect to Brunhilde. Although she'd never met the murdered woman, she felt very much connected with her since she was a part of the investigation. A very small part, but still a part. Her heart went out to Brunhilde, a woman on her own, much like herself, trying to make her way in the world. To die in her candy store and die alone was so unfair. No one deserved that. When Nancy heard sounds outside her front door, she got up to see what was happening. It was Rita, just about to knock. Rita looked her up and down. "You look like you're going to a funeral." "I'm not. Brunhilde's funeral is today." "You're going?" As Nancy moved away from the doorway, she repeated, "I'm not." "Then why are you dressed in black with your pearl choker?" Nancy touched her pearls, an anniversary gift from Max. "I just felt like dressing like this. I'm pretending I'm there. I don't think I would be welcome at an Amish funeral. After all, I'm not Amish, and I don't know what they do and what the protocol is. I've seen them go in their processions all following the funeral buggy. It would be odd to drive behind them in a car, don't you think?" "You could always wait at the cemetery." "No, I wouldn't like to. I think the detective mentioned he's going." "Good for him. You should have gone. It would be great fodder for your novel." "I haven't decided about that yet." Nancy swallowed hard and sat down on the couch with Rita. "I don't quite know what the story will be yet. I'll just have to wait and see how it unfolds. It could be fiction and based on a real case, or it could be something entirely different altogether. Either way, you've got readers eagerly waiting." "I just don't want to disappoint them." "You won't. You could never do that." "So you have been talking to the detective more." "I have. He's been very good about keeping me included with things. He shared a lot of good information. Maybe he'll let you read the files. Perhaps when the case is closed. I hope they find the murderer." "What were you doing on the computer over there? I hope I didn't interrupt you. Were you writing at long last?" Nancy shook her head. "No, I was researching swords and things. This is so different from anything I've done before." "You'll get there. You'll work it out. You'll be good at this the way you're good at everything you do." "Thank you, Rita. You're my constant support." "I just know how to back a winner, and I'm on to a winner with you." Nancy tossed her head back and laughed. "Maybe I should just put myself out to pasture. I don't need to write again. I can live comfortably. It's not as though I have to rely on my writing income, thanks to the investments Max made. Not to mention the millions your past books have made. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take anything away from Max." "It's okay, I didn't take it that way." "No, you're doing it because you love it, and that's just what you do. That's how it was once. And that's how it will be again." Nancy smiled. "I do feel a little better for doing this." "Good. I told you so. That's what you were meant to do. You were meant to write and be amazing." Nancy smiled. But all along she knew that Rita relied on her for an income, as did the publishing house she was contracted to. "Why don't we at least drive past the funeral at the graveyard?" Rita suggested. "What time is it scheduled?" "I don't know when, and I don't know where. I really don't want to, Rita. I've had enough of death this past year." "I just thought it would give you some ideas for writing. I am sorry." "No, that's all right. I should leave you in peace to write that bestseller and concentrate on what you're doing." "No, you don't need to go. I'll fix you something to eat." Rita recoiled. "What, a ham sandwich again?" "Yes, I'm sure I've got ham." Rita laughed. "Don't trouble yourself. I've got a few other things I need to do before I finish for the day." Before Nancy could say anything else, her friend was on her feet and heading out the door. She hadn't wanted to be rude to Rita, but sometimes she just wanted to be left alone with her thoughts. Chapter 24. When Elsa May and Ettie turned away from the grave to go back to Jeremiah's buggy, they noticed Detective Kelly and Sergeant Finger standing in front of Kelly's white car. The sight of Sergeant Finger immediately raised Ettie's hackles. "What's he doing here?" Elsa May squinted. "Who is it?" "It's Sergeant Fingerprints." "It's Finger, Ettie." Fingerprint suits him better, since he got his fingerprints all over that cell phone.
Elsa May grimaced. Ach, why would he be here?
He came with Kelly.
They walked over to them. Hello, Detective Kelly. Elsa May gave the sergeant a nod. Hello. Good morning, ladies, the sergeant said with a smile. It's a fine day for a funeral.
It's a good day to find out what really happened to Brunhilde, Ettie said, and find that missing cell phone that we handed you.
And you put it in a plastic bag, Elsa May added, staring at Sergeant Finger. Finger looked away from them. We're on the job, Mrs. Smith, Detective Kelly told them in a tone that suggested he resented them talking to one of his colleagues like they had. Griselda appeared behind them. Thank you for coming, Detective Kelly. Ah, Mrs. Lapp, I'm wondering if we might have a quick word with you. Her shoulders rounded into a slump. Here? Now? It'll only take a moment. That's good, because only a moment is all I have. We might go over here, Kelly said. The detective and the sergeant walked away with Griselda.
I wonder what that's about, said Ettie, staring after them.
We'll find out. Let's visit her tomorrow. I'm sure she'll tell us.
Good idea. Now we'll have to find Ava and Jeremiah so we can go home. Tomorrow we said we'd go to the library with Ava. We'll have her drive us to Griselda's place, too.
Elsa May smiled. Perfect. We'll have Ava drive us to the library and then to Griselda's on the way home. Ettie looked back at the grave and saw Ruthie. She was leaning against Salome and looking very sad. At some point they had to talk with Ruthie. She might be the only one to know what was really going on with Brunhilde. Today was not the day. Once Rita had left Nancy's house, Nancy sat down, still in her black dress and pearls, and contemplated her future. It was time to make plans. Max was gone, and she had to do something to fill her days. Writing was something she'd always enjoyed. Even though she found it hard to start, she knew that it would be only a matter of opening the floodgates. Before Max's illness, once she'd gotten going on a story, the words had always poured from her mind onto the page like a river breaking through a dam and bursting its banks. She was thankful for her good friend Rita always being there to give her encouragement and support. She looked at the photograph on her desk. It had been taken a few years before Max died, when he still looked young and healthy. He'd want her to continue writing. Nancy picked up the photo frame, kissed Max's image, and placed it back down on the corner of her desk. Then she flicked on her computer. It always turned itself off whenever she was away from it for more than 5 minutes. Her screensaver was a picture of her accepting an award. Those days seemed so far away, and her life couldn't be more different. She remembered exactly where Max was in the audience. She closed her eyes and pushed herself back from the desk. It was then she realized what her problem was. She felt guilty for carrying on with her life without him. Guilty for being interested in this case. And definitely guilty every time she found herself happy. After all, how could she allow herself to be happy when her husband was gone? It made perfect sense. Max wouldn't have wanted that. He would want her to live a full and happy life. That was exactly what she had to do. She took a notebook out of the top drawer and started making some notes. To do a good job of her first novel after this long hiatus, she had to get to speak to those Amish ladies that Detective Kelly had complained about. Rita had been harping on and on about the Amish, so maybe these Amish ladies were an absolute must to speak with. Not wanting to waste any more time, she went back to doing the research on the unusual murder weapon. She learned that the Claymore sword was 5 feet long and was like the one used in Braveheart. There couldn't have been too many of them around. An internet search on those exact swords revealed she was wrong. There were all manner of replica swords of that exact type for sale.
After that, she arrived at a dead end. There was nowhere else to go with her research. It wasn't as though she could find out about Brunhilde and her Amish family and friends on the internet. They had no social media presence and were never photographed, so unless they ended up in the news for something or other, there was nothing to find. Now she could see why the detective found the elderly Amish women a valuable source of information, even if they were the bane of his existence, as he'd said. She looked at her wristwatch. She'd give it a few hours and then she'd call the detective and ask him to try to arrange a meeting with these elderly Amish ladies. She'd already asked him, but perhaps he'd forgotten. Chapter 25. The next day, Ettie and Elsa May sat in the library with Ava while they too tried to find out more about swords. "It's not looking good. I can see replicas for sale all over the internet," Ava said. "Yeah, but are they plastic or replicas in metal?" "She was killed with a proper sword and not a toy, Ettie," Elsa May added. "I heard Detective Kelly say it was a replica." "That's right," Ettie agreed. "He did. So that means it wasn't an antique. But I would say it had to have been made from metal." "Why didn't you ask him about it, Ettie? You never asked about the sword." "I saw it close up. I didn't need to ask. I saw what it did." Ava looked back at the computer, and a few minutes later she said, "There's a mixture here made of rubber, wood, and steel. Many of them are metal." "See what you can find out about Sergeant John Finger," Ettie suggested. Ettie stood up and looked over Ava's shoulder at the screen. The first search that came up was of a medieval society. "Well, would you look at that? There he is, right there in that photograph." Elsa May placed her glasses on the end of her nose and moved in closer. Then she gasped. "And look who is 2 people away from him. Am I seeing right? Is that—" Ettie looked to where Elsa May pointed. "It's Douglas." "Brunhilde's husband?" "Yeah." "Ettie, we have to tell Detective Kelly about this." "So, then they knew each other from before." Ettie stared at Elsa May. "Do you think the detective knows that?" "He didn't mention it." "But he did say that Douglas was known to the police. So it's not going to come as a shock." Ava swiveled around to face them. "What's bad about them belonging to the same society?" "Because he took the cell phone and put his fingerprints all over it. And the other day we found out they both belonged to a car group. They had to know each other extremely well, I'd say." "The sergeant put his fingerprints all over the phone?" "Yes. Then he put it into an evidence bag, but by then it was ruined. He blamed us for taking it away from the crime scene," Ettie said. "Yeah, but it was he who put his fingerprints on it. We were very careful not to," Elsa May added. Ava took another look at the screen. "You think they might be in it together?" Ettie nodded. "I've been suspicious of Sergeant Finger from the start. He was transferred from another station recently." Ava smoothed down her apron. "Just because they know each other doesn't necessarily mean much." She turned around to look at Ettie. "Are you sure that's not because he's new?" Ettie opened her mouth in shock. "What do you mean?" "You get into a groove and like your normal routine, so I'm just saying that perhaps you just have to get used to him." Elsa May shook her head. "Normally I'd agree with you, but there is something wrong with the man. Eddie's right this time." "This time?" Ettie thought. "Okay. Is there anything else you want me to look up?" Ava asked. "Nay," Ettie sighed. "This has all been a waste of time." "Not really. Now you have some new information about your sergeant," Ava said. Ettie shook her head. "He's not my sergeant." Ava laughed along with her, and then asked, "Did you have somewhere else you wanted me to take you?" We just need you to take us to— Where was it, Ettie?
Back to Griselda's house.
I can do that.
No, wait, Ettie said. Take us to the boarding house on Main Street first.
Okay, it's on the way.
First, Ava, before you do any of that.
What is it, Ettie? Ava asked.
Could you call the Medieval Society and ask them some questions, Ava?
What about?
I saw over your shoulder that they have a museum near where they held that festival. I wonder if they're missing a sword.
Yeah, Ava, could you ask them? Added Elsa May. Sure. She turned back to the computer.
I'll write down their number and I'll give them a call right now.
After Ava jotted down the number, she left the sisters sitting alone in the library. They moved to a table and chairs so the computer would be free for someone else to use. I'm so glad Ava came with us. You would have wanted me to make that phone call, wouldn't you? Elsa May asked.
No, I wouldn't, Ettie grinned. You would have made me.
Elsa May scratched her cheek, and then they both sat quietly while they waited for Ava to return. When Ava came back, she sat at the table in front of them.
Well, they have had swords go missing, and they said that's not unusual. There goes that idea out the window, Ettie said. How about you take us to the boarding house on Main Street then? I'm following up on a lead.
Is this about what the taxi driver said?
Yes.
Elsa May sighed. Why would Douglas stay at a boarding house if he lived nearby?
That's what we need to find out, if it was him or not.
Chapter 26. Ettie always followed up every lead, even though it seemed like it didn't make sense. Maybe this one didn't, as Elsa May said. But after what the taxi driver said about a man he'd taken there having something long hidden in cardboard, she had to follow up. After taking a deep breath, Ettie walked into the boarding house and spied the young man working behind the reception desk. When he looked up, she walked over to him.
Can you tell me which room belongs to Douglas Campbell?
I'm sorry, I don't think we have a Douglas Campbell here.
He was staying here. I thought he was here now. Can you check? I don't know what's keeping him. I'm supposed to meet him here.
Douglas Campbell, just a minute. It doesn't ring any bells. That's not unusual. We have a full house leading up through to the weekend and into next week.
Good for you,
Ettie said, smiling. No, we don't have a Douglas Campbell.
Oh, that is strange. He said he was staying here. You don't remember him at all? I'm sure he stays here often.
I'm sorry, I can't say that I do, but I am new here. Ettie leaned forward, glad to hear that information.
Could you do me a quick favor? Have a look at your computer records and see if he stayed here before. Maybe I've got the wrong place and he's waiting for me at another boarding house somewhere.
Sure, I'll see what I can do. He tapped on some keys. No, as far as I can see, we've never had anyone by the name of Douglas Campbell stay here. It seems he's got to be staying somewhere else. He looked up at her and smiled.
It seems likely. Thank you for your time.
Ettie walked back to Ava and Elsa May, who were waiting for her in the buggy. What did you find out? Elsa May asked.
A big nothing.
I'm sorry, Ettie, Ava said. Shall we go to Griselda's house now?
Are you sure you have time today? We've taken up too much of your time already.
It's fine, Elsa May suggested. Griselda's place is on your way. Why not take us there and we'll call for a taxi to take us back home? Are you sure? Ava asked. Yeah, we might be there for a while. We have to talk with her about a few things. Okay, I'll do that then as long as you're sure you'll be able to find your way home. We are. Elsa May gave a firm nod. Ettie giggled.
We're not 5 years old, Ava.
I know, but I just worry about you.
We'll be fine. Griselda welcomed Ettie and Elsa May into her house and looked up at Ava in the buggy. Ava waved and then moved her horse and buggy away. "Why isn't Ava staying?" "We had her driving us everywhere today. We didn't want to take up too much of her time, so we thought this should be the last she did for us today. She said to say hello," Ettie added. She knew if she came in, she would have been tempted to stay, and her husband needed her home. She also had to pick up her Kenner from her mother's. Soon Ettie and Elsa May found themselves seated in front of Griselda again. This time she served them strong coffee in tiny cups. "The fireplace is still working, I see," Elsa May said. "It is. I'm not expecting another problem. I've got so much cake here and cookies by the dozen. People just keep bringing me food. Would you like some apple cake? I haven't tried it yet." "We're fine, just the coffee is enough for us," Elsa May said. "What brings you both here today? More questions?" Griselda asked. Ettie moved in her seat. "We noticed at the funeral you were talking with the detective and the sergeant. Did they tell you anything?" "Nay, they just had a few questions for me. I'm sure they could have waited. It was awful to have them asking me questions there at the funeral like that. Why did they have to choose that day?" "Yeah, it must have been a horrible shock." "It was. It was nice of them to attend, though." "It was very caring of them." Elsa May took another sip of coffee. "That's right. They wanted to ask me about Douglas and why they never divorced." "I've heard varying stories about it." Ettie was fishing for information. They'd learned from Douglas's own lips that he'd married another woman while he was still married to Brunhilde. "Nay, they were still married officially. But I did hear lately that he had another wife." "He was a bigamist?" asked Elsa May, playing along nicely. "Maybe. He wouldn't be the first man to do it." Griselda nodded. "That's quite true." "Did they ask you if you've seen Douglas lately other than at the funeral?" "Yes, they asked me, and I told them no. It's not a lie. I didn't see him other than at the funeral. I just know he'd visited her store because Ruthie told her mother, who told me. And then the policeman asked me whether Douglas and Brunhilde remained friends."
"And did they?"
"Brunhilde never mentioned him to me. Then the detective told me something shocking about Douglas." "About him beating her?" Elsa May asked. "You knew?" "We only found out recently. I think it was the detective who told us too. Wasn't it, Ettie?"
"That's right."
"And we were shocked, weren't we, Ettie?"
"We were. We had no idea anything like that went on. Poor Brunhilde. What the poor woman must have gone through."
"It's just not right," said Elsa May. "Do you think that Douglas killed Brunhilde?" asked Griselda.
"I have no idea," replied Ettie. "Do you?"
"I don't know. It was odd that he was at her store so often. I wish she would have told me some things. I don't know why she felt she couldn't confide in me." Griselda shook her head.
"Did he give her the money to open the candy shop in the first place?"
Ettie asked. "I don't know. We never discussed that even. It wasn't my place to ask." Elsa May lifted her chin. "You never wondered where she got the money?" "Nay, but it was funny that she left it all to Douglas. I didn't know that was going to happen. That was the last thing I expected." Elsa May took a deep breath, looking into her empty coffee cup. "Not so funny, since he was still legally her husband." "But I thought she might have left something to me and Tommy, and definitely to young Ruthie. Ruthie was like a doctor to Brunhilde. She was teaching her all she knew about the business. She also relied heavily on Ruthie because she had that reading problem." Elsa May placed her cup and saucer onto the coffee table in front of her. "How did you feel when you heard it was all left to Douglas?"
I was a little sad, of course I was. Some money would have helped Tommy and me. Also, what is Douglas going to do with Brunhilde's house? He won't need it. He'll only sell it, and it would have been a good place for Tommy to live. Still, that was her choice, and it's not my place to question it. I only wish she'd told me that Douglas had hurt her.
She probably didn't tell you because she didn't think you could do anything about it.
I would have told her not to let him into the candy shop. Griselda shook her head. It's odd that she kept it quiet.
She would have been embarrassed, Elsa May, Ettie said.
I know, but still. I feel the same, Elsa May, and I'm her Schwester. You would think she would have told me. I helped her with so much, the ordering, the bookwork, and she couldn't trust me with her personal life? Griselda drained the last of her coffee. I was worried about what to do with the store, and now that's a worry I don't have. It's been taken completely out of my hands. It seems it's going to be Douglas's shop now.
Ah, that's right. If he's not found guilty of her murder, Ettie said. Tommy walked down the stairs and looked at his mother and the two visitors.
Didn't know we had company. Hello, ladies.
Ettie stood up. Hello, Tommy. We were just leaving.
Yeah, mind if we use your phone in the barn to call a taxi? We don't have a phone in the barn. We use the one on the corner.
Oh,
that's too far. Why don't you drive them home, Tommy? Sure, that'll be no problem. I'll hitch the buggy and come and get you when I'm done.
When he left the room, Ettie said, It must be such a blessing for you now that he's back home.
It is. He was getting in with some strange people.
How strange? Ettie asked.
They did reenactments of the olden day people, whatever they were, with knights and ladies and such.
A medieval society? Ettie asked.
And swords? Elsa May asked. Griselda shuddered. Don't even talk about swords.
Elsa May and Ettie stared at one another, while Griselda went on to talk about something entirely different. Chapter 27. Ettie chose the back seat and had told Elsa May to sit next to Tommy.
Are you enjoying being back in the community? Elsa May asked Tommy, who was driving them home from his mother's house. Yeah, I never should have left. But I had my time of Rumspringa and now I'm back. Ettie kept quiet. 10 years was a long Rumspringa, and he had to be about 30 by now.
You remember where we live? Asked Ettie.
Nay, I'm sorry I don't.
It's the next left here, and then I'll guide you.
Denka.
As soon as they were in their own home, they looked at each other, and then Ettie blurted out, He might have known Sergeant Finger.
And don't forget that Douglas is Tommy's uncle. I wonder if they met up once Tommy left the community.
Yeah, they were some of the strange people Griselda was talking about, Douglas and his friends.
Does that mean, do you think Tommy had anything to do with his aunt's death?
Ettie shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, but if he did, now he knows where we live.
Elsa May sighed. We should have had Ava wait for us. Should we mention to Kelly that Tommy was in that society too?
Ettie shook her head. I don't know.
Elsa May put her hands on her hips. What do you know?
What?
Ettie frowned at her sister. You keep saying you don't know. I'm just wondering what you do know.
I don't know why the three men were in the medieval society. Then Brunhilde was killed with a replica sword they would have used in their reenactments. Was one of them, two of them, or even three of them involved with her death? That's what I don't know.
That's all well and good, but my question was, what do you know?
I know that it's your turn to cook the evening meal.
Ettie placed her black overbonnet on the hook by the door along with her coat and headed to the couch. Elsa May stared at her open-mouthed. Am I not going to get some help with peeling the vegetables?
Ettie reached forward and grabbed the booties on the end of the couch. She'd been knitting the night before. You do that. I'll keep up with the knitting.
What about the fire? Who's going to do that?
You, please, Ettie said. Snowy came bounding in the dog door and greeted Elsa May by jumping up.
Down, Snowy, I've got the dinner to cook. I know you want me to take you for a walk, but
I'll do it. Ettie got up. While I'm out, I'm going to call Detective Kelly and tell him what we know. That'll save us a drive tomorrow. Then we'll both work hard to get these booties finished tonight and tomorrow. How about that?
Elsa May nodded. I like it.
Ettie grabbed the leash from the hook behind the door and clipped it to Snowy's collar. Let's go, boy. She walked out into the brisk afternoon air, having given no thought to putting her coat back on. It wasn't that far to the shanty that housed the phone, so she kept going, doing her best to ignore the cold. Hopefully, Elsa May would have a good fire going by the time they returned. Detective Kelly's cell phone number was in Ettie's head. When she got to the telephone, she wasted no time in dialing the number, while Snowy patiently waited at her feet.
Detective Kelly, he answered.
No, it's Ettie Smith.
I meant I'm Detective Kelly.
Oh, Ettie couldn't help but laugh.
How can I help you, Mrs. Smith?
I found out that your Sergeant Finger, Brunhilde's estranged husband, and Brunhilde's nephew all belong to the Medieval Society.
The same one?
I'm not sure, but I know Sergeant Finger and Douglas belong to the same one because we found a photograph of a group of them at the library's computer. They were both in it.
The library?
No, they were in the photo on the computer.
Were they?
Yes.
That is interesting.
And we found out that the Society's museum has had a few swords missing over the years.
My team found that out, too. We've been doing our best to have the sword identified.
I hope something comes of it.
Me too. Funny that Finger didn't mention his involvement with the society.
It is. Ettie's teeth chattered with the cold.
I'll be having a word with him about that. Do you know what site the photograph was on?
No.
I'm sure if you found it, I'll be able to find it.
Ava, our young friend, was the one who found it.
Is that all you have for me?
Yes. That's a lot, isn't it?
It certainly is, and thank you, Kelly said.
Ettie moved her feet up and down on the spot just to keep herself warm. You will keep us informed and let us know when to stop looking into things?
I will.
Goodbye.
Ettie hung up the phone's receiver before Kelly ended the call. He never said goodbye. She always just heard a click. Ettie turned and headed back to the house as fast as she and Snowy could walk. Chapter 28. After a long call from Rita, Nancy went back to see Detective Kelly the day after Brunhilde's funeral. Detective Kelly ushered her into his office and told her about the latest developments. It's sounding more intriguing than ever. 3 men involved in the same society. One of them your sergeant. I know. I'm talking to him soon. It's odd he wasn't forthcoming that he knew these 2 other people close to the victim. As of today, he's off the case. I guess you'd have to do that. Yes. I need to ask, did you have any luck arranging a meeting with the 2 elderly Amish women? I'm sorry, I tried. They just don't want to talk with you. But I have had an idea. To get the gist of what they do, how about you follow them? Nancy thought for a moment. I'm sure they'd notice a car traveling behind them everywhere. A car goes much faster than a buggy. Neither of them has a buggy or a horse. They get taxis mostly. Is that right? Is that allowed within their community? Kelly interlaced his fingers and put his elbows on his desk. I'm told that riding in a car as a passenger is okay as long as the Amish person is not the driver. I see. That makes it a whole lot easier. I don't know if I could be quite that sneaky. You do want a story, don't you? I do. Then isn't that the price people like you pay for a story? It's not as though you're doing anything wrong. She stared at him, knowing he was right. Unless following the two Amish ladies could be classed as stalking, then again, this could take her novel in a different direction. Nancy could not believe what she was doing when she settled down to sleep in the back seat of her car. She'd heard that Ettie and Elsa May always woke early, and she didn't want to miss following them on their early start. With the alarm on her cell phone switched to 6 a.m., she'd be right there on the spot. If she'd stayed home, she'd never get out of bed in time. Sleeping in her car at the end of their street was the best solution. That was, if she didn't freeze from the low temperatures during the night. She doubled her pillow over and slithered into her thermal sleeping bag and then spread a furry blanket over her legs. In the pitch blackness, she wouldn't have any trouble falling asleep. Except for the fact that she couldn't straighten her legs. Chapter 29. The next morning in Ettie and Elsa May's house, they sat eating a breakfast of oatmeal and preserved blueberries. Elsa May, what we need to do is immerse ourselves in her life. Once we do that, we'll get an idea of what was going on. Sounds good. And how exactly do we commence this immersion? Elsa May asked as she added some extra milk to her oatmeal. We have to go to her house. I thought you'd say that. Should we ask Griselda? Ettie shook her head. Nay, definitely not. I'm not sure about Tommy, and I wouldn't want him to know we're going to her house. Technically, isn't it Douglas's house now? It might be. Hopefully it's still got all her things there so we can go through them. We need to think like she did, and what better way to do that than being surrounded by all her things, Ettie said. So you're pretty certain that it was someone who knew her? Ettie swallowed her mouthful. I think so. No one else has been killed by a sword recently. It's not something that happens every day. So why was Brunhilde killed? You think the answer lies in her house? It could be. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. When should we go? Right now, as soon as we finish eating. Elsa May looked down at her booties that she'd brought into the kitchen with her. Will I ever get you finished? You started on that pair this morning and you've nearly finished them already. You're the fastest knitter I've ever seen. Of course you'll finish them. Bring your knitting with you and do it in the taxi. Och, Ettie, that's a silly idea. Besides, I have to finish several pairs by the end of tomorrow. It's not a silly idea, not if you want to finish them. It's not only these I have to do, there are many more. Ettie shrugged her shoulders. I said I'd help, and I have been. That's what you said, but so far I've not seen much knitting being done. Ettie sighed. It was hard to concentrate on knitting the booties when there were so many other things fighting for her attention. Let's go to Brunhilde's, and then when we come home, I'll knit for the rest of the day. I'd like to believe it. Ettie grinned. You can believe it. Elsa May chuckled. All right, if that's true, I'll give my eyes a rest and leave my knitting here. Don't let me down. I won't. I wouldn't dream of it. Elsa May put the half-made booties back into her knitting bag, which she always kept by her feet. Shall we go? Ettie gave a nod. We shall. Nancy woke up when her cell phone alarm sounded. She went to move and realized she was aching all over. All night she'd tossed and turned, trying to get comfortable. It was hard not being able to stretch out and extend her legs. She sat up in the back seat and pulled out one of the sandwiches she'd made, placed it on a paper napkin, and then poured herself a cup of coffee out of her thermos flask. After she finished her breakfast, she took out a book. Just as she was on page 1, Movement at the end of the road caught her eye. It was the two Amish ladies in black coats and bonnets making their way to the phone. She then fished under her seat and found her binoculars. Looking through them, she saw that one of them picked up the phone. They had to be calling for a taxi. "Where are you going?" "I'll soon find out." Half an hour later, Elsa May and Ettie were in Brunhilde's house, thanks to a spare key they found under her back doormat. "Ettie, Dan was in debt to Brunhilde. Look here." Elsa May held the notebook out to Ettie. "She's jotted down his name, Dan, and next to it there are different sums of money." "That's what we were told. It's good to see it here because that means we know that these other people owed her money too." "Seems she could spell Dan." "She could recognize some words," her sister said. "Maybe names of her family members. And she was good with numbers."
That makes him a suspect. Yeah, along with our friend with the murdered wife.
"Well, he's not our friend. And wait a minute. What if Dan didn't pay the money back? That means that there was no money there that morning when she was killed, and therefore it wasn't stolen by the killer."
I don't think Dan would lie to us, and neither would his twin brother.
"Hmm," Elsa May said. "That's true. Not everyone is a liar."
And T for Tommy? $5,000. That's a lot of money.
"It sure is. That's a lot of candy that needs to be sold. It's just not adding up."
I meant he's another one who's a suspect. We have two, Dan and Tommy.
"Would he have murdered his aunt because he owed her money?" Elsa May asked.
Who knows? He could have. Why did he suddenly come back to the community?
"You should have asked him."
I couldn't. It would have sounded rude, and I didn't want to upset him when he was driving us home in case he was the killer. It wonders me that the detective didn't search this house and find this.
She held up the notebook and then lowered it. As they both stared at the book, they heard a creak coming from the rickety boards of the porch outside.
Shh! What's that?
Elsa May raised her eyebrows as they listened. Then they saw a shadow looming across the window. Then a face appeared. Ettie dropped the book, and she and Elsa May both screamed. Chapter 30. Nancy felt bad for scaring them. She wasn't much of a detective. Now she'd have to let them know she was there. She reached out her hand, opened the front door, and pushed it until they could see her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you."
Who are you?
The smaller of the two elderly Amish ladies asked. "I'm Nancy Dillard."
I'm Ettie Smith, and this is my older sister, Elsa May Lutz.
"Ettie, you don't have to say I'm the older one."
That's true. She would have clearly been able to tell.
Nancy giggled.
Elsa May, this is the woman who writes books. Kelly told us about her.
"What are you doing here?" Nancy looked down at the gray linoleum floor, feeling bad. Then she looked back up at them. "I'm sorry, but I followed you. Keith, Detective Kelly, said you'd be onto some clues, and—" Elsa May's face beamed with delight. "He did. It's very nice of him to say that." Ettie pouted.
It wonders me he'd say anything of the kind.
The two ladies then smiled at each other, and Nancy took it that they were pleased about what Keith said, even though they'd both had very different reactions. At our ages, it hardly matters who's older or younger. Isn't that right, Nancy? "I guess that's true. It's nice to finally meet you both. I've heard so much about you." Again, the sisters looked at each other and smiled.
"We've found a notebook," Ettie said as she scooped it off the floor. "People owed Brunhilde money, you see?"
She held out the book for Nancy.
"I'm assuming you're just as interested as we are to find Brunhilde's killer?"
"I am. That is interesting." We still don't know where she got all her money from to loan to people.
Hmm, I don't know. Keith didn't mention that. He might not know either. Elsa May stepped closer.
What has Keith told you?
Just what the profiler said about the killer. Profiler? I know what they do. They describe the likely personality and, well, the profile of the killer, Ettie said. That's right, Nancy nodded.
Do tell, Elsa May said.
Before you say another word, was Keith the one who suggested you follow us?
I'm afraid so.
Why don't we play along with something? We'll play a little joke on him and not let him know we've met. Nancy laughed.
I don't know if I could keep a straight face long enough.
Please try.
Let's sit down for a moment and we'll exchange information. See if we can make some sense out of everything. After Nancy told them all she knew and what the profiler had said, Elsa May gasped and looked at Ettie. Tommy lives at home with his mother. He fits the profile perfectly.
I was just thinking the same thought, and he had access to a sword as well.
Ettie proceeded to tell Nancy about Tommy, and then told her all the other things they knew. By now, Ettie knew there was a whole lot that Kelly had kept from them. Her feelings had been right. One thing we must do is question Ruthie. Do you know if Detective Kelly has talked to the girl who worked in Brunhilde's store? Elsa May asked Nancy.
He didn't mention it, but I imagine he would have. He didn't say anything to us either.
We should talk to her now. Today, Ettie.
Do you want me to drive you to Ruthie's house? Nancy suggested.
I saw you got a taxi here. It must add up in costs. I could easily drive you.
Taxi fares do add up, but not as much as keeping a horse and buggy.
Ettie looked at Elsa May.
What do you think? You really want to speak with her now?
Yeah, I do. She might have seen Tommy hanging around the candy shop. Who knows? And we might as well get a ride, as long as no one sees us in your car, Nancy. They might ask questions. Nancy nodded. I understand. I could let you out of the car up the road a little from her house.
That sounds perfect, and would you mind waiting for us, too?
Oh, Ettie, you can't ask her to do that.
I'd be happy to do it, and then you can tell me what you found out so we can brainstorm.
Elsa May smiled at Nancy. I agree with what Ettie said earlier. I think we should keep what happened here today to ourselves and don't let Kelly know that we've met. I notice you didn't agree that you would keep quiet. Nancy's eyebrows knit together.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
Unless you're comfortable with breaking and entering, Elsa May asked, blinking rapidly.
No, I'm not, of course not.
Elsa May threw her arms into the air. That's what you've just done by entering this house. Nancy gasped, covering her mouth.
Both of you invited me in. It's not our house, Ettie said. It's Brunhilde's.
Oh, dear, I shouldn't have set foot through the door. Nancy closed her eyes and held her head in her hands. I can't believe myself. She looked up at them. You're right. Best to keep this quiet from Keith for now.
Agreed, Ettie said,
while Elsa May nodded. Chapter 31.
I don't know what they said, but Tommy often visited Brunhilde at the shop. They used to disappear in the back, so I don't know what they talked about.
Ettie stared at Ruthie, the girl Brunhilde had treated as her apprentice. Ettie and Elsa May sat with her and her mother at the miller's round kitchen table as Ruthie wiped away a tear. Salome said, "That detective came around here asking her the same thing."
I didn't want to talk with him because he was out of the community, so I almost ignored him. I wasn't friendly.
I'm sure it would have been quite okay if you did talk to him. He's trying to help by finding this killer. Can you tell us about who came and went from the store? Oh, I don't think so, Elsa May. We don't want to get anybody into any trouble, Salome said. Don't answer that, Ruthie. You do want to find Brunhilde's killer, don't you? Yeah, of course we want to find the killer. I mean, why wouldn't we?
That's all we're trying to do, Ettie said. We're trying to locate the killer. That won't bring Brunhilde back. God is the one who takes vengeance, not people, Ruthie said.
Ettie pushed out her lips.
I do believe we have to stick to the laws of the land, though. We only want to find out what happened and prevent this man from killing anyone else.
Only if they are sensible laws and don't interfere with God's laws, said Salome. Ettie could see why Detective Kelly often found it hard to talk with people from her community. Salome sighed. Ugh, it's all too much. Just tell them everything you know, Ruthie.
I don't know what you want to know. Ask me some questions. Do you know if she had anyone upset with her? Anybody who wanted to take revenge over anything at all? Ettie asked. I don't like to say, but there were many people upset with her. Mom said Griselda gave you some letters. I've read them all. I read them to Brunhilde, and then she took them for her sister to read to her a second time. Then she left them at her sister's place for her sister to store.
Yeah, we're still going through all the letters. Does any one person stick out in your mind? Elsa May asked.
The man whose wife died, he was the one most upset. But I don't think he would kill her, do you?
Ruthie fiddled with the strings of her prayer cup, twisting them around her fingers. I don't know. I think people do crazy things when they're upset and grieving. Who else? Elsa May asked. Ruthie put her head down and scratched it.
I don't know. Even though people were upset with her, she helped so many other people out.
With money?
Yeah, whenever she could. She was a very generous person.
Ah, that's the next thing I was getting to. Where did she get all this money from?
I don't know. She always seemed to have such a lot of it.
More than the store's takings?
Yeah,
And the police said she had a large amount when she died that day.
Ettie leaned forward. You mean she had a large amount of money and then it was gone? That's right. They found that out.
Ettie was disappointed in the detective. She heard the same thing out of Nancy's lips, and now it was confirmed. Perhaps he had forgotten to share that information with them. That would be his only excuse. Do you think she got the money from Douglas? Salome asked her daughter. Ruthie shrugged her shoulders.
I don't know. I only saw her giving him money. I never saw him giving her any money. That's very strange,
Ettie muttered.
All this time we thought that she'd never seen anything of him, and now we find out he was a frequent visitor to the candy store.
Elsa May cleared her throat. Did Brunhilde ever say why she was upset with me?
I knew she was upset with you, but I can't remember why.
Please remember, Ruthie, it's important. Think, Elsa May urged. Ettie felt sorry for Ruthie being put under so much pressure.
Don't worry if you can't think what it is now. You can always tell us later on.
Elsa May's mouth formed a frown as she glared at Ettie. Meanwhile, Nancy was sitting in her car when she got a phone call from Detective Kelly. Hello? We've had a break in the case, Nancy. She hoped he wasn't going to ask her to go straight to the station because she was waiting on the roadside for Ettie and Elsa May. "What is it?" "I told you about a black car seen outside the candy store early one morning." "Yes." "It's been identified as Douglas Campbell's second wife's car." "Oh, really?" "That's right. A couple of my men are bringing her in for questioning." "That's huge," she said. "You think she might have killed Brunhilde?" "We found that scarf, remember?" "Yes, you said you found a scarf in the alley and we found Brunhilde's blood on it. We know the scarf wasn't Brunhilde's. It makes sense it belonged to a woman, too feminine to be a man's scarf. Everything's falling into place now. I'll talk to you later." Kelly ended the call just as Nancy saw Ettie and Elsa May walking to her car. When they'd gotten into the car, she told them what Kelly had just said. "How did you end up getting involved in all this?" Ettie asked Nancy. "Rita, my agent, is desperate for me to write another book. I write crime novels. But after my husband died, I lost interest. Rita tried to jog my interest and was trying to make me write romance, specifically Amish romance. I told her no." Nancy giggled. "Then, while we were on the Amish tour she talked me into, we stumbled across the murder at the candy store." Elsa May nodded. "That's exactly what happens to us." "Yes," Ettie agreed. "We never go looking for trouble." Chapter 32. That night, Ettie opened their front door to Detective Kelly. They'd been alerted to his presence by Snowy's barking before Kelly could even knock, and Ettie had scooped the dog up with one arm to protect the detective from an exuberant and unwelcome canine greeting. "I've got something exciting to share with you both." Ettie stepped back so he could walk inside. Nancy had told them about the scarf and the car, and about Kelly suspecting Douglas's wife. Elsa May stood up after she pushed her knitting into the bag by her chair. "Do you want to tell us something?" "That's right." "You better come inside and sit down. Why don't you make the detective some coffee and slice up some of that cake we got today, Elsa May?" "Do you want me to get it?" "It's hard for me to do anything with Snowy in my arms. I'll settle him in your bedroom while you're busy in the kitchen." "Coffee and cake sound good to me," Kelly said as he sat down on one of the chairs opposite Eddie's couch. Eddie turned toward the hallway to take care of the dog. "Don't say a thing until I come back," Elsa May said over her shoulder as she headed to the kitchen. A few minutes after Eddie had returned, Elsa May was back with a tray. After everyone had their coffee and cake in front of them, Elsa May sat back down. When she looked up, she saw Kelly and Ettie staring at her. "Please tell me you haven't talked when I was out of the room." "We didn't. Can I have permission to speak now?" Kelly asked. "Go right ahead," Ettie said as she brought the coffee cup to her lips. "Now you can tell us what is so exciting." "Well, I've had a famous author approach me, and she wants to know about the case." Was that why he was here? What about all the things he hadn't shared with them? "Yes, I think you said something about her already, didn't you?" "She might write about Brunhilde's case. Make it into a book." "She wants to write a book about Brunhilde?" "Maybe. I think it would be good for you to talk to her since you were the ones who found the body. And she might want to write it with an Amish angle." "Amish angle?" asked Ettie. "There is no angle," Elsa May added. "She doesn't need us to write her book." "I don't mean to be insulting. I'm saying this all wrong. I'm not good with words. Perhaps you should talk to Nancy herself." "I don't think so." Elsa May shook her head vigorously. Me neither. If she's got no more information about this case, why would we want to talk with her?
She's a very fine, famous crime writer. She could give you some clues. No, she couldn't, Elsa May said. How could she give us some clues if she knows nothing? Does she know any of the people involved? No, I don't think so. But she knows about murders and plots and things like that. Well, normally we would, Elsa May told him. But we are behind on our booty making. He raised his eyebrows. Your what? Elsa May leaned down and pulled out a pair of mint green booties that she had just knitted. These. Ah, booties. What if I bring her here to talk to you while you're knitting?
We can't talk and knit at the same time, can we, Elsa May?
Most definitely not.
Detective Kelly took a bite of the orange cake. When he finished swallowing his mouthful, he said,
I thought you both would be excited. From what I know of you both, you like talking to people, and I didn't think you'd pass up an opportunity like this. She could make this into a really good book, and I'm sure she'd give you copies too, since you were involved.
No, said Ettie. We'd have no use for them.
Snowy barked from within Elsa May's room. It's not only me who says no. Elsa May grinned. Snowy's telling you no.
And that's the last word on the matter, Ettie told him. I thought you'd solved the case when you said you had exciting news.
Sorry to disappoint. I've been doing a lot of that lately. How's the cake, Detective? Elsa May asked. Good, thank you, but not as good as the cakes you two make.
We'll make one in the next few days and bring one into the station.
His face lit up. That would be good. You haven't done that for some time.
We'll do it again soon. He picked up his coffee cup and finished the contents. Are you working through the weekend?
I try to have time off, but I'm always called in. The wife's gotten used to it. She keeps herself busy with her art classes and bonsai plants.
Why didn't you tell us a large amount of money was stolen from Brunhilde's shop?
His mouth opened wide. Where did you hear about that? Elsa May leaned forward. From Ruthie. Kelly scratched the side of his face. Didn't I tell you that?
No, and I remember Brunhilde, was pointing at something. That's how I found her. Her hand and arm were outstretched toward where she kept the money.
Oh, you're right, Mrs. Smith. That detail must have slipped my mind. Anything else you'd like to share with us, Elsa May asked.
Like any clues you might have? Said Ettie.
Nothing at the moment. No, there's nothing.
What about the black car seen outside the candy store? You found out who it belongs to yet?
Ah, you've been talking to Nancy? He shook a finger at them. Ettie giggled, and then Elsa May snorted. She wanted to tell you, but we said, no need to explain. We're all on the same side.
Ettie said, we forced her to keep it from you.
I can only imagine. Douglas's wife confessed going into the candy shop on the day of the murder. She claimed she was only there to beg Brunhilde to give her husband a divorce. She was worried he'd be found out and arrested.
What happened?
Brunhilde told her no. She wouldn't sign divorce papers. When she left the candy store, she claims Brunhilde was very much alive. Do you think that's true? Asked Elsa May.
What about the scarf?
Blurted Ettie, over top of her sister's question. We have taken samples of her DNA. We'll soon find out if her DNA matches the other DNA samples recovered from the scarf, besides the victims.
You let her go?
Ettie asked. He nodded. She won't go far. We're keeping her under surveillance until those results come back.
Thanks for being honest with us. That's all we ask. If we're helping you, we need to know what's going on.
We don't want to head up the wrong road. Or a dead end, Elsa May said. I know what you mean. Kelly ate the last mouthful of cake. I should be getting home.
This was my last stop of the day. Ettie and Elsa May showed him out. Chapter 33. The next morning, Ettie looked across the breakfast table to see her sister staring into nothingness. Was she all right? She'd been like that for way too long. Ettie leaned over and nudged her. Elsa May blinked and looked back at her. "You are still here. I was worried." "Nice. You thought I was dead?" Elsa May grimaced. "Nay, I thought you might have had a stroke." "Och, Ettie. Nay, I was just thinking about some things." "Like what?" "I don't want to say. It's a bit sad." Elsa May sighed. "Try me." Elsa May inhaled deeply. "Last meeting, Sunday before last, we still had Brunhilde with us, and now she's not." "She's fine where she is. She's happy. So we should be too." "Is that how you'll feel when I'm gone?" "Nay, I'll be devastated. There'll be one less person to do all the work around here." "You mean there'll be no one to do all the work around here? Because when I go to Gott, there'll be just you." Ettie chuckled. "I know what you're trying to say, but you're not doing a very good job of it. We share the work equally." Elsa May adjusted her prayer cup and then straightened in her chair. "We do share the work. I don't know whether it's equal." "More toast?" "Yeah, half a piece if you'll have the other half." "Okay." Ettie got up from the table, and as she pushed the slice of bread under the grill to toast it, she got to thinking about Elsa May and Brunhilde's disagreement. "You keep talking about her being two-faced, Elsa May, but you never said what she actually did to you." "Brunhilde?
"Yeah,
You never wanted to hear it."
I do now."
"It sounds petty."
Ettie sighed. There was no doubt in her mind that it would be. "Just tell me."
"All right, I will. Many years ago, Brunhilde and I shared a secret."
"A secret, you say?"
Ettie rushed back to sit down in front of her sister. She loved anything to do with a secret. "Yeah, it was when we were in a quilting bee together. We were all working on different parts of the same quilt. She said Mary Ann Hilty was doing a dreadful job, and she asked me did I agree. Without thinking, I said yes. To this day, I don't know why I agreed with her. I had no idea whether Mary Ann's sewing was good or bad. I'd never looked that closely."
"Then what happened?"
Over the next couple of weeks, Brunhilde made it her purpose to visit every single woman that took part in the quilting bee, and she told them that I thought Mary Ann should be off the quilting team because her stitches were so bad.
Ettie gasped. "That's dreadful."
"I know. Why do you think I was so upset? I couldn't believe anyone would do something like that. And she seemed so sweet and everyone loved her, as I did once until I saw her true colors. A couple of the women asked me about it, and I denied I'd ever said it. I didn't mean it, and she made me say it. It was awful to have to defend myself in something like that."
"You shouldn't have been drawn into it. You should have told Brunhilde that you didn't know what Mary Ann's sewing was like."
I know that now, and I didn't mean it then. I wasn't as wise as I am now. It was long before you and I ever lived together. She'd stopped by, and we were drinking hot tea. We laughed and we laughed about all kinds of things. She was such wonderful company. It was on that day she made the comment about Mary Ann.
"She got the better of you."
But why would she deliberately do that? Elsa May asked.
Ettie took a deep breath. "Some people are just like that. Maybe she was feeling hurt and she wanted to hurt someone else."
I did nothing for her to want to hurt me.
"Maybe you did, but you just don't know what you did to upset her. You'll never know."
Yeah, I'll never know now that she's dead.
Ettie sighed. Was that the secret you shared?
Yeah,
Eddie's lips turned down. Well, it's not really a secret.
it is. She knew the truth, and I knew the truth of the matter. No one else did. To me, that's a secret.
Eddie thought it was stretching the limits of what a secret should be, but she said no more about it. I'm glad you told me. I never heard about it back then.
You weren't in that quilting bee, or you would have heard.
Was Mary Ann upset? Asked Eddie.
Yeah, she was dreadfully upset that it was spread around that her stitches were bad, and reportedly I was the one who said it. That's how I learned about it. It devastated her that I'd said something about her like that. It was so mean of Brunhilde to upset her so much, and it was so soon after Mary Ann's husband died.
That is awful. So did Mary Ann end up believing you didn't really mean it?
I'm not sure. I told her the truth of how it happened. That's all I could do. She could either believe me or not. There was nothing else I could do.
Eddie shook her head at her sister. I hope you've learned a lesson from that.
I have learned my words can be twisted. Not only that, not everyone is what they seem. And you're right. There are some people full of spite.
Um, I didn't think I said that. Eddie sniffed the air. There was a funny smell.
I only learned that through Brunhilde's actions. Funny how on the outside she was all nice as pie, sugary and sweet.
Sugar and spite, Eddie said.
Sadly, that describes Brunhilde perfectly. I kept away from her after she spread those stories about me. I stopped going to the quilting bees. Mary Ann and I got closer, and Brunhilde and I grew further apart. We hadn't talked for years, and if I looked in her direction, she'd always look away.
You said she was looking at you last meeting.
I'm getting to that. When I saw her looking at me with hatred in her eyes, I thought it was odd because we hadn't even made eye contact for years. The thing I'm asking myself is, what did she think I'd done to her?
It wonders me that you never told me.
I didn't like to talk about it. It was many years ago that the incident happened. I only wish I knew what had upset her.
Perhaps,
What, Ettie?
perhaps the answer lies with Mary Ann.
Ettie realized what she'd been smelling was something burning.
The toast!
Ettie jumped to her feet and screamed just as she saw a funnel of gray smoke spiraling toward the ceiling. Chapter 34. In the afternoon after their Sunday meeting, Ettie and Elsa May made their way to visit their friend Mary Ann. The taxi let them out at the bottom of the driveway, and they set about walking to the house.
I can't help feeling that we might be wasting our time here, Elsa May.
It was your idea to come here, and now you're saying it's a waste of time?
It might be. We're supposed to be finding out about Brunhilde's life in the last few weeks, days, or even months. Not trying to investigate a grudge she had with you years ago.
But what if it's related?
I don't see how it can be. You didn't kill her, did you?
Don't be silly, Ettie. Of course I didn't kill her. You very well know that.
Ettie chuckled. I'm just trying to work a few things out, that's all.
What things? We're nearly there. It won't take up too much of our time. Mary Ann appeared outside on the porch with a broom in her hands. She jumped when she saw them. Hello! I didn't think I would have visitors today. I'm just sweeping up out here.
We thought we'd surprise you, Ettie said.
She and Elsa May stepped up onto the porch and greeted her with a kiss on her cheek.
Have you had other visitors here today? Ettie asked.
Not today, but the other day I had a very nice detective here and a younger one. They asked me if I could tell them some things, and I said no. Did they say what it was about? Asked Elsa May as she leaned against the post on the porch.
Oh, yes. And I knew what it was about before they said anything. It was about Brunhilde and something about the money I owed her. You owed her money? Why don't we talk about this inside? The wind's blowing quite chilly now. I'll save my sweeping until later. Maybe I'll even do it tomorrow. I shouldn't even be doing it today. She gave a little laugh. She walked with them into the kitchen and then put her broom in the room's corner. Can I get you some hot tea to warm you up?
That would be delightful. Denke, said Elsa May.
What will we do? I've run out of milk. That's fine. We can both have ours black, said Ettie.
Ah, good. I always forget to get milk. I'm forever running out. I'm glad you can be flexible. Some people aren't too happy when I say I have no milk, but you two are a delight to have in the house.
Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other and smiled. Then they watched Mary Ann as she filled up the tea kettle and put it on top of the gas stove, lit the flame, and then sat down at the small kitchen table with them. It's been a long time since you two have visited. Is there something wrong?
Elsa May chuckled. No, and we should visit more often.
You can come and visit us, too, said Ettie. You live on the edge of town, though, so that's a bit of a distance to get there. We understand.
We do have a purpose for our visit.
And what's that? Mary Ann asked.
It's about Brunhilde.
Of course it's about her. Everything is about her these days. And you didn't tell them anything? I have nothing to say to them.
So you refuse to talk to them?
Yeah, I don't know anything about Brunhilde and who killed her. Why are they asking me questions?
I would say they are asking everyone questions. Why are they trying to ask you questions? Are you sure you don't know something? Mary Ann opened her mouth to speak, and then the kettle whistled.
Back in a moment.
Elsa May patiently waited until the pot of tea was made. When Mary Ann sat down again, she said,
Now, where were we? You were telling us why the police would have a reason to ask questions. They wouldn't have time to talk to everybody in the community. There must be some reason, Ettie said. Mary Ann looked down at the teapot and turned it 3 times in a circle. All right, I'll tell you, but I don't want it to be spread around. Ettie and Elsa May leaned closer. I borrowed money from her and haven't yet paid it back. They must have found out about it, and they could be coming to collect it. They wouldn't be coming to collect it, Ettie said. I didn't know what they don't do or what they do. Something like this has never happened to me. Elsa May shook her head.
They wouldn't be collecting money. I'd say they just wanted to ask you some general questions.
I didn't want to talk that day. That's quite understandable, Ettie said as Mary Ann poured them each a cup of tea.
Elsa May said, One thing I do have to ask you is, do you remember a few years ago when there was that incident with Brunhilde? She said that I said your sewing wasn't good, but in reality she spread it around. I hadn't said anything. I might have agreed or said yes, while not really giving any thought to what I was saying. That's the truth of the matter.
I remember it very well. It was an incident like no other.
It was quite unbelievable that someone would do something like that. Elsa May was still upset about it.
If I were you, I wouldn't be able to get over it either, Elsa May.
It did upset me.
I can see why. It's not very nice when someone spreads rumors or lies.
Thing was, and this is what I find disturbing, the last Sunday meeting she went to, I saw her glaring at me, and I knew she wasn't happy with me. It was as though she thought I had said or done something, but I didn't. I didn't do anything. We just kept away from each other for years. Do you have any idea why she was mad at me? Not especially. She hadn't mentioned you at the quilting bees for a long time. There is nothing that you can think of? Elsa May asked. There's nothing. Nothing at all. Elsa May had a sip of tea. Well, that is distressing. Would you rather her be upset with you over something? Mary Ann asked. Nay, it's not that. The thing is, I know that she was upset with me over something. Now I just don't know what it is. And if you don't know, then I'll never know. You will know, Elsa May. Don't worry about it. The truth always comes out. Ettie couldn't believe how Elsa May was carrying on about something that happened so many years ago. Elsa May's eyes grew wide. Do you really believe that, Mary Ann? I do. I believe that with all my heart. It even says it in Luke. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Denka, that makes me feel better. Ettie patted Elsa May's shoulder. Nothing to worry about. Now, who do you think killed Brunhilde? Marianne asked before she brought her cup of tea up to her mouth and slurped it. We have no idea, but it was someone with an ancient sword. That's what killed her, Ettie said, cringing at the slurping sound she found annoying. Elsa May stared at Marianne. Do you know anyone with a sword? Only Brunhilde's nephew. He used to be involved in a society that reenacted ancient times. I think it was called a medieval society. They dressed up in shiny armor and had swords and helmets. Griselda told me all about it. She thought it all a bit nutty, but she never said so to him. He gave it all up to come back to the community. It worried me when I heard about the sword, with the connection to Tommy and swords. Ettie was stunned that Brunhilde would have talked about it with Mary Ann. She'd assumed that they weren't that close, given the rumors. Was he heavily involved in this society? Ettie asked. Yeah, I think so, from what Griselda said. Anyone else you can think of who might have had a sword? There seem to be so many suspects now, Elsa May said. Anyone else who has had a sword? I don't think so. Why did you borrow money from Brunhilde? Ettie asked after a few moments of silence. I can't remember now. It was so long ago. And you never paid it back? I was always going to, but I kept forgetting. She didn't help at all. She never reminded me. We didn't think you were that friendly with her. I would think you had to be reasonably good friends with someone to borrow money. Ah, we had that falling out years ago when you told me the truth of what she'd done, Elsa May. And then we gradually forgot about it. Forgive and forget. What was the money for? I remember now. It was to fix my old buggy. It needed 3 repairs. They made it as good as new. I never wanted a brand new one. I get used to the old things I have and want to keep them. Ettie figured it was quite a sum of money. So why did Brunhilde never ask for it back? What do you know about her loaning money to people? It wasn't just me. She loaned her nephew money and Griselda. She practically paid all Griselda's debts. She was supporting a lot of people. Ettie looked over at Elsa May, who seemed just as surprised. We never knew, did we? Elsa May shook her head. We didn't. Who exactly was she supporting? There must be a lot of money in the candy business, and for such a tiny shop. Ettie dug Elsa May in the ribs. Who was she supporting? Ettie asked again. Where do I start? Griselda would know. I can't think right now. Mary Ann once again slurped on her tea. You must try some of the jam I made today. It's strawberry. I haven't made it for years, and just this morning I had the urge to make some. I had a pot of strawberries someone gave me, and they were just sitting there. If I didn't do something with them, they would have gone bad. We'll try some, said Ettie. Yeah, count me in. It's rare to have strawberries at this time of year. I know. Mary Ann got up and buttered some bread and slathered it with jam before cutting each slice in half. Then she brought several pieces back to the table on a plate. Try it. Jam wasn't a favorite of Ettie's, but she thought she should taste it just to be polite. When she saw how much jam was on each half slice of bread, she was horrified. That's a lot of jam. It's okay. I've got plenty. Ettie put a smile on her face, took a slice, and bit into the sweet, gooey mess. Lovely, Ettie said, not wanting to hurt Mary Ann's feelings, and finding that it did taste quite good. Very good, Elsa May said. Didn't you like it very much? Mary Ann asked Elsa May. I did. I just said so. Okay. There's plenty more. Just help yourselves. I'll leave the plate right here. Was anything bothering Brunhilde in the last weeks that you know of? Ettie asked. I just told Elsa May I didn't know why she was looking like that. Oh, nothing at all you can think of then. Nay, wait a minute. She did seem upset about something. Now, when was that? She looked up at the ceiling. Nay, it's gone. Keep talking and it might come back to me. Did you bake this bread? Sourdough, isn't it? Elsa May asked. It's the bread I always make. I bake Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Whatever I have left over, I take to the park and feed the ducks. Wait a minute. Ettie and Elsa May stared at her. It was when I went to the park and I was walking past Brunhilde's shop. It was getting late, and I didn't want to go into the store. She goes on and on with a lot of mindless chatter. Anyway, I was walking on the other side of the road, hoping she wouldn't see me, and I saw a man in the store. He seemed cross, and he was shaking something at her. Did you go and see what was wrong? Elsa May asked. Nay, I just kept walking. It was none of my business. Where Brunhilde was involved, I stayed out of things. I'd learned that a long time ago. I didn't want her problems to become my problems. Do you know who it was? Nay, I didn't think he was someone I'd ever seen. Was he an Englisher? I didn't look too closely, but yes, he was an Englisher. A little taller than she was, and darkish hair, and wearing dark clothes. How old? I couldn't tell you. Maybe 50 or so. But I could be totally wrong about that. Elsa May smiled as she wiped the jam away from the sides of her mouth. That's a big help, Denka. If you think of anything else, will you let us know? I will. Are you going now? We should go, yeah. Denka for stopping by. Why don't you take a pot of jam with you? We couldn't. We'd have to leave enough for you. I have plenty. I have 3 pots if I give one to you. I have 4 now, and there's just me here. The ducks prefer their bread plain. Mary Ann laughed loudly. I love those ducks. Ettie thought she'd better be polite. We love a pot of jam, but only if you can spare it. I'll fetch it for you now. Mary Ann got a pot of jam out of the cupboard and placed it in front of Ettie. You look after it, Ettie, since you seem to like it better than your Schwester does. Ettie pulled the jam closer. I will look after it carefully. How are you getting home? Mary Ann asked. We'll call for a taxi from down the road.
Nonsense. I'll take you in my buggy. I haven't had Oregon out in a couple of days, besides taking him to the meeting earlier this morning. It'll do him good to stretch his legs. Are you sure it's not too far? Elsa May asked. I'm sure. Are you ready? We are. On the drive home, Mary Ann said, I remember now. She was upset with you because she saw you talking with Griselda. Me? Asked Elsa May. Brunhilde saw me talking with her sister? Yeah. She told me she was concerned that you were up to your old tricks. Elsa May asked, What old tricks? Speaking behind people's backs and revealing secrets. Ettie could tell that Elsa May was so upset by Brunhilde's words and the fact that she was drawing other people into it. What rubbish! I don't know why she would have said that, Elsa May said. Ettie touched her sister lightly on her shoulder, hoping she'd keep quiet. Does that mean that Brunhilde had a secret from Griselda, her own sister? I suppose that's right, now I come to think about it. Do you happen to know what the secret would have been about? Nay, I don't. It was just recently. Tommy had come back to us. Perhaps she thought Elsa May knew he was coming back, and but wouldn't Griselda know something like that before Brunhilde would have? You're right, Ettie. But you feel it might have been something regarding Tommy? Elsa May asked. I don't know. I only say that because I found out just before that he'd come back to the community. I can't think of anything else that was happening at the time, Mary Ann sighed. All these questions you're asking me, it's a lot. I'm sorry, just one more. Did Tommy also owe Brunhilde money? Elsa May asked. Mary Ann nodded her head. Yeah, I know that he did because I overheard her saying something to someone. It was the same time I found out that Griselda had been given money, too. Both Griselda and Tommy? Yeah. Elsa May sighed. I don't know why Brunhilde was so against me. I knew nothing about anything, and I'm certainly not the sort of person who goes from one person to the other revealing secrets. I don't have any idea why she disliked me so much. Ettie comforted her sister. It's okay. Brunhilde was always an unhappy person. I was good friends with her before she was married. She thought getting married was the answer, but she became even more unhappy. Still, it wonders me that she thought so badly of me. From the back seat, Ettie patted Elsa May's shoulder again. Don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong. I must have upset her in some way. Mary Ann looked over at Elsa May, who was sitting beside her. From what I knew of her, and I knew her fairly well, I'd say she was a woman who needed an enemy, someone to pour out her rage on. She was too scared to do that to Douglas. He was probably the cause of her rage. He mistreated her. He did? So she was scared of him? Yeah. I didn't know she felt that way about me. Ettie was growing tired of her sister's whining. I know it's frustrating for you. Just accept that's how the woman felt. She's gone now, so you can't do anything about it. All right, Ettie. Don't be upset about it. She was angry with me once, and that's why she said those things about me and pretended it came from you. In her mind, it was from you. I'm convinced that she came to believe it was you who said it. Then you do believe me, Mary Ann? Elsa May asked. I do. I believed you back then, and I believe you now. Very much so, because before she'd been feeling that way about you, it was me.
Then her dislike of me transferred to you.
Ah, it's all very confusing, Ettie said, looking out the window.
She was a confusing person. Once Ettie and Elsa May walked in the door of their own home, Ettie said, "Do you think it was a waste of time to go to Mary Ann's?"
It probably was, and I'm sorry to put you through the trouble.
Snowy ran over to them and then pawed Elsa May's leg.
Who's a lively boy today?
"He wants his walk. That's what he's trying to tell you."
Okay, I'll take him out now before I sit down. If I sit, I'll never get up.
Ettie unhooked Snowy's leash near the front door and handed it to Elsa May.
Denka, are you coming?
Elsa May asked. "Nay, I'll fix us something to eat. And try not to be upset about Brunhilde. Just remember, you didn't do anything wrong. You can't control how someone acts."
Denka, Ettie, I'll try to remember that. She's had me second-guessing myself, wondering if I had done wrong.
"You haven't. I'd be the first to tell you if you had," Ettie said. Elsa May clipped Snowy's leash onto his collar and walked out the door. Ettie collapsed onto the couch and closed her eyes. She was exhausted. It was a mental and physical strain trying to work out what was going on with Brunhilde. Who was that man Mary Ann saw arguing with her in her shop? It could have been any one of the people who'd written letters of complaint, or any of the people who had access to swords who belonged to the medieval society. Brunhilde had so many people upset with her. Working out who killed her seemed an impossible task. Ettie got up and set about warming the leftovers from the previous evening's dinner. When Elsa May and Snowy returned, the sisters sat down to eat. Ettie mentioned that she'd been wondering if Tommy wasn't hiding information about his aunt. "How are we going to talk with him? We don't want to upset him since he's just come back to the community."
Shall we just look into the association he belonged to?
"What do you mean? See if they used swords?"
Yeah.
"Okay, let's do that. It'll mean another visit to the library." Once again, Ettie and Elsa May sat in front of one of the library's computers. They looked up the website that Ava had found a few days before.
Look, that is a sword.
"It looks close to the other swords we've seen," Ettie said.
They could be made out of plastic or something flimsy. How would we know if they could kill somebody? Would they make them out of steel? What would the old original ones have been made from?
Ettie shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know. Iron, maybe. There's a number here. Let's call them and ask them if their replica swords can kill someone."
We can't do that, Ettie.
"Why not?"
I don't know. Do you think we should?
Ettie stared at her sister. "How else are we going to find out?"
They're not going to say that their swords could kill people.
"I'll just ring up and ask what they're made from then," Ettie said.
And what will you?
Ettie threw her hands in the air. "I'll just make it up as I go along."
Are you sure?
"Yes. Find me a pen and paper and I'll write this phone number down." Elsa May went to the librarian, got a pen and paper, and came back to Ettie. Ettie read the number out and Elsa May jotted it down. After they switched off the computer, they returned the borrowed pen and went to the public phone at the front of the library. Ettie picked up the receiver. "What was that number?" As Elsa May read it out, Ettie pressed the numbers. When she heard someone at the other end of the line say, "Hello?" her heart beat hard in her chest. "Hello, I'm ringing up about your costumes."
Yes. What about our costumes? About your swords in particular.
Yes,
What are they made from?
I'm not sure I can tell you. Some variety of metal.
Who makes them? Ettie asked.
Who am I speaking with?
What I really want to know is, would they be able to kill someone?
Elsa May tried to grab the receiver from Ettie, but Ettie held it up and out of the way. Elsa May pressed the button on the phone to end the call. I told you not to ask that, Elsa May hissed.
I don't remember that.
Elsa May huffed. If I didn't, I should have. It was only common sense.
I didn't mean to, but you couldn't hear what he was saying. He made it very difficult for me not to ask it. I had to find out. Otherwise, what was the use of calling him?
What did he say?
He didn't tell me.
Well, I dare say if they're made out of some sort of metal, or even if they're not, and it's a pointy object, that it could be used to kill someone.
And Tommy had access to swords.
And so would our yellow dye man have had access to a real sword from his father's collection. He wouldn't have told us, though, would he?
If he had a sword from his father's collection, wouldn't he have wanted to keep it? Therefore, he pulled it back out of the body and ran away with it.
That's a very good point, Ettie. A very good point.
What do we do now? We are still no closer to finding out what happened to Brunhilde.
I need to sit down.
They sat at a table away from everybody else.
What do we know so far, Ettie?
We have the ex-husband,
who we've learned was actually the current husband.
Yes, Douglas. He was angry because she wouldn't sign the divorce papers. But now he's off the hook and no longer a bigamist, technically because she died. He had reason to want Brunhilde out of the way. Then we have the yellow dye man, revenge for his wife's death. Then we have Tommy, and then we have Griselda, and anyone else she'd loaned money to. Now they're off the hook. Why don't we work through the list of people she loaned money to? Ettie said.
Let's go home and do just that. Chapter 35. The next morning when Ettie and Elsa May were finishing the breakfast wash-up, Ettie heard a buggy pull up outside.
Who could that be? Ettie asked. I hear a buggy.
Nay, what day is it?
It's Wednesday.
It must be Bernice collecting the booties for the charity meeting.
What charity meeting?
Ettie, for a smart woman, you forget a lot of things.
I don't when I've been told. It was you who forgot to tell me about Bernice coming.
Nay, I didn't. I told you last week we were having charity meetings every Wednesday.
The meeting's here?
Ettie shrieked. Nay, not here. We're going to Vera's house. I haven't made my quota because you've taken up all my time with the Brunhilde murder.
Well, I'm sorry it's so inconvenient for you.
It's not that, Ettie. It's just that I haven't had a lot of time, and I promised them at least 12 sets, and you promised you'd help.
That's not good.
I know, and you know how they get, particularly Bernice.
Can I do anything to help?
I'm glad you asked. You can come to the meeting with me and tell them you'll help me knit the last of my quota, so we can finish the number in the time frame. Ettie couldn't think of anything worse.
Anything I can do to help other than that? You know knitting's not my favorite pastime.
Oh, come on, Ettie. If you helped me, we'd get more done. We could do them at night.
Very well, then. I'll help out.
Dinka, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Let's go. Ettie and Elsa May pulled on their coats and headed out to Vera's waiting buggy. That's a dreadful thing about Brunhilde, don't you think? Said Vera as soon as they stepped up into her buggy. Oh, hello, Ettie. I didn't know you were coming.
Neither did I until a few minutes ago.
And yeah, it is ever so dreadful about Brunhilde. I think there are a lot of people who'd been upset with her. Were there? Like who? Don't mind Ettie, she's just in a funny mood this morning. Vera said nothing while she turned the horse and buggy around. I heard that her husband might have killed her. Do you remember Douglas when he was in the community? Asked Elsa May. Vaguely, all I knew was that he joined very quickly, married her, and then left just as quickly. That's how we remember it, too, Elsa May said. Ettie told her. He was arrested for the murder and then let go because he had an alibi. Well, if he didn't do it, who did? Vera asked as she turned onto a busier road. I'm not sure, but she was killed with a sword, and that is very unusual. I think if they find out about the sword, they'll find the killer, Elsa May said. It's very unusual, isn't it? I mean, who keeps a sword these days? Vera asked. Ettie shook her head. Nobody I know, that's for sure. You don't know anybody who was upset with her, Vera? Only you, Elsa May. You didn't do it, did you? She glanced at Elsa May, who was now looking grim. Certainly not. Ettie and I were the ones who found her. Yes, that's what I heard. Ettie was thinking about something else. How was she going to get through this dreadful meeting full of women talking about knitting? And worse, knitting babies' booties. That night, Ettie and Elsa May had a surprise visitor to their home. It was Nancy. They asked her in and tried to feed her or give her a hot drink, but she refused everything. Kelly's had a forensic accountant go over Brunhilde's books. Things don't add up. There was a large amount of money set to go into the bank that never reached it. And that was over the past 2 years. What does all this mean? Asked Ettie. She was likely to be hiding, laundering money for someone. Most likely Douglas. Even the police know he's crooked, Elsa May said. Ettie rubbed her chin. Everything falls into place. She was supposed to be laundering money for Douglas. He was seen in the store all the time because he was doing the books. It makes sense now. Nay, Ettie, Griselda said she did the books. In this kind of thing, it's not uncommon for 2 sets of books to be kept, Nancy told Elsa May. The real ones and the fake ones. Ettie made a face at Elsa May. Can I finish what I was trying to say? Go right ahead. Douglas was supposed to be doing the books. He came early in the mornings so he wouldn't be seen by customers or staff. When there was a pile of cash there for Brunhilde to bank, she used to give it away to people. She felt trapped by her ex-husband, and this was her way of redistributing the ill-gotten gains, the filthy lucre. I see where you're going with this, Ettie, except Douglas was her current husband, Nancy said. When he saw his money gone again, he got so angry he snapped and in a blind rage grabbed the sword and drove it through her. Nancy added, That might be why she was pointing to the cupboard where the money was kept. One thing is wrong, Ettie, Elsa May said. What's that? Where did the sword come from? Was he planning to kill her? Ettie held her finger up in the air. I have a theory about the sword. When Tommy came back to the community, he brought something with him. A sword that he used to use when he got dressed up in his make-believe hobby. It's a medieval society, Ettie. I know. He hid the sword in the chimney because his mother didn't like violence or weapons of any kind. She wouldn't even have a gun in the house. She said so, remember? If she didn't like guns, she certainly wouldn't have liked swords. When the chimney wouldn't work because of the blockage, he knew it wouldn't be long before his beloved sword was uncovered. He then asked his dear aunt to mind it in her store. He knew his mother never set foot there. That's sounding likely, Elsa May said.
When Douglas came early to do the bookwork, he was so angry that Brunhilde gave away all the money once again. He picked up the sword and drove it through her. Elsa May sighed. I don't know, Ettie. What don't you know? Doesn't sound right. Ettie said, Don't you see? It all adds up. When you put 2 and 2 together, you get 4. Why was Brunhilde angry with me? Ugh, Elsa May, not everything is about you. She might have been feeling sad, and you just happened to see her sour face. It's possible she wasn't even looking at you. Were you wearing your knitting glasses? Nay, obviously they're for knitting. I don't knit when I go to the meeting. So there. I can see distances, just not close up. Ettie patted Elsa May's shoulder. Trust me, you can't see either, close up or distance. Maybe, Elsa May pouted. Or she could have thought you and her sister were talking about her. More likely. But I wasn't talking about anyone. No need to tell me that. Well, I can't tell Brunhilde that because she's dead. Ettie looked at Nancy. What do you think about what I just said? It's perfectly plausible. Maybe it's time to tell Detective Kelly about your theory. Do you have one of your own? Elsa May asked Nancy. I do. I had no idea about the sword, but I did suspect it might have been at the shop all along. I thought it was Douglas's wife's. The wife! Ettie and Elsa May looked at one another. It could have been the wife who killed her, Ettie. She wasn't very nice. Nancy nodded. They'll find out soon when they get the forensic tests back from the scarf. Eddie's mind drifted off. One other thing didn't add up. What did the detective tell you about Ruthie? Ruthie said the cash was lower after Douglas had been there. I have a theory. Ruthie knew the money was stolen or money gotten from a source that wasn't right. She helped Brunhilde move the money around. I think Brunhilde gave money to anyone who needed it. Perhaps her husband got angry and had enough of her doing it. That seems right. I thought Ruthie was hiding something. Eddie's mind wandered off again. Soon Elsa May was poking her. Stop it! Ettie pushed her sister's hand away. What's wrong? Nothing, Elsa May. Now everything is right. Everything has finally fallen into place. Everything. Chapter 36. Ettie managed to pull some strings and was successful in getting a group of people gathered in Brunhilde's candy store for an event to die for. She was more than a little surprised when everyone she'd invited showed up. Dan and Peter from the furniture store next door supplied the chairs that now filled Brunhilde's shop. What's this all about? Asked Tommy, the last person to sit down. Everyone will find out in a minute. Then there'll be free candy for everyone. Who'll be paying for that? Griselda asked. Ettie will. Ettie frowned at her sister and then stood up in front of the seated crowd. Brunhilde's killer is now sitting amongst us. Heads swiveled as everyone turned and looked at everyone else. Colin, it was you who killed your wife. You made such a fuss about it being Brunhilde Hoffman that you thought it would divert the police's attention from you. Kelly stood up. It didn't. We've had our eye on you, thanks to Mrs. Smith's suspicions. We found that it was, in fact, you. I didn't. You did, Ettie said. You found out Brunhilde couldn't read, and you thought she had a lot of money. You concocted the story about the food coloring allergy. There was no allergy to Brunhilde's candies. She was sick every time she had the yellow dye in the candies. You bought the soft candies, which you then injected with the yellow dye yourself. I found a bottle of it in your pantry when I was looking for the mustard, only it wasn't labeled correctly. You had it labeled as curry powder,
And when I saw the curry powder was yellow liquid, it disturbed me.
Mrs. Smith brought the bottle to me and it tested as the very substance your wife was allergic to. Why would you have such a thing in your house? Brunhilde must have planted it in my house to make me look guilty. We thought you might say that. It only had your prints on it, Detective Kelly said. This is preposterous. I want a lawyer. I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of your wife.
Kelly grabbed him and lifted him to his feet as he was read his rights. Then 2 officers appeared and escorted Colin Black out of the shop.
All's well that ends well, huh? Tommy stood up to leave. Not so fast, Mr. Lapp.
Tommy looked at Detective Kelly, who had stayed in the store.
What is it? Sit down.
Tommy did as the detective said. Ettie said, "Tommy, you came back to the community, but there was something you couldn't leave behind." Tommy hung his head. His mother looked at him.
What have you done, Tommy? Nothing.
He couldn't leave his sword that he'd taken a liking to, his claymore sword.
Wasn't that the same as the sword that killed my sister? Griselda asked.
One and the same, yes, because it was the very same sword.
Griselda gasped.
Griselda, your fireplace wasn't working for a while after Tommy came home, because that's where he had it hidden. When we visited you, you assumed the chimney was blocked, but it was really working by then. Tommy had already taken the sword out.
I didn't kill her.
Am I right so far, Tommy? Ettie asked.
So far, yeah.
You had every chance of killing her. Your mother's debt and yours would have been wiped out, and you thought she'd leave you everything, but she didn't.
Tommy didn't kill her. Tell them, Tommy. I already told them I didn't do it.
Ettie continued. You were close with your aunt, so you had her mind the sword in her candy shop, where you thought it would be safe.
That's all. I just hid it there. I should never have hid it in the chimney. I only had it there for half an hour, and Mom took that time to figure she needed the fire on. Ah, Tommy, you should have told me. I don't see anything wrong with keeping a sword.
Well, that sword was used to kill Brunhilde.
Who did it? Asked Griselda.
Chapter 37. Ettie continued. Dan, you and your brother were right next door. You claim you paid her back a large sum of money that morning. How do we know that really happened? You both had motive and you both had the opportunity.
Ettie, you know we'd never do that. And we wouldn't lie about the money, added his twin brother.
Ettie looked around for Douglas Campbell and saw him sitting behind Nancy and her friend Rita. Kelly had insisted both ladies should come. Douglas, you inherited everything from your wife, Brunhilde Campbell. You got the store and all of her money.
It was all my money in the first instance.
Your second wife has a black car. It was seen early in the morning close to the candy store. We have a witness. His wife, who was sitting beside him, said, I already told the detective I only went there to ask her to sign divorce papers. I used to go every few weeks to try to talk her into it. I didn't want Douglas to be at risk of being charged with bigamy. Douglas turned to his wife.
You were there that morning?
I was.
Why didn't you tell me? I don't need to tell you everything I do. Yeah, well, it was pretty important under the circumstances, don't you think?
She moved uncomfortably in her seat, fluffed up her red hair, and her full lips were made even fuller when she pulled them into a pout. Rita, Ettie said to Nancy's editor, who was sitting close to Nancy. Yes? It was you who murdered Brunhilde Hoffman. Nancy stared at Ettie, not believing what she was saying. Wait a minute. Rita sat in disbelief. You're crazy.
I was on the Amish tour with Nancy when that woman was killed. Ettie shook her head. Not so. You were so upset about your income being destroyed because Nancy had stopped writing that you gave her something interesting to write about. I don't have to sit and listen to this. Sit down, Kelly said when she made to stand up. This'll be interesting. You needed a murder somewhere nearby to pique Nancy's interest. You knew the Amish tourist wagon always stopped at the group of shops owned by Amish folk. The quilt store, the second-hand furniture store, the candy shop, and the Amish handicraft store. In your mind, one of them needed to die. Two of the shops were owned by husband and wife teams. One was owned by twin brothers. The other was owned by a sole operator, a woman. A woman who'd be easy to overpower. You couldn't believe your luck when you saw the sword. What an interesting murder weapon. You put away your gun and picked up the sword. Once you were done, you pocketed all the money in the cupboard. There would have been a tidy sum. You can't prove it, Rita said. When Nancy turned to stare at Rita, she said, I didn't do it. Funny that you recently purchased a gun. Kelly stood up and took handcuffs out of his pocket. We also checked your cell phone. You were in the vicinity of the candy store at the estimated time of death. She was with me, Nancy said. Rita didn't do it. What time was she with you? Kelly asked Nancy. She would have got to my place at around 9. Time of death was put a lot earlier than that in the morning. Rita stood. It's ludicrous. You're making this up. I lost my cell phone weeks ago. Kelly took his phone out of his pocket and pressed some buttons. Her cell phone rang in her handbag. I found it again. It was lost, though. Remember, Nancy, I told you about it. I'm sorry, I don't recall hearing anything like that. I did. Think hard. Rita frowned at Nancy. No, you're so organized I would have remembered if you'd lost something. You're always at me for losing things. Some friend you are. Rita scowled angrily at her. Nancy bounded to her feet. She was shocked and put her hand over her heart as Kelly snapped cuffs on her agent and best friend. Rita Silverstone, I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Brunhilde Hoffman. As Kelly read Rita her rights, he led her out of the room. Nancy collapsed back onto her chair, lost for words. She was my good friend. There must be some mistake. There's no mistake. They found a partial fingerprint on the way out, on the doorframe of Brunhilde's store. The scarf they found at the end of the alleyway also had unidentified DNA as well as dots of Brunhilde's blood. And as soon as they get samples from Rita, Kelly is certain they'll match up. Why's that? He found a post on social media of her wearing that very scarf. Nancy placed her hand over her stomach, feeling sick. This is like a bad dream. I'm sorry, Ettie said. And the way she just spoke to me and how she looked at me right now, it was as though she was someone else. Ettie kept quiet, and she knew Elsa May was bursting to tell her experiences of people acting sugary sweet when inside they were anything but. Sugar and spite, Elsa May murmured. Kelly came back into the room. I'm glad that's over with, and I'm in the clear. Not so fast, Douglas Campbell, Kelly said. I admit I was there, but I had nothing to do with it. She was very much alive when I left. Kelly shook his head. I'm not talking about that. He looked piercingly at Douglas. You were using Brunhilde's store to launder your dirty money. You were keeping your own set of books, and Brunhilde's sister was keeping another. That's why you funded her store. Ettie continued. You weren't happy with her loaning money to people because sometimes you wouldn't get it back.
Brunhilde might not have known what you were doing and why so much money was coming and going. All she knew was it was a way of helping her friends out.
I deny it.
Kelly pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket.
I have a warrant to search your premises.
Ettie noticed that Douglas gulped hard and went beet red, while his wife moved a few inches away from him.
What? You're going to search my house now?
Correct. Douglas shook his head. Then he grabbed his wife's arm and pulled her out of the store. When everyone else left, Nancy was left with the two elderly sisters.
I'm sorry, I'm just in shock.
Rita did all this to force me to write again?
Seems so, said Elsa May.
Now it makes sense. Her new clothes, the new watch. They must have been real diamonds around the dial.
I'm sorry, Elsa May said. I know what it's like when you think you know someone and you find out you don't know them at all. It's gut-wrenching.
Yes, Elsa May, that's exactly how it feels. She was my only friend. I relied on her after my husband died. Now I know I can only rely on myself. And on us, Ettie said.
We're your new friends now.
Nancy put her head in her hands and sobbed. Ettie and Elsa May each put an arm around her. I feel so guilty. If it wasn't for me going through my writer's block, Rita never would have killed that woman. Kelly walked back into the room.
You can't blame yourself for the actions of someone else. You are in no way responsible for this. The guilt is all hers.
If only I hadn't agreed to go on the tour. She said she wanted me to write romance. She covered her tracks cleverly.
Not too cleverly, Kelly said. We have her scarf, and I'm sure once we fingerprint her and get her DNA, we'll match her to the crime scene physically with more than her cell phone records.
Ettie looked at Kelly. The cell phone that we found?
We did figure out where that one was. It was in an incorrectly numbered box in the evidence room. It had been left at the candy store by a customer the day before. It had nothing to do with the crime.
Kelly looked at Nancy.
Will this be your next novel?
Nancy shook her head. I couldn't possibly write about it now. Also, I need to find myself a new agent. Chapter 38. 2 weeks later. Ettie and Elsa May had Detective Kelly and Nancy at their house for afternoon tea. Elsa May had baked an orange cake and topped it with a high layer of frosting and some small cupcakes that she decorated with tiny pink flowers made from stiff frosting. Ettie had made chocolate brownies and tiny triangle sandwiches with an assortment of fillings. Because of their small house, the only place to sit and eat was either their living room with plates on their laps or at the kitchen table. The sisters chose to entertain their guests in the kitchen so they could place the food in the center of the table. Once they were all seated, Ettie was anxious to hear the news that Detective Kelly had said he had.
What can you tell us? Elsa May asked him.
Wait, firstly, who'll have hot tea and who'll have coffee?
Coffee, for me, please, Nancy said. And for me, Kelly replied.
Ettie poured everyone coffee from the drip-filtered carafe, while Elsa May cut her cake and placed a piece on each of the plates. Ettie then sat down.
Well, we were right. It was Rita who was the killer. Her DNA was on the scarf we found, along with the victim's blood, and we found a partial print of hers on the back door frame of the candy shop.
Ettie sighed. I'm so sorry to hear that, Nancy. I know she was a friend of yours.
Yes, we're sorry, Elsa May added.
Thank you. It was a shock, but I'm slowly coming to terms with it. It's quite unbelievable.
It is, but not so unbelievable that it wouldn't end up in one of your novels, Nancy,
Kelly said. Nancy smiled. It's a bit soon yet. I don't know if I could ever write about it.
Before I do anything, I'm going on a holiday. My cousin lives in the south of France, and she's been nagging at me to visit. I think it's time I listen to her. Sounds lovely, Elsa May said before she slurped on her coffee. Ettie was horrified at her sister for making that noise in front of guests. Perhaps a good break is what you need. I think it will clear my head. Nancy broke off a piece of cake with her small cake fork and popped it in her mouth. Delicious, she said when she swallowed it. Thank you. Mrs. Lutz knows it's my favorite. She hasn't made it for me for some time, though, Kelly said. Elsa May is often busy with her charity knitting. It leaves time for little else. We had to make booties for the hospital charity. We made the quota, but we were several days over the time we were supposed to take. I never learned to knit, Nancy said. My grandmother used to do it all the time. Her hands were constantly doing something, knitting, crochet, or needlework. Kelly ignored the current conversation and said, Cullen Black confessed, eventually, to his wife's murder. That's dreadful. What reason did he have for killing her? Elsa May asked. Nagging. That's all he said when we asked him. She wouldn't leave him alone from sun up to sundown. He said it was constant. He needed to make it look like an accident or that someone else had inadvertently killed her. By jumping up and down, pointing the finger at Brunhilde, he was able to divert the investigator's attention off of himself. Clever, Nancy said. But not clever enough. Just as well Ettie found that die in his cupboard, labeled as something else, Elsa May said. Kelly shook his head. That could have blown up in our faces if it had gone to court. Thankfully, we got a full confession once he knew that we knew. Ettie wasn't surprised Kelly wasn't grateful to her. He was always like that. What happened to Douglas Campbell? We had to drop the charges. We didn't have enough on him. I heard that he'll be selling the candy shop. Kelly shook his head. Now he'll be free to continue defrauding people. Can you follow him? Nancy suggested. Kelly placed his cake fork down and then folded his arms across his chest. That reminds me. I have a bone to pick with the three of you. You ganged up against me. His gaze swept over the three of them. How so? Elsa May asked. Nancy, you were talking to these ladies and didn't tell me. You withheld information from me. And you two didn't tell me either. You kept saying you didn't want to speak with her when you already were. Ettie couldn't hold her giggle in and had to cover her mouth. I thought it best at the time, Nancy said. All's well that ends well, isn't it? Ettie asked. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Everyone looked at Elsa May. Well, you can't, she said. That doesn't make sense, Ettie told her. Many things in life don't make sense. Like, I'll never find out why Brunhilde was looking at me the way she was. Ettie grunted and marched into the living room, picked up Elsa May's knitting glasses, and walked back into the kitchen. Put these on. Elsa May did as she was told. Yes. How far away was she when Brunhilde looked at you meanly? A good distance. Ettie walked out the door of the kitchen with Elsa May still in view. About this far? Yes, about that. Take off your glasses and then look at me. Elsa May did so and then stared at her sister. Yes, Ettie. That's the exact look Brunhilde was giving me. Evil. That's a very good impersonation. Ettie groaned and then sat back down beside her sister. My expression hadn't changed. I was right several days ago when I said you were wrong. She wasn't looking at you meanly. You just couldn't see properly. Elsa May pouted. Well, she could have been mad with me. We had that awful falling out when she spread mean rumors. Ettie shook her head and put her hands to her forehead. What's the use? It doesn't matter anyway, Nancy said.
It was a good thing you were both at the candy shop when you were. Now 2 murderers are behind bars." Elsa May looked over at Ettie. "So, you think she did put it behind her? She should have. It was all her doing all those years ago." "You're the one who's been hanging on to it. Yes, she did wrong, but—" "Please," Kelly said. "Can we talk about something else? The weather, baby booties even?" Nancy looked over at Kelly. "Baby booties? Maybe not that particular topic." Kelly shrugged his shoulders and ate the last portion of his cake slice. Elsa May stared at Ettie. "You don't believe me about Brunhilde and what she said and what she did to me?" "I do believe you. I certainly do." "I do as well, Elsa May. Look at Rita. On the outside, she was one thing, and on the inside, she was another. She created a shell of how she wanted people to perceive her. I was fooled by Rita for years. I thought she was my friend. I don't think she liked me at all, looking back." Ettie saw that Elsa May felt better after what Nancy had just said. She looked into her cup of coffee, gazing at the dark liquid and hoping her sister would finally put the whole thing behind her. "Sugar and spite," Elsa May muttered. "I don't know why you ladies seem surprised. Most of the people I come across are like that." Kelly, with little pieces of frosting adhering across his upper lip, reached for a second piece of cake. Elsa May and Ettie looked at him, and then looked at each other and grinned. The end. This has been Sugar and Spite by Samantha Price, narrated by Sarah Morsi. Copyright 2020 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2020 by Samantha Price.